Forward. U.S. Route 17 does not hurry across America. It moves with the older rhythm of rivers, bridges, courthouse towns, ferry roads, marsh edges, port cities, farm country, and coastal light. It begins in Virginia, tied to valley roads and early inland travel, then bends toward Tidewater, the sounds of North Carolina, the beaches and old ports of the Carolinas, the low marshes of Georgia, and the long Florida road that finally reaches the Gulf Shore. It is not only a highway, it is a road through history. This book follows U.S. Route 17 as a traveler would experience it, town by town, crossing from one place into the next while listening for what the road has carried. Some chapters pass through well-known cities where history stands in brick, church towers, old waterfronts, forts, squares, and preserved districts. Others stop in smaller towns where the story is quieter but no less important. Along this highway, history is not found only in famous places. It is also found beside rivers, on courthouse lawns, near railroad crossings, along old ferry approaches, in fishing communities, on barrier islands, and in the roads that survived after faster highways drew traffic away. U.S. Route 17 belongs to an older coastal America. Long before interstate travel made movement faster and more anonymous, roads like this carried local life from county to county and town to town. They connected farmers to markets, ports to inland communities, beaches to business districts, and small towns to larger cities. They passed through places shaped by colonial settlement, revolutionary memory, Civil War disruption, maritime trade, river commerce, timber, rice, tobacco, fishing, tourism, railroads, bridges, and military change. The road did not create all of that history, but it gathered much of it into one long path. That is the spirit of this book. It is not meant to be a plain travel guide, and it is not meant to be a dry history text. It is meant to feel like a journey. Each chapter begins with a place on the road and then looks deeper into why that place matters. The reader should feel the movement of U.S. Route 17, but also understand that every stop has a past. A city sign, a river bridge, an old main street, a courthouse, a harbor, or a marsh road can all become a doorway into the history beneath the present-day surface. The route changes character many times. In Virginia, it carries the feeling of old inland roads and tidewater crossings. In North Carolina, it moves through sound country, river towns, colonial memory, and coastal communities shaped by water and trade. In South Carolina, it follows the Grand Strand and the Lowcountry, where beach tourism, old rice country, port history, and marshland all share the same corridor. In Georgia, the road slips through coastal towns, river country, and live oak landscapes where history often feels close to the ground. In Florida, it becomes a different kind of old road, one tied to springs, rail towns, inland lakes, cattle country, citrus, river travel, and the gradual pull toward the Gulf. What makes U.S. Route 17 powerful is that it does not tell only one American story. It tells many at once. It is a road of seaports and small towns, plantations and courthouses, working rivers and resort beaches, colonial churches and modern traffic, quiet marshes and busy bridges. It passes through places that were changed by water, trade, war, industry, tourism, and time. Some towns grew because the road came through them. Others were already old when the highway number arrived. Together, they form a corridor where the past is never far from the pavement. This book asks the reader to slow down and see that older road. Not the fastest road, not always the straightest road, the older road. The one that still passes through the middle of towns, still crosses rivers at meaningful places, still brushes against courthouse squares and old waterfronts, still gives a traveler a sense of moving through real communities instead of around them. U.S. Route 17 remains one of those roads where America can still be read in sequence. The landscape changes, the accents change, the trees change, the water changes, and the stories change, but the highway keeps carrying the traveler forward. From Virginia's valley roads to the Carolina coast, Georgia marshes, and Florida's Gulf Shore, this is a road through history, and every mile has something to remember. Section 1. Virginia beginnings. U.S. Route 17 begins with the weight of old Virginia beneath its wheels. Before the road reaches the coast, the marshes, or the long southern Lowcountry, it first moves through a landscape shaped by valley travel, colonial settlement, courthouse towns, river crossings, and the early routes that tied inland communities to Tidewater. Winchester, Warrenton, Fredericksburg, Tappahannock, and Gloucester each carry a different piece of that beginning. Some places remember frontier roads and Civil War movement. Others look toward the Rappahannock, old plantations, county seats, and the waterways that made early Virginia possible. This first section sets the tone for the whole journey. Route 17 is not only a highway headed south, it is an older road leaving Virginia's inland country and gradually finding its way toward the coastal world that will shape the rest of the book. Chapter 1. Winchester, Virginia. A U.S. Route 17 arrival scene at Winchester, with the first road signs rising near the Shenandoah Valley and old brick streets waiting beyond the hills, where the coastal highway begins in the valley. U.S. Route 17 begins in a place that does not yet feel coastal. Winchester sits in the northern Shenandoah Valley, far from the marshes, ports, barrier islands, and tidewater roads that will shape much of the highway farther south. That contrast gives the opening mile its strength. The route starts inland among valley ridges, old wagon roads, brick sidewalks, courthouse memories, and the long movement of people through one of Virginia's most important crossroads. Before US 17 can become a coastal road, it first has to leave the valley. Winchester is one of the oldest Virginia communities west of the Blue Ridge. Before European settlement, the area belonged to native travel and habitation, including Shawnee presence in the lower valley. Colonial settlement grew during the 18th century as German, Scots-Irish, English, and other families moved into the region from Pennsylvania, Maryland, and eastern Virginia. The town that became Winchester was laid out in the 1730s and 1740s as Fredericktown, then took the name Winchester after the English city. Its position made it valuable from the beginning. Roads from the north, the valley, the Blue Ridge Gaps, and the backcountry met here, and the settlement became a place where farm trade, court business, military concerns, and migration all touched the same streets. That road pattern is the real beginning of this book. U.S. Route 17 is not born as a beach highway. It begins where older roads had already taught travelers how to move through Virginia. The Great Wagon Road, the Valley Corridor, and the colonial routes toward the east made Winchester a meeting place between inland settlement and the wider Atlantic world. Cattle, wheat, apples, wagons, travelers, soldiers, and news passed through the town long before a federal highway number was assigned. When the modern route begins here, it is taking its place in a much older stream of movement. George Washington gives Winchester one of its earliest national connections. As a young surveyor and military officer, Washington spent important time in and around the town. During the French and Indian War, he used a small log and stone building in Winchester as a headquarters while commanding the Virginia Regiment and organizing defenses on the colonial frontier. That building, now remembered as George Washington's Office Museum, helps explain Winchester's early role. This was not a quiet village removed from danger. It was a frontier command point, a supply town, and a place where Virginia looked west with both ambition and fear. The French and Indian War gave Winchester a harder edge. Fort Loudon was built here under Washington's direction, not as a romantic landmark, but as practical defense. The town stood near the edge of contested territory, where imperial rivalry, native resistance, and colonial expansion all collided. Families in the valley knew that roads could carry trade one season and alarm the next. Winchester's early history therefore belongs to a frontier world where travel, settlement, and danger were bound together. That matters for US 17 because the highway begins where roads were never casual. Roads meant survival, connection, defense, and future growth. Old Town Winchester still carries much of that layered feeling. The Loudon Street Walking Mall, historic brick buildings, churches, storefronts, and the surrounding National Register district give the town a strong center. It feels lived in, not frozen. Cafes and shops fill spaces where earlier generations came for market business, court days, supplies, and conversation. A traveler beginning Route 17 here can stand in the downtown and understand that the road is not starting from nowhere. It is starting from a town that has been receiving travelers for nearly 3 centuries. The Frederick County Courthouse adds another layer. Built in 1840, it later served as a hospital, prison, and barracks during the Civil War. Today, it houses the Shenandoah Valley Civil War Museum, and its walls still preserve graffiti left by soldiers held there. Few buildings show Winchester's role more clearly. It was a courthouse town, but war turned civic space into military space. A room meant for law became a room for confinement and suffering. That kind of transformation happened often in Winchester because the town stood where armies needed to pass. During the Civil War, Winchester became one of the most contested towns in America. Its location in the lower Shenandoah Valley made it strategically important to both sides. Armies moved north and south through the valley, using the corridor for food, movement, protection, and attack. Winchester changed hands dozens of times, and major battles occurred in and around the city. First Winchester, Second Winchester, Third Winchester, Kernstown, and nearby actions made the landscape a place of repeated movement and loss. The town's streets saw occupation, evacuation, medical care, imprisonment, and uncertainty over and over again. That history gives the start of Route 17 a serious tone. This highway will eventually reach beaches, resort towns, marsh bridges, port cities, and Gulf water. But its first chapter begins in a place marked by conflict and endurance. The road leaving Winchester carries the memory of wagons and armies before it carries modern traffic. It begins with the valley, but it also points toward the older eastward pull of Virginia, toward the rivers and coastal plain that shaped the colony and then the state. Winchester also has a softer identity that belongs to orchards, music, and the rhythm of the Shenandoah Valley. Apple growing became deeply associated with the region, and the city is still known for the Shenandoah Apple Blossom Festival. Patsy Cline, one of the most important voices in American country music, was born here, adding a 20th century cultural note to a town often remembered for colonial and Civil War history. These details keep Winchester from becoming only a battlefield chapter. It is also a market town, a music town, a festival town, and a valley city that kept changing while holding on to its older shape. The beginning also matters because Winchester teaches the reader how to watch the rest of the route. A person could drive through quickly and see only traffic lights, brick fronts, and highway shields. But the older story sits close to the road. A small office recalls Washington before the presidency. A courthouse wall recalls prisoners and hospital beds. A walking street recalls a market town that survived because people kept coming to it. This is the habit the book asks for from the first page. Slow down, look past the obvious, and let the road explain why the town is there. That is why Winchester is the right opening for U.S. Route 17. It gives the road a beginning with weight. The traveler starts among brick storefronts, courthouse memory, frontier roads, Washington's early career, Civil War scars, and the mountain edge of Virginia. The coast is still far away. The salt air has not arrived. The marsh grass and harbor lights are still waiting in later chapters. But the road already has history under it. Even the northern terminus feels symbolic. U.S. 17 does not begin with ocean view or palm trees. It begins where mountains, farms, and county roads gather into a town that had already learned how to receive travelers. The highway's first lesson is that every coastal journey has an inland beginning, rich and layered. That lesson matters here. From Winchester, U.S., 17 begins to move southeast, away from the valley and toward the older Virginia roads that lead to Warrenton, Fredericksburg, and the tidal rivers beyond. The first chapter does not open at the sea. It opens at a crossroads. That is fitting, because this road will spend the rest of the journey proving that America is often best understood not from the interstate, but from the older highway passing through the middle of towns that remember who came before. Chapter 2. Warrenton, Virginia. Old Town Warrenton's brick storefronts, church steeple, And historic district signs show the courthouse town character that made this Piedmont stop an important early point along the Route 17 journey, where the Piedmont Road finds the courthouse. Leaving Winchester, U.S. Route 17 carries the traveler away from the Shenandoah Valley and into a different kind of Virginia. The ridges soften, the fields open, and the road begins to pass through a countryside where old routes, county boundaries, and market towns once determined how people moved. Warrenton stands in that landscape with a settled confidence. It is not a port city or a mountain town. It is a Piedmont County seat, a place where roads gathered, public business took root, and the surrounding farms found a center. That is what gives Warrenton its strength as the second chapter of the journey. The town does not ask for attention through size. It earns it through position. Long before the modern highway shield appeared, travelers moved through this part of Virginia on roads linking Winchester, Falmouth, Alexandria, Culpeper, and the wider Piedmont. A small trading place known as the Red Store gave the crossroads an early identity. Such a name may sound plain, but it tells the truth about how many towns began. Someone needed a place to stop. Someone needed supplies. Someone needed news from the next county. A store at a crossing could become the seat of a town. Fauquier County was created in 1759, and the location that became Warrenton grew stronger because county life needed a public center. Before the town took its present name, the settlement was known as Fauquier Courthouse. That earlier name is important because it shows what the place meant to the countryside around it. A Virginia courthouse village was not only a building with records inside, it was a gathering point for farmers, lawyers, sheriffs, judges, witnesses, merchants, innkeepers, and families who came into town for business that could not be handled at home. On court days, the road into town carried more than traffic. It carried the life of the county. In 1810, the community was incorporated as Warrenton and named for Joseph Warren, the Revolutionary patriot killed at Bunker Hill. The name gave the town a national echo, but Warrenton's daily identity remained local. Its real importance came from the way it served Fauquier County. Land deeds were recorded here. Cases were heard here. Goods were bought and sold here. Travelers found taverns and lodging here. Lawyers built practices near the square because the square was where people needed them. Stores and offices grew around public duty, and public duty gave the town a reason to endure. The courthouse square still gives Old Town Warrenton its center of gravity. The present historic courthouse, rebuilt after earlier fire and change, stands with the authority of a town that has long been tied to law and record. Around it, brick walks, older buildings, churches, trees, and storefronts preserve the feeling of a place meant to be entered on foot. A traveler can imagine a wagon stopping near the square, a farmer stepping down with papers in hand, a lawyer crossing the street toward court, and neighbors trading news before turning back toward scattered farms. That scene is not decoration. It is the old function of the town made visible. The Fauquier History Museum at the Old Jail gives Warrenton another specific and memorable landmark. The jail buildings, with portions dating to the early 19th century, remind the reader that a county seat held the hard parts of public life as well as the graceful ones. Warrenton was not only a place of shaded streets and attractive brick fronts. It was a place where justice, punishment, debt, dispute, and local authority were part of daily business. The old jail helps keep the town from becoming too polished in memory. It gives stone and iron to the story, and it makes the courthouse world feel real. Main Street adds a more human rhythm. Old Town Warrenton is strongest when understood as a living street, not only as a historic district. Shop fronts, offices, church towers, sidewalk trees, and small restaurants stand where earlier generations came for supplies, conversation, legal help, letters, and market business. The town's architecture carries different eras because the town kept adapting. It was not built all at once and then sealed away. It changed as wagons gave way to rail service, as horses gave way to automobiles, and as county life met the pressures of a growing Northern Virginia region. That changing world reached Warrenton through transportation. The town's early life depended on road connections, but later rail service and improved highways altered how people moved through Fauquier County. Like many older towns, Warrenton had to adjust as travel became faster and less dependent on local stops. Yet, it never lost the meaning of its center. The roads still mattered because they still brought people into town. Route 17 now passes through a landscape where old travel patterns and modern movement overlap. The traveler sees a highway, but beneath it lies a long habit of arrival. The Civil War touched Warrenton because movement through Northern Virginia rarely escaped war. Armies, cavalry, scouts, and supply lines moved across the region, and nearby fields and roads became part of repeated campaigns. The town served at different moments as a place of occupation, military movement, and recovery. Its buildings and churches stood close to events larger than local life. Yet Warrenton's story is not only one of battle. Its greater lesson is endurance. After the war, the courthouse remained, the streets remained, and the town resumed the steady work of serving its county. The countryside around Warrenton matters just as much as the town center. Fauquier County became known for rolling farms, horse country, stone walls, open pastures, and long views across the Piedmont. That landscape gives the chapter its tone. This is not the crowded river memory of Fredericksburg or the Tidewater Road that will appear later. This is a broad, inland Virginia scene, shaped by fields, fences, lanes, and estates as much as by public buildings. The Virginia Gold Cup and the county's equestrian traditions belong to that wider identity. They give Warrenton a distinct atmosphere, a blend of courthouse formality, rural wealth, working farms, and outdoor tradition. That combination keeps Warrenton from feeling like a repeat of Winchester. Winchester opens the route with Valley memory, Washington's early military career, and Civil War crossroads. Warrenton offers something different. It shows Route 17 passing through Piedmont, Virginia, where a county town could hold law, trade, horses, churches, old jail walls, and local memory in one compact place. The history here is quieter than Fredericksburg's battlefield drama, but it is not thin. It is the history of how a county lived from week to week and generation to generation. For a road book that matters. Some travelers only remember places with famous battles or grand monuments. Warrenton asks for a different kind of attention. It asks the reader to notice why the town is where it is, why the square still feels important, and why the old roads seem to aim toward it. A courthouse town teaches history through arrangement. The public building stands near the shops. The jail stands near the court. The churches rise within walking distance. The roads lead outward to farms and villages that once depended on this center. Read that arrangement correctly, and the town begins to speak. As Route 17 leaves Warrenton, the journey begins to bend more clearly toward eastern Virginia. Fredericksburg and the Rappahannock wait ahead, and beyond them the road will find Tidewater, Gloucester, and the coastal world that gives this book its larger shape. Warrenton stands before that turn as the Piedmont chapter strong because it does not try to be something else. It gives the highway a county seat with weight, a main street with memory, and a surrounding countryside that still explains why the town mattered. The road moves on, but Warrenton leaves behind an important lesson. Not every historic place announces itself with a battlefield or a harbor. Some places endure because people kept coming to the same square for law, trade, worship, news, and daily need. Warrenton is one of those places. It is a town made by roads, held by county memory, and carried forward by the older rhythm of travelers entering the middle of town before continuing south. Chapter 3. Fredericksburg, Virginia. A quiet approach into Fredericksburg follows the old road toward the Rappahannock River, where church steeples, brick streets, and battlefield memory gather around one of Virginia's most historic river towns, where the Rappahannock Road carries memory. U.S. Route 17 reaches Fredericksburg with a different kind of weight than Winchester or Warrenton. The road has been moving out of the valley and through the Piedmont, but here it comes to the Rappahannock River, one of the waterways that helped early Virginia understand distance, trade, and settlement. Fredericksburg does not feel like a place that belongs to only one moment. It carries colonial trade, Washington family memory, river commerce, old streets, Civil War suffering, and the long habit of travelers entering a town that has stood at a crossing for nearly 3 centuries. The city was established by the Virginia General Assembly in 1728 on land along the Rappahannock. Its name honored Frederick, Prince of Wales, and many of its old streets still carry names from the British royal family. That origin matters because Fredericksburg began as a planned river port, not simply as a settlement that happened to grow beside water. The Rappahannock was navigable to this point, which made the town a natural place for tobacco, grain, merchandise, tools, and news to move between inland farms and the wider Atlantic world. Before railroads and highways changed the rhythm of travel, the river gave Fredericksburg its first reason for being. Route 17 enters that older world by road, but the story under the pavement is still tied to water. The Rappahannock created a meeting place where wagon roads, plantations, ferries, warehouses, and later bridges could connect. Farmers from the surrounding countryside needed a market town. Merchants needed access to inland customers. Travelers needed a crossing. Fredericksburg became the kind of place where movement paused long enough to become business, and business settled long enough to become a city. The old town still shows that beginning. Brick buildings stand close to the street. Church towers rise above the roof lines. The scale is walkable, and the river is never far from the mind. Unlike a town built only for modern traffic, Fredericksburg still feels organized by earlier habits. A person can imagine goods coming down toward the wharf, families arriving for court days and market days, and stage routes carrying visitors through streets that were already old before the United States was fully formed. The Washington family gives the city another deep layer of memory. George Washington spent much of his boyhood at Ferry Farm, across the Rappahannock from Fredericksburg, where the family lived after moving from the Northern Neck. The reconstructed Washington House and archaeological work there helped connect the city to the childhood world of the future president. Fredericksburg also holds Mary Washington's presence, including the house where George Washington's mother spent her later years. These places are not just famous names attached to a city. They remind the reader that the American Revolution grew from real families, towns, farms, and river communities, not from monuments alone. Historic Kenmore adds still another chapter to that early story. The Georgian brick mansion was built for Betty Washington Lewis, George Washington's sister, and her husband Fielding Lewis, a Fredericksburg merchant. Kenmore shows the wealth and ambition that river commerce and local standing could produce in colonial Virginia. It also shows the social order of that time, with comfort and refinement made possible by labor that was not equally free. A road chapter about Fredericksburg needs to hold both parts of that past, the beauty of its old houses and the harder realities that supported them. By the 19th century, Fredericksburg had to adapt as transportation changed. Mills developed along the Rappahannock. Roads and turnpikes tried to bind the surrounding countryside to the town's markets. The Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac Railroad connected the city more directly with Richmond and the growing rail network. Like many older river towns, Fredericksburg did not stop being a port all at once. It gradually became a place where river, road, and rail competed and overlapped. Route 17 belongs to that same continuing pattern of movement. Another line added to a landscape already shaped by crossings. The most painful part of Fredericksburg's history came during the Civil War. Its location between Washington and Richmond made the city strategically important, and the Rappahannock became more than a river. It became a military barrier, a line of approach, and a place where armies tried to force history in their own direction. In December 1862, Union forces under Ambrose Burnside crossed the river and entered Fredericksburg before attacking Confederate positions on the heights west of town. The fighting that followed became one of the most devastating defeats suffered by the Union Army. The Battle of Fredericksburg left marks that still shape the city's identity. Streets became battleground. Homes became shelters, hospitals, or damaged witnesses. The stone wall below Mary's Heights became one of the most remembered places in Civil War history because of the repeated attacks made against it. Chatham, the great house overlooking the city from across the river, served at different times as headquarters and hospital. The battlefield, now preserved by the National Park Service, helps visitors understand that Fredericksburg was not only near a battle, the city itself was drawn into the battle. The war also changed how the city was seen by later generations. Fredericksburg became a place where visitors could stand close to civilian streets and military ground at the same time. The distance between ordinary life and national crisis was not wide here. A brick house, a churchyard, a sunken road, or a riverbank could all hold part of the same story. That closeness gives Fredericksburg unusual power. It reminds travelers that history did not happen in empty fields alone. It moved through inhabited places where people were trying to protect homes, businesses, churches, and family memory. That is why Fredericksburg feels different from many historic towns. Its past is not tucked safely behind glass. It presses in from several directions. A colonial port, a Washington family landscape, an old commercial center, a railroad town, and a battlefield city all occupy the same ground. Walking or driving through Fredericksburg means passing through layers rather than periods. One block can point toward colonial trade. Another points toward family history. A nearby hill recalls the cost of war. The river holds the whole story together because so many of those layers depended on crossing it, defending it, using it, or living beside it. Fredericksburg also works because it remains human in scale. Its history is large, but the streets are close enough for a traveler to feel the size of the old city. That balance matters for a road book. The chapter is not only about famous events. It is about how a highway can bring the reader into a place where national memory still has doors, sidewalks, gardens, river views, and corners that can be understood on foot. For U.S. Route 17, Fredericksburg becomes the first great river city of the journey. Winchester introduced the road with valley memory. Warrenton gave it courthouse and Piedmont character. Fredericksburg adds water, national memory, and the feeling of an old town that has been visited by history too many times to be simple. The highway does not erase that complexity. It carries the traveler through it. Leaving Fredericksburg, the road begins to feel more strongly pulled toward Tidewater. The land ahead will lead toward Tappahannock, the lower Rappahannock, and the older coastal Virginia that waits beyond the fall line country. But Fredericksburg remains the place where the route pauses beside a river and shows what this book is meant to do. It is not enough to say a road passes through a city. The city must be read. Fredericksburg can be read in brick, water, old streets, family sites, battlefield ground, and the steady movement of travelers who still arrive by road, just as earlier generations arrived by wagon, ferry, rail, and river. Route 17 continues south and east from here, but it leaves with the Rappahannock still in memory. The river gave the town life. War gave it sorrow. Preservation gave it a way to speak. The highway gives the reader a way to move through all of it, mile by mile, toward the next Virginia crossing. Chapter 4. Tappahannock, Virginia. The old road reaches Tappahannock beside the Rappahannock River, where a colonial port, courthouse town, and river crossing shaped one of Virginia's oldest communities, where the river road finds Tidewater. After Fredericksburg, U.S. Route 17 begins to change its voice. The road has already carried the traveler through valley memory, Piedmont fields, and the heavy brick history of the Rappahannock at Fredericksburg. But the approach to Tappahannock feels lower, wider, and more waterborne. The land opens into farms and timber. Creeks draw close to the pavement. The sky seems larger above the fields. By the time the road nears the town, the Rappahannock River is no longer only a name from the previous chapter. It becomes the reason this place existed. Tappahannock stands on the south bank of the Rappahannock, in Essex County, where the water once served as a highway before the highway arrived. That is the first thing to understand. The town did not grow because modern traffic needed a stopping point. It grew because the river gathered movement. Canoes, sailing vessels, ferries, small craft, wagons, and later automobiles all found meaning here because the crossing and landing made the shore useful. A road traveler sees pavement first, but older Tappahannock must be imagined from the water, with the town rising above the landing and the river spreading broad and bright below it. Long before English settlement, this part of the river belonged to the world of the Rappahannock people. Their communities knew the streams, fish runs, shoreline woods, and seasonal patterns that made the lower river a living corridor. The name Tappahannock keeps that older presence in the modern map. It reminds the traveler that Virginia's towns did not begin with courthouse bricks or colonial warehouses. They began in landscapes already understood, named, and used by indigenous people. In this chapter, the highway travels through a place where that older river world still echoes in the name itself. English settlement brought another layer. In the 17th century, the site became known to English colonists as Hobbs Hole, a river landing and settlement point along the Rappahannock. The name was rough and practical, fitting a time when small ports were not polished towns, but working places of loading, waiting, buying, and crossing. Barrels, tools, tobacco hogsheads, livestock, and household goods moved between inland farms and the riverbank. A landing did not have to be grand to matter. If goods could be brought there, if boats could use the shore, if travelers could find passage, the place had value. That value turned Tappahannock into one of the important old towns of Virginia's river country. The town later carried the name New Plymouth for a time, but Tappahannock endured, and the older name now feels inseparable from the place. Its survival matters. Names are part of memory. Hobbs Hole tells of colonial utility. New Plymouth tells of English ambition. Tappahannock keeps the deeper sound of the Rappahannock homeland. The town's identity is strongest because all of those layers are still present beneath the modern street. The town's port history gave it daily life. Farmers from Essex County and the surrounding countryside depended on places like Tappahannock to reach markets beyond their fields. Tobacco was the great early crop, but other goods moved as well. Grain, timber, livestock, manufactured supplies, imported items, letters, tools, and news. On a busy day, the riverfront would not have seemed sleepy. Wagons would have creaked down toward the landing. Men would have handled barrels and crates. Merchants would have watched credit and cargo. Travelers would have waited for water passage or looked for lodging before continuing. The courthouse added permanence to the port. When Essex County government gathered around Tappahannock, the town became more than a landing. It became a civic center. Court days changed the rhythm of a county town. People came in from farms and plantations to settle disputes, record deeds, serve on juries, pay fees, hear news, and conduct business that could not be handled at home. A courthouse town was not only a place of law, it was a stage where the county saw itself. Lawyers, farmers, witnesses, clerks, sheriffs, merchants, and families all helped fill the streets when public business brought the countryside into town. That courthouse life gave Tappahannock a second pattern beside the river pattern. The landing pulled goods toward the water. The court pulled people toward the center of town. Between the two, streets took shape. Stores, taverns, offices, homes, and later brick commercial buildings grew because the town served more than one need. It was a place to ship, cross, buy, argue, worship, meet, and leave again. This is the kind of town Route 17 often reveals, small enough to miss if a traveler is careless, but old enough to hold more history than its size suggests. The Rappahannock River also made Tappahannock vulnerable. The same water that carried trade could bring storms, high water, ice, delay, and danger. River towns live with uncertainty because the shoreline is never only decorative, it is working ground. The landing that helps a town prosper also reminds residents that weather and tide have authority. That gives the place a different kind of character from an inland courthouse town. Warrenton could face the road. Tappahannock had to face the road and the river at the same time. As transportation changed, Tappahannock changed with it. Steamboats brought a later age of river travel, tying the town to the Chesapeake and to other river communities. Improved roads then shifted attention from the wharf toward the highway. Bridges and automobiles altered what it meant to cross the Rappahannock. Yet the town did not stop being a river town simply because travel moved faster. The water still explains why Tappahannock is where it is. Route 17 did not replace the old geography. It followed it and gave modern travelers a new way to pass through the same historic corridor. That is why the approach into town should be pictured with both street and water in view. Tappahannock is not only a row of buildings, and it is not only a waterfront. It is the relationship between the two. A brick storefront without the river loses part of its meaning. A river view without the courthouse and streets loses part of the town. The best way to read Tappahannock is to stand where the old road, the public square, and the Rappahannock seem to speak to one another. The town belongs to that conversation. Modern Tappahannock remains a small place, but it carries a large sense of passage. Route 17 travelers arrive from Fredericksburg and feel the land easing toward Tidewater. They leave toward Gloucester and feel the pull of the York River country ahead. In between, Tappahannock gives the journey a river pause. It tells the reader that U.S. Route 17 is becoming a coastal highway by degrees, not all at once. The road is learning water mile by mile. That gradual change is important to the book. If Winchester was the inland beginning and Fredericksburg was the great Rappahannock memory city, Tappahannock is the older river town that prepares the route for Tidewater. It does not need grand scale to do that work. Its power is in the landing, the courthouse, the county roads, the indigenous name, the broad river, and the feeling that the highway has entered a place where water shaped every earlier decision. Leaving Tappahannock, Route 17 continues south toward Gloucester, and the story begins to widen again. The road will soon meet deeper Tidewater fields, York River history, and the approach to the lower Virginia Peninsula. But Tappahannock remains the chapter where the Rappahannock changes from background into guide. The river brought people here before the highway. The courthouse kept them returning. The road now carries new travelers through the old pattern. That is why Tappahannock deserves more than a passing glance. It is one of the places where Virginia's road history and river history still meet in plain sight. Chapter 5. Gloucester, Virginia. The road reaches Gloucester through Tidewater fields, courthouse streets, and York River memory, where colonial settlement, indigenous history, and old water routes shaped one of Virginia's enduring county towns. Where the Tidewater Road meets the York. U.S. Route 17 reaches Gloucester at the moment the journey fully enters Tidewater, Virginia. Winchester began in the valley. Warrenton gave the road a Piedmont County seat. Fredericksburg carried it to the Rappahannock, and Tappahannock turned the river into the center of the story. Gloucester brings all of that movement to a wider water country. The road passes fields, creeks, old trees, courthouse streets, and river approaches that feel shaped by time rather than speed. Here, the highway no longer feels as if it is simply crossing Virginia. It feels as if it has arrived in the coastal world that will guide the rest of the book. Gloucester is strongest when it is understood as a county rather than only a town. Gloucester Courthouse gives Route 17 its visible center, but the history stretches outward toward the York River, the Piankatank, old parish roads, farm lanes, plantation sites, native ground, and ferry memory. The road does not enter a place built around one single street. It enters a whole Tidewater landscape where government, water, land, and memory have been tied together for centuries. Long before English settlement, this area belonged to the world of the Powhatan Paramount Chiefdom. Werowocomoco, located along the York River in what is now Gloucester County, was one of the most important places in that world. It served as a major political and ceremonial center for Powhatan when the English arrived at Jamestown in 1607. That gives Gloucester's a deeper beginning than brick courthouses or colonial land records can provide. The story here starts with indigenous authority, diplomacy, trade, and river life. The York River was not background. It was a route, a food source, a boundary, and a center of power. That older river world matters because the English who entered Virginia quickly learned that water controlled the map. Roads were rough, forests were thick, and overland movement could be slow. Rivers and creeks carried people, crops, supplies, messages, and conflict. The York, like the Rappahannock and the James, gave shape to settlement. Gloucester's later roads, churches, plantations, and courthouse district all grew inside a landscape that water had already organized. Gloucester County was formed in 1651 and named for Henry Stuart, Duke of Gloucester. In the colonial period, the county developed through tobacco, river shipping, plantation agriculture, and parish life. Tobacco tied local farms to distant markets, but it could not move easily without landings and waterways. Creeks and riverfronts became working edges where barrels, tools, livestock, letters, and people could move outward or come in. To modern travelers, a water view may feel scenic. To early Gloucester, water was work. The courthouse gave this broad river county a public center. Gloucester Courthouse became the place where deeds were recorded, taxes handled, cases heard, and county business made visible. In rural Virginia, a courthouse village had a rhythm, unlike an ordinary crossroads. On court days, people came from scattered farms and plantations, bringing business, gossip, arguments, debts, purchases, and news. Horses and wagons gathered near the public square. Lawyers, clerks, farmers, witnesses, and families moved between offices, stores, taverns, and steps. A county could be spread across miles of field and creek, but on court day, it had a face. That is the scene Route 17 should make the reader imagine in Gloucester. Not just a building, but a gathering. Not just a courthouse, but a civic habit repeated over generations. The Gloucester courthouse area still carries that feeling. Main Street, older buildings, shade trees, and the courthouse setting give the highway a human scale. The road may now carry through traffic, but it also passes a place where local life learned to assemble. Gloucester Center feels valuable because it still suggests why people once came there on purpose. Main Street adds the everyday texture that makes the chapter more than a list of historic sites. It is the place of storefronts, sidewalks, small businesses, local meals, museum visits, and county memory. A traveler can see how a courthouse village becomes a living town center. Gloucester does not need tall buildings to feel important. Its importance comes from continuity. The county seat still feels connected to the farms and rivers beyond it, which is exactly why Route 17 belongs here. The surrounding historic landscape gives Gloucester even more depth. Ware Parish Church, with roots reaching into colonial Virginia, reminds the traveler that church and county life once worked side by side. Parish boundaries shaped public responsibility, worship, family identity, and local belonging. In Tidewater, Virginia, a church was not only a place for Sunday services, it marked a community's order. It helped tie scattered households into a larger social world and gave parish life a steady place beside county government. Roswell gives the county a different kind of memory. Built by the Page family in the 18th century, it was once one of the grand houses of colonial Virginia. Its surviving ruins now speak in a more powerful voice than a restored mansion might. Open brick walls, empty windows, and sky where rooms once stood make the past feel both beautiful and incomplete. Roswell shows Gloucester's wealth, ambition, and loss. It also reminds the reader that the old Tidewater world was built on landholding, social rank, river trade, and enslaved labor. The ruin does not let the past become too polished. Gloucester Point and the York River add the final movement of the chapter, where the American Revolution moved toward its decisive conclusion in 1781. The British held positions on both sides of the York, and Gloucester's side formed part of that military landscape. The water that had carried trade and settlement also became a line of strategy. Standing near the York, it is easy to understand that geography shaped events. Rivers decided routes, defense, supply, and retreat. Gloucester's smaller creeks and farm roads make that history feel local rather than distant. Names tied to landings, mills, churches, and family estates still suggest a county where daily life once moved by tide, hoof, wagon, and boat. That mixture is what gives the chapter its texture. The place is not only remembered through famous sites, it is remembered through the ordinary routes that connected homes to water and water to the wider world. The modern George P. Coleman Memorial Bridge continues that old need to cross the York. Earlier generations depended on boats, ferries, landings, and river skill. Modern travelers cross by bridge, but the old problem remains the same. Gloucester has always been shaped by movement along water and across water. Route 17 does not replace that history. It rides over it. That is why Gloucester should close the first section with strength. Virginia beginnings started inland, where the road was still learning its direction. By the time Route 17 reaches Gloucester, the highway has found the language it will speak for much of the journey south. Water, county seats, old roads, river crossings, indigenous memory, colonial settlement, and towns that grew because geography required them. Gloucester gathers those ideas into one final Virginia threshold. Leaving Gloucester, the traveler heads toward Newport News, Hampton Roads, and a busier coastal world of shipyards, military harbors, bridges, and port traffic. Gloucester stands just before that change, rooted in fields and courthouse streets, yet looking toward the York and the wider Chesapeake. It gives the section a proper ending because it shows the road becoming coastal without losing its history. Route 17 moves on, but Gloucester leaves a lasting impression. The county is not loud about its past. It does not need to be. Its history is in Werowocomoco and the York, in Courthouse Ground and Main Street, in Ware Parish and Roswell, in water routes and bridge crossings. It is the place where the first 5 chapters finish their inland to Tidewater journey, and where the road begins to understand what it will become. From here south, U.S. Route 17 will carry the traveler deeper into the old coastal highway through America. Section 2. Tidewater and North Carolina waters. After Gloucester, U.S. Route 17 moves deeper into the water-shaped world of southeastern Virginia and northeastern North Carolina. The road leaves the first Virginia section behind and enters a region of harbors, military roads, shipbuilding, tidal rivers, bridges, sounds, and old coastal towns. Newport News, Suffolk, Chesapeake, Elizabeth City, and Edenton each show a different face of this watery corridor. Some places grew through ports, railroads, and shipyards. Others rose beside rivers and sounds where early trade, fishing, ferries, and colonial settlement shaped daily life. In this section, Route 17 becomes more clearly coastal, not only because it nears the Atlantic, but because water begins to guide almost every mile. The road moves through Tidewater, Virginia, crosses toward North Carolina, and follows a landscape where history often waits beside docks, bridges, courthouse streets, and quiet water. Chapter 6. Newport News, Virginia. Route 17 enters Newport News from the York River side of the Virginia Peninsula, where bridge traffic, shipyard cranes, railroad memory, and Hampton Roads water turn the coastal highway into an industrial harbor road, where rails, ships, and the harbor built a city. U.S. Route 17 enters Newport News with a different kind of sound. Behind the traveler are Gloucester's fields, courthouse streets, and York River memory. Ahead lies Hampton Roads, where bridges, ship channels, rail lines, military ground, and deep harbor water change the character of the journey. Newport News does not feel like the smaller courthouse towns that opened the book. It feels like a place built by motion at a larger scale, where the road meets the long industrial story of rails, coal, ships, and workers. The city sits where the James River opens into Hampton Roads, one of the great natural harbors of the Atlantic coast. That location explains almost everything that followed. Long before Newport News became a city, this was Warwick County ground, a landscape of farms, wooded land, river edges, and scattered settlements on the Virginia Peninsula. The name Newport News itself is old, appearing in early colonial usage and often connected by tradition to Captain Christopher Newport, who sailed to Virginia in the Jamestown years. For much of its early history, however, Newport News remained more a point on the water than a city in its own right. That changed in the late 19th century because Collis P. Huntington understood what the harbor could do. West Virginia coal needed a deep water outlet. The Chesapeake and Ohio Railway could bring that coal east, but the line needed a place where trains could meet ocean shipping. Newport News Point gave Huntington the answer. When the railroad reached the harbor in 1881, the quiet shoreline began to change into a working terminal. Coal piers rose. Tracks ran toward the water. Workers, businesses, offices, boarding houses, and shops followed the new traffic. That railroad arrival is one of the most important moments in this chapter. It tied the mountains to the sea. Coal from inland mines could move east by rail, then leave Hampton Roads by ship. Newport News became a hinge between Appalachian resources and Atlantic trade. The city's identity was not built from one street or one courthouse square. It was built from a route of movement that began far inland and ended at a deep channel. The coal piers made that movement visible. Trains came in heavy with Appalachian coal, and the waterfront became a place of smoke, dust, whistles, and labor. Men worked around cars, chutes, docks, and vessels that waited to be loaded for distant ports. The harbor was not only beautiful water at the mouth of the James, it was a machine of commerce where inland mountains, railroad timetables, and ocean routes met in one industrial scene. Huntington's next great act made the city even more important. In 1886, he founded the Chesapeake Dry Dock and Construction Company, which became Newport News Shipbuilding. A port can load cargo, but a shipyard creates an entire city rhythm. It needs skilled workers, shops, rail spurs, machine rooms, dry docks, schools, churches, neighborhoods, and families willing to build their lives around industrial labor. Newport News grew because ships were arriving there. They were being made there. That is why this chapter has to feel different from Winchester, Warrenton, Fredericksburg, Tappahannock, and Gloucester. Those places carried valley roads, courthouse life, river crossings, and tidewater beginnings. Newport News brings U.S. Route 17 into the age of heavy harbor work. Its historic image is not only a brick storefront or a quiet square. It is a line of cranes against the sky, a rail terminal near the water, a dry dock holding the shape of a future ship, and workers moving through gates before the day's labor begins. Newport News became an independent city in 1896, a rare Virginia example of a place becoming a city without first passing through the usual town stage. That fact fits its rise. This was not a courthouse village growing slowly across generations. It was a planned and driven harbor city, pushed forward by railroads, shipbuilding, and commerce. Within a short span, the once rural point had become a name associated with industry, transportation, and maritime ambition. The surrounding waters also gave Newport News a national story before the city fully took its modern shape. During the Civil War, Hampton Roads became the scene of the 1862 clash between the ironclads Monitor and Virginia. That battle changed naval warfare and made the harbor famous. The wider Peninsula Campaign also moved through this region, reminding travelers that the roads, rivers, and shorelines around Newport News had military value long before the shipyard reached its greatest scale. The shipyard carried that importance into later wars. In World War I and World War II, Newport News workers built and repaired vessels for a country that needed ships quickly and in great numbers. The work was loud, skilled, dangerous, and essential. Steel plates, hull sections, launchings, repairs, and long shifts made the city part of national events. Newport News was not merely near history. It helped build the vessels that carried history across water. That industrial story also shaped neighborhoods. Hilton Village, developed during World War I to house shipyard workers, shows how the yard reached beyond the waterfront into daily life. Its planned streets and village-style houses gave workers and families a place to live near the industry that sustained the city. Hilton Village matters because it makes the massive shipyard story human. Behind every ship were welders, fitters, engineers, clerks, cooks, children, churches, groceries, and homes. Those neighborhoods helped give the city a human scale. A shipyard can sound like a single vast place, but it was carried by thousands of individual routines: lunch pails, streetcars, boarding rooms, church suppers, school mornings, and families listening for the yard whistle. Newport News grew because workers stayed, raised children, joined local churches, opened stores, and made a harbor industry into a home city. The Mariners Museum and Park gives Newport News another strong historic anchor. Founded in 1930, it preserves maritime history on a scale suited to the city around it. The USS Monitor Center connects the museum to the ironclad battle in Hampton Roads, while the larger collection tells the broader story of seafaring, naval technology, exploration, ship models, maps, and waterborne life. For a traveler following Route 17, the museum explains why Newport News belongs in this roadbook. The city is not just a pass-through place. It is one of the route's first great maritime chapters. The road itself now feels different. Route 17 has left the quieter Virginia opening and entered a region where water, industry, defense, and transportation overlap. The traveler senses a larger Tidewater world. Bridges crossing rivers, port roads feeding terminals, shipyard cranes near the harbor, and traffic moving through a city whose past was built around getting things to and from the water. The coast here is not beach scenery. It is work. It is steel, coal, ship channels, and the deep harbor that made all of it possible. Newport News also prepares the journey for what comes next. Suffolk and Chesapeake will bring the road through coastal plain, rail lines, fields, waterways, and the approach to North Carolina. But Newport News is the first chapter where Hampton Roads fully enters the book. The harbor is too large to remain in the background. It becomes the reason the chapter exists, just as the Rappahannock explained Tappahannock and the York helped define Gloucester. That is why Newport News belongs at the beginning of Section 2. It changes the tempo. U.S. Route 17 has now moved from Courthouse, Virginia into Harbor, Virginia, from smaller county centers into a city of industry and water. The road continues south, but it leaves Newport News carrying a new sound. Rails meeting piers, ships taking shape in dry docks, and a deep water city proving that the coastal highway is also a road through labor, commerce, and the sea. Chapter 7, Suffolk, Virginia. Route 17 reaches Suffolk beside the Nansemond River and the edge of the Great Dismal Swamp, where old trade routes, peanut warehouses, railroads, and hidden swamp history shaped one of Hampton Road's broadest inland cities, where the River Road meets the Dismal Swamp. South of Newport News, U.S. Route 17 leaves the great shipyard city and enters a different face of Hampton Roads. The road no longer feels dominated by cranes, harbor steel, and industrial waterfront. It turns toward broader land, lower woods, old fields, river crossings, and the inland edge of a swamp that has shaped this region for centuries. Suffolk gives the route a wide, grounded chapter. It is part of the Hampton Roads region, yet it feels less crowded than the cities around the harbor. Its history belongs to water, agriculture, railroads, peanuts, timber, and the Great Dismal Swamp. The first story here is older than the city. The Nansemond people lived along the Nansemond River when English colonists began pushing beyond Jamestown in the early 17th century. Their world was tied to the river, creeks, marshes, hunting grounds, fishing places, and trade routes of southeastern Virginia. The name Nansemond remains on the map because the river and county memory held it there. A road traveler may enter Suffolk by highway, but the deeper approach is by water and indigenous place. English settlement changed the land, but did not change the basic importance of the river. The town that became Suffolk began in the 18th century as a trading place known as Constance Warehouse. Warehouses were practical beginnings for many Tidewater towns. They gathered tobacco, farm produce, supplies, and river traffic into one usable point. A warehouse near a navigable river could become the seed of a community because people needed places to store, weigh, sell, buy, and move goods. Suffolk grew from that kind of usefulness. In 1742, the settlement was named Suffolk after the English county. That new name gave the place a formal identity, but its older function remained plain. It served the countryside around the Nansemond River. Farmers brought crops and livestock toward market. Merchants handled goods coming in and out. Travelers moved between the river country, the road network, and the lowlands stretching toward North Carolina. Suffolk was inland compared with Norfolk and Portsmouth, but it was not cut off. The Nansemond River helped connect it to the wider Chesapeake world. The Great Dismal Swamp gave Suffolk another identity, darker, deeper, and more mysterious than the town streets alone could suggest. The swamp once spread across a vast area of southeastern Virginia and northeastern North Carolina. It was a difficult landscape of black water, cypress, cedar, thick growth, hidden islands, and Lake Drummond at its center. To outsiders, it could seem forbidding. To native people, it was known land. To timber interests, it was a resource. To enslaved people seeking freedom, it could become refuge. That hidden swamp history gives Suffolk unusual weight. The Great Dismal Swamp was a place where maroon communities and freedom seekers lived beyond the easy reach of plantation control. Some passed through the swamp, Others stayed and built hidden lives there for years or generations. That story must be handled with respect because it is not folklore decoration. It is one of the most important human histories in the landscape around Suffolk. While the town traded goods and recorded public business, the swamp preserved another kind of history, one made by people trying to live outside a system that denied them freedom. The swamp was also an economic landscape. Timber cutting, ditching, canal projects, and land schemes brought labor and capital into the region. George Washington was among those connected to early efforts to drain and profit from the swamp through the Dismal Swampland Company. The great dream of turning the swamp fully into farms never matched the difficulty of the place. Timber proved more practical than conquest. Cypress and other swamp woods could be cut and moved toward wharves and markets. The swamp resisted complete control, and that resistance became part of its character. Suffolk's 19th century story also belongs to roads and railroads. As transportation improved, the city became a place where agricultural goods, timber, and later peanuts could be collected and shipped more efficiently. Rail lines strengthened Suffolk's connection to Norfolk, Portsmouth, Petersburg, and inland counties. The town no longer depended only on river landings and wagon roads. It became part of a larger network that helped southeastern Virginia move crops, lumber, people, and manufactured goods across a changing region. During the Civil War, Suffolk's position made it important. It stood near roads leading toward Norfolk and the interior, and the surrounding area became a contested landscape. In 1863, Confederate forces under James Longstreet moved against the Union, held Suffolk in an effort connected to supplies, strategy, and pressure on the region around Hampton Roads. The siege did not turn Suffolk into the best-known battlefield in Virginia, but it left the town with a wartime chapter rooted in its geography. Roads, rail links, river access, and nearby lowlands made the place worth holding and watching. After the war, Suffolk rebuilt into a town increasingly associated with agriculture and processing. Peanuts became the city's most famous crop identity. The sandy soils of the surrounding region suited peanut farming, and by the early 20th century, Suffolk became one of the best-known peanut centers in the country. Amedeo Obici, an Italian immigrant and entrepreneur, brought Planters Nut and Chocolate Company operations to Suffolk in 1912. From that point, peanuts moved from farm crop into factory work, branding, packaging, advertising, and national recognition. That peanut history gives Suffolk a distinct tone among the Route 17 chapters. Newport News had shipyard cranes. Suffolk had warehouses, roasting, sorting, sacks, rail cars, and the smell of peanuts tied to downtown and factory life. Mr. Peanut, the famous planter's figure, became part of the city's public identity. The image may seem playful, but the history behind it is serious. Peanuts connected farm labor, immigrant enterprise, food processing, rail transport, and advertising into one local story. Suffolk became known as the peanut capital because the crop was more than a field product. It became an industry. Downtown Suffolk still reflects that layered past. Old commercial buildings, railroad memory, local museums, and streets near the Nansemond River give the city a practical look. It is not only a suburb of larger Hampton Roads. It is a place with its own center, shaped by work that came from farms, water, factories, and the swamp. A traveler on Route 17 should not hurry through and miss that difference. Suffolk is broad, but its history narrows into recognizable images. The river, the warehouse, the peanut plant, the rail line, the swamp road, and the hidden water beyond the trees. Modern Suffolk is also physically large, one of the largest cities in Virginia by land area. That size matters because it helps explain why the road through the city can feel open and rural in some stretches, urban in others, and swamp-edged elsewhere. Route 17 does not pass one simple downtown and leave. It moves through a city that includes fields, neighborhoods, business corridors, waterways, and protected natural land. Suffolk is a bridge between industrial Hampton Roads and the Carolina waters ahead. Leaving Suffolk, the route continues toward Chesapeake and the deeper water routes leading south. The Great Dismal Swamp remains close to the story. The Nansemond River remains part of the old geography. The peanut warehouses and rail memory remain part of the town's working identity. Suffolk teaches the reader that coastal history is not only made at ocean beaches or harbor mouths. Sometimes it is made inland, where a river meets fields, where a swamp hides entire lives, where a factory turns a crop into a city symbol, and where the road carries all of that forward. Route 17 moves on, but Suffolk changes the journey. It widens the meaning of Tidewater. The road is still heading south, still following the old coastal highway, but here it learns that water country includes more than bright harbors and open bays. It includes dark swamp water, river warehouses, railroad depots, peanut plants, courthouse memory, and communities that grew because land and water worked together. Suffolk belongs to that world, and the highway is stronger because it passes through it. Chapter 8. Chesapeake, Virginia. Route 17 reaches Chesapeake where canals, marsh roads, Great Bridge, and the edge of the Great Dismal Swamp turn the highway into a waterway corridor between Hampton Roads and North Carolina, where canals carried the road toward Carolina. U.S. Route 17 reaches Chesapeake after leaving Suffolk and moves into one of the most water-shaped cities in Virginia. The name may sound modern, and in one sense it is. Chesapeake became a city in 1963 when the former city of South Norfolk and Norfolk County joined together. Yet the land beneath that modern name is much older than the city charter. It is a place of creeks, canals, marsh, farms, crossroads, locks, bridges, and old water routes that tied Hampton Roads to the sounds and rivers of North Carolina. Here, the highway does not simply pass through a city. It follows a corridor where land travel and water travel have been arguing and cooperating for centuries. Chesapeake is broad, not compact. It stretches across urban neighborhoods, rural edges, wetlands, commercial strips, old village centers, and open country that still surprises travelers who expect every part of Hampton Roads to feel crowded. That size gives the chapter its character. Route 17 passes through a city that is also a landscape. It is not only downtown streets or one historic square. It is Deep Creek, Great Bridge, the Elizabeth River branches, the Dismal Swamp Canal, the Albemarle and Chesapeake Canal, and the many low places where water decides how roads must bend. Before English settlement, this region belonged to indigenous communities connected to the rivers, forests, and wetlands of southeastern Virginia. The waterways that later became transportation routes were already routes of use, food, trade, and seasonal movement. The swamp and river country did not appear empty to the people who knew it. It held paths, resources, and meaning. Later colonial maps often treated the area as difficult ground to be drained, crossed, or improved. But that view came from outsiders trying to force the land into their own systems of profit and travel. The Great Dismal Swamp became one of the defining features of the region. Dense, wet, and difficult to cross, it formed a natural barrier between Virginia and North Carolina. Yet it also offered timber, water, wildlife, and concealment. For centuries, the swamp carried two stories at once. To some landowners and investors, it was a place to be drained, cut, and made profitable. To freedom seekers and others trying to live beyond easy control, it could become a refuge. That hidden history gives the swamp a depth that a road sign alone cannot show. George Washington was among the men who saw the swamp as an opportunity for improvement and profit. In the 18th century, the Dismal Swamp Company hoped to drain portions of the land and harvest timber. That vision never fully conquered the place, but it helped lead to one of Chesapeake's most important historic features, the Dismal Swamp Canal. Dug by hand beginning in the 1790s and opened in the early 19th century, the canal created a north-to-south water connection between the Chesapeake Bay region and Albemarle Sound. It remains famous as the oldest operating artificial waterway in the country and is now part of the Atlantic Intracoastal Waterway. That canal matters to Route 17 because it shows how deeply transportation shaped Chesapeake before the highway. Boats, barges, timber rafts, and later pleasure craft moved along water corridors while roads tried to keep pace on land. The highway and the canal are not separate stories. They are two versions of the same need, a way to move people and goods through low, wet country without losing time to marsh, creek, and swamp. Great Bridge gives Chesapeake its strongest Revolutionary War landmark. In 1775, this crossing over a branch of the Elizabeth River became a critical approach to Norfolk. The bridge sat in a narrow causeway landscape with difficult marsh on both sides, which made the crossing more important than its size suggested. British forces under Lord Dunmore fortified the area, and Patriot forces attacked in December 1775. The Battle of Great Bridge ended in a Patriot victory and helped force British power away from Norfolk. It was an early sign that the Revolution in Virginia would not be decided only in grand cities or famous capitals. It could turn on a causeway, a bridge, and a marsh road. The Great Bridge Battlefield and Waterways Museum helps make that layered past visible. It gives the traveler a place to connect the Revolutionary crossing with canal history, local trade, and the wider water route toward North Carolina. That matters because Chesapeake's history can be easy to miss from a moving car unless the crossings are given names and stories. That is why Great Bridge still gives Chesapeake a powerful historical center. The modern traveler sees traffic, drawbridges, businesses, and busy roadways, but the older story remains underneath. A bridge here was never merely a convenience. It was control of movement. Whoever held the crossing shaped access to Norfolk, to the canals, and to the road south. Route 17 passing through this area repeats the old lesson. In Tidewater, crossings matter. The Albemarle and Chesapeake Canal added another layer to that transportation story. Built in the 19th century as a more direct water route connecting the Elizabeth River with the North Landing River and the waters beyond, it became a rival and partner to the older Dismal Swamp Canal. Together, these canals gave southeastern Virginia a water highway that linked Hampton Roads to North Carolina. They helped move lumber, farm products, supplies, and later recreational boats along the intracoastal route. In Chesapeake, the road is often close to a canal, a bridge, or a creek because the city grew around the problem of passage. South Norfolk also belongs to the chapter. Before the creation of Chesapeake, South Norfolk had its own city identity, shaped by railroads, industry, workers, churches, neighborhoods, and its closeness to the larger Norfolk waterfront. When South Norfolk and Norfolk County merged in 1963, the new city took the name Chesapeake, joining urban and rural territory under one government. That merger explains why Chesapeake can feel so varied. It contains former town centers, suburban neighborhoods, industrial corridors, swamp edges, farms, military road connections, and canal crossings within one wide municipal map. That variety can make Chesapeake hard to summarize, but it also makes the city perfect for U.S. Route 17. The highway is not supposed to show only one kind of America. It should reveal the places where older systems overlap. In Chesapeake, the traveler sees how native paths, colonial ambitions, revolutionary causeways, hand-dug canals, railroad-era communities, post-war growth, and modern highway traffic all share the same Lowcountry. The city is young on paper, but old in routes. As Route 17 moves through Chesapeake, it begins pointing more clearly toward North Carolina. The road has left the peninsula and crossed into the southern edge of Hampton Roads. Ahead lie Elizabeth City and the waters of the Albemarle country. Behind lie Newport News, Suffolk, and the industrial and river landscapes of southeastern Virginia. Chesapeake stands between them as the canal chapter, the bridge chapter, and the swamp edge chapter. That makes it an important turning point in Section 2. Newport News showed how rails and ships built a harbor city. Suffolk brought the road toward the Nansemond River and the Great Dismal Swamp. Chesapeake takes those themes and sends them south through engineered water. The road and the canals both understand the same truth. This country is crossed only by respecting water. Leaving Chesapeake, Route 17 prepares to cross from Virginia into North Carolina. The city's bridges and waterways give the traveler one last Tidewater lesson before the state line. Roads may be paved and signs may be modern, but the old problems remain. How do you cross a swamp? How do you reach the Sound Country? How do you move through a place where water keeps interrupting land? Chesapeake answers with causeways, bridges, canals, locks, and highways. It is a modern city built over an old transportation puzzle, and U.S. Route 17 carries that puzzle forward toward Carolina. Chapter 9. Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Route 17 reaches Elizabeth City at the narrows of the Pasquotank River, where the dismal Swamp Canal, old waterfront trade, and Albemarle Sound turned a North Carolina river town into the harbor of hospitality, where the Pasquotank opens the Carolina waters. U.S. Route 17 enters Elizabeth City with the feeling that the road has crossed more than a state line. Chesapeake and the Great Dismal Swamp carried the highway out of Virginia, but Elizabeth City gives the journey its first true North Carolina water town. The road reaches a place where the Pasquotank River widens toward Albemarle Sound, where canal traffic once linked Tidewater, Virginia to the Sounds, and where a quiet waterfront became one of the most useful harbors in northeastern North Carolina. The landscape explains the town before the buildings do. Elizabeth City stands near the narrows of the Pasquotank River, a place where water, road, and trade could meet naturally. Long before the town was laid out, the wider region belonged to native people who knew the rivers, swamps, creeks, and sounds as a connected world. Pasquotank County itself carries an indigenous name tied to divided or forking waters, a fitting description for a county shaped by river routes and lowland currents. In this part of North Carolina, water was not only a boundary, it was the map. English settlement came into the Albemarle region early, spreading through rivers and creeks before roads could fully organize the land. Pasquotank County was formed in the 17th century, and the river became one of the dependable ways to move people, goods, and news through a flat country of farms, forests, marshes, and sounds. A place at the Narrows could serve ferries, inspection points, stores, and landings. The town that later became Elizabeth City grew from that usefulness. The North Carolina General Assembly incorporated the town in 1793 under the name Reading. A year later, it became Elizabethtown, and in 1801, it received the name Elizabeth City. The name is often connected to Elizabeth Tooley, a local tavern keeper and landowner whose memory still gives the town a personal beginning. That detail matters because it keeps the city from feeling like an abstract port. It began with land, tavern life, river access, and the practical work of making a town where travelers and traders already had reason to stop. The dismal Swamp Canal gave Elizabeth City its great early advantage. When the canal opened in 1805, it connected the Elizabeth River in Virginia with the Pasquotank River in North Carolina, creating a protected inland water route between the Chesapeake Bay and Albemarle Sound. That changed the meaning of the town. Elizabeth City no longer depended only on local river movement. It became part of a larger corridor where boats could move through swamp, canal, river, and sound without facing the open Atlantic coast. That canal connection helped Elizabeth City grow as a commercial center. Lumber from the Great Dismal Swamp, farm goods from the Albemarle region, and supplies moving between Virginia and North Carolina passed through the town's orbit. The waterfront would have been a working place of docks, boats, warehouses, carts, rope, barrels, and voices carrying across the water. A traveler on Route 17 today may see a pleasant riverfront, but the older scene was busier and rougher. It smelled of timber, wet rope, horse traffic, river mud, and cargo waiting for the next boat. Elizabeth City's position also mattered because Albemarle Sound could be difficult and weather could interrupt coastal movement. The canal and river route offered a safer inland passage, and that gave the town staying power. It became known for hospitality to boaters, a reputation that later helped shape its identity as the harbor of hospitality. That phrase is more than a slogan. It fits a town built on receiving people from the water, guiding them through a crossing, and sending them onward. The 19th century brought growth, strain, and change. Steamboats added another layer to the river economy, improving connections between Elizabeth City, Norfolk, Edenton, the Outer Banks region, and other towns around the Sounds. Railroads later altered the pattern again, turning the city into a place where river traffic, canal traffic, rail shipments, and road travel overlapped. Like many successful water towns, Elizabeth City survived by adding new routes instead of depending on only one. The Civil War touched the town because the canals, rivers, and sounds of northeastern North Carolina carried military value. Water routes were supply routes, and supply routes drew attention. The Dismal Swamp Canal became part of the wartime geography of the region, while Albemarle Sound and the nearby coastal waters saw naval movement and conflict. Elizabeth City's location made it useful, vulnerable, and difficult to ignore. Even here, far from the largest battlefields, geography pulled the town into national events. After the war, Elizabeth City continued to build itself around water and transportation. The waterfront remained central, but the city also developed schools, churches, businesses, neighborhoods, and civic institutions that gave it a fuller shape. Downtown streets near the river carried the practical life of a county and regional center. Courthouse business, stores, hotels, banks, churches, and local offices helped turn the port into a community that served both watermen and land travelers. One of the most important 20th century layers is the Coast Guard. Elizabeth City became deeply connected to aviation and maritime safety through the Coast Guard presence that developed there, and the city is widely associated with Coast Guard service. That history belongs naturally beside the older river and canal story. For generations, this town has faced water not as scenery alone, but as responsibility. Boats, weather, search and rescue, aircraft, and harbor knowledge all fit the same larger theme. Elizabeth City is a place where water has required skill. The Museum of the Albemarle helps hold many of these stories together. It stands as a regional memory keeper for northeastern North Carolina, connecting Elizabeth City to the broader Albemarle world of native history, colonial settlement, maritime work, farms, war, trade, and daily life around the Sounds. That wider perspective is important. Elizabeth City should not be read as a standalone stop. It is the doorway into a whole region where rivers, swamps, canals, and sounds shaped nearly every choice people made. For U.S. Route 17, this chapter is a turning point. The road has been moving through Virginia's Tidewater world, but Elizabeth City carries it into the Carolina waters. The highway now follows a route where bridge approaches, swamp edges, river towns, and Sound country history will become increasingly important. The traveler has crossed from the industrial harbor country of Newport News and the inland swamp road of Suffolk and Chesapeake into a quieter but deeply historic coastal North Carolina landscape. Elizabeth City also gives the road a new pace. It is not a place of shipyard cranes like Newport News or a massive city spread like Chesapeake. It is a river town with a working memory, a downtown close to the water, and a history that depends on passage. Its importance comes from connection. Pasquotank River to Albemarle Sound, canal to Chesapeake Bay, boats to roads, North Carolina to Virginia, inland farms to coastal waters. Leaving Elizabeth City, Route 17 continues toward Edenton, one of North Carolina's great colonial towns. That next stop will bring courthouse squares, churchyards, colonial houses, and Albemarle Sound into sharper view. But Elizabeth City prepares the traveler for that world. It is the first Carolina chapter where the road and water seem to move together. The highway has entered a landscape where history waits at the edge of docks, canals, bridges, and quiet river bends. That is why Elizabeth City belongs here. It is not only a stop after Chesapeake. It is the place where U.S. Route 17 crosses into North Carolina with purpose, carrying the traveler from Swamp Canal to River Harbor and from Tidewater, Virginia, into the Albemarle country. The Pasquotank opens the way, the Albemarle waits ahead, and the road follows. Chapter 10. Edenton, North Carolina. Route 17 reaches Edenton beside Albemarle Sound, where colonial government, waterfront trade, courthouse memory, and preserved 18th century streets give the road one of its richest North Carolina stops, where the Sound Road finds the cradle of the colony. U.S. Route 17 reaches Edenton after Elizabeth City has opened the journey into North Carolina waters. The road has crossed out of the canal country and moved toward a quieter shoreline, where the Albemarle Sound spreads wide, and the old town seems to face the water with the confidence of a place that has been important for a very long time. Edenton is not large, but it carries weight far beyond its size. It is one of those towns where the road does not simply pass a pretty waterfront. It passes through the early heart of North Carolina. The setting explains much of that importance. Edenton sits near the head of Albemarle Sound in Chowan County, where creeks, river mouths, and sheltered water made settlement, trade, and public life possible before roads could carry the same load. In early North Carolina, water was the easiest path across distance. Boats could move goods, people, letters, and news through a region where land routes were slow and uncertain. The town grew in that world. Its streets led toward the Sound because the Sound was the first great highway. Before English settlement, the region belonged to native people whose lives were tied to the Chowan River, Albemarle waters, forests, fish, fields, and seasonal movement. Chowan County itself carries the memory of the Chowanoac people in its name. That deeper beginning matters because Edenton did not rise on empty ground. It grew where earlier communities had already understood the rivers and sound as a living landscape. The later colonial town inherited the usefulness of that water country, even as it changed its meaning. English settlement in the Albemarle region reached back into the 17th century, and the community that became Edenton developed near Queen Anne's Creek. The town was incorporated in 1722 and named for Governor Charles Eden. For a period from the 1720s into the 1740s, Edenton served as North Carolina's colonial capital. That fact gives the town a remarkable place in the story of the state. Long before Raleigh became the planned capital, and long before the modern highway network connected North Carolina's regions, Edenton was a seat of government, trade, and social influence on the Albemarle. A traveler on Route 17 should feel that older importance in the town's layout. Edenton is a water town and a courthouse town at the same time. The streets move toward the waterfront, but public life also gathers around the courthouse green. That combination makes the place unusually complete. It was a port, a seat of law, a residential town, and a commercial center all at once. The road arriving today enters a town that was already central when the colony was still young. The 1767 Chowan County Courthouse is one of Edenton's strongest landmarks. Standing at the head of the green, it is among the most important surviving colonial public buildings in North Carolina. Its balanced brick form and quiet authority help the reader understand that Edenton's history was not merely domestic or scenic. This was a place where law, land, taxes, records, and public meetings gave structure to colonial life. Courthouse greens are powerful because they hold civic memory in open air. People came to this ground for decisions that shaped property, obligation, and community standing. The building still gives Edenton a center that feels older than the traffic moving past it. Edenton's waterfront gave the town another center. In the 18th century, the port connected local planters, merchants, mariners, and tradesmen to a wider Atlantic world. Tobacco, naval stores, grain, lumber, imported goods, and household supplies moved through the Albemarle region by water. Wharves and warehouses mattered because they turned a shoreline into commerce. The town's harbor was protected enough to make Edenton useful, and useful enough to make it prosperous. The waterfront was not only a pleasant view, it was work, risk, credit, labor, and opportunity. That waterfront identity can still be felt near Edenton Bay, where the old town seems to open itself toward the water. The Barker House, now a welcome center, stands near that edge and helps connect visitors to the town's Revolutionary-era memory. Penelope Barker is remembered for leading the Edenton Tea Party in 1774, when local women publicly supported resistance to British taxation. The event gave Edenton a place in the larger movement toward independence, but it also gives the town a more personal kind of fame. It shows women using a port town's connections, letters, reputation, and public voice to make a statement that traveled far beyond the Albemarle. The Cupola House adds another layer. Built in 1758 by Francis Corbin, it stands as one of North Carolina's most important colonial houses. Its unusual form, gardens, and long survival help make Edenton one of the best places in the state to see the built world of 18th century coastal wealth. But houses like this should never be read only as decoration. They belong to a society shaped by land, trade, rank, and enslaved labor. Edenton's beauty is real, and so is the harder history beneath that beauty. An excellent chapter has to hold both truths without turning the town into either a postcard or a lecture. The James Iredell House brings national history into Edenton's streets. Iredell became one of the first justices of the United States Supreme Court and his Edenton home reminds the traveler that this small town helped produce people who shaped the early republic. That is part of Edenton's surprise. The town feels quiet today, but its 18th century role placed it close to debates, letters, courts, and decisions that reached far beyond Chowan County. Edenton also belongs to the story of movement toward freedom. Its waterfront, creeks, and maritime connections later made it part of the broader world of escape routes and communication tied to the Maritime Underground Railroad. Harriet Jacobs, born into slavery in Edenton, later became one of the most important writers to describe the experience of enslavement and the struggle for freedom. Her story gives the town a deeper moral weight. Edenton's preserved streets are beautiful, but they also stand near histories of confinement, courage, secrecy, and departure. By the 19th century, Edenton had to adjust as trade patterns changed. Railroads, steamboats, larger ports, and modern roads shifted the balance of commerce. Yet the town did not lose its identity. Instead, it kept an unusually intact historic core. Churches, houses, public buildings, the courthouse green, and waterfront views continued to make the place legible. That is why Edenton feels so valuable on Route 17. It lets the traveler see how an early capital and port town could survive after its greatest political and commercial power had passed elsewhere. The road through Edenton is therefore more than a connector between Elizabeth City and the towns farther south. It is a pause beside Albemarle Sound where the highway touches the early foundation of North Carolina. A driver moving too quickly might see only brick houses, trees, and water. The better traveler sees a colonial capital, a courthouse green, a port, a Soundside town, a revolutionary memory, and a place tied to freedom stories that still matter. Edenton gives Section 2 one of its richest chapters because it gathers the themes of the whole water corridor. Canals brought the road into North Carolina at Elizabeth City. Albemarle Sound now opens the road toward an older colonial center. Ahead, Route 17 will continue toward Williamston and the rivers and farm country farther south. But Edenton deserves a full stop before the journey moves on. It is the kind of town that proves why this road matters. The highway is not only carrying the reader down the coast, it is carrying the reader through places where water, law, trade, memory, and endurance shape the oldest parts of the Carolina story. Section 3. Rivers, Ports, and Coastal Carolina. After Edenton, U.S. Route 17 leaves the oldest Albemarle towns and begins moving deeper into eastern North Carolina's river country. The road turns toward a landscape shaped by broad waterways, working ports, courthouse towns, military roads, tobacco fields, pine forests, and the long approach to the Atlantic coast. Williamston, New Bern, Jacksonville, Wilmington, and Shallotte each show a different stage of that movement. Some places grew beside rivers that carried trade long before highways arrived. Others became important through colonial government, railroads, military expansion, shipyards, bridges, and coastal travel. In this section, Route 17 becomes a Carolina road in full, crossing from inland river towns toward the ports and beach approaches of the lower coast. The highway follows water again and again, reminding the traveler that eastern North Carolina was built not only by roads, but by rivers, sounds, harbors, and the people who learned how to live beside them. Chapter 11. Williamston, North Carolina. Route 17 reaches Williamston beside the Roanoke River, where old landing roads, county government, forest products, floodplain farms, and river trade carried eastern North Carolina toward the coast, where the Roanoke Road carries the river trade. U.S. Route 17 leaves Edenton with Albemarle Sound behind it and begins turning toward the river country of eastern North Carolina. The road no longer feels tied only to colonial waterfronts and courthouse greens beside the Sound. It moves inland enough to find fields, pine woods, swamp edges, bridges, and the great dark course of the Roanoke River. Williamston stands at that crossing with a history shaped by water as much as pavement. It is a county seat, a river town, a trading place, and one of the first places in Section 3 where the road shows how inland rivers helped build coastal Carolina. The Roanoke River explains Williamston before the highway does. Rising far to the west and flowing toward Albemarle Sound, the river was one of the great natural routes of northeastern North Carolina. Older names and older use came before English settlement. Indigenous people knew the river, its bottomlands, fish, high banks, swamp borders, and seasonal movements long before it became a shipping route for colonial products. The country around Williamston was not empty land waiting for a road. It was a river landscape already understood by people who lived with water, forest, and flood. The locality that became Williamston was associated with native place names often rendered as Skewerkey or Squawkey. English settlers later knew the site as Tar Landing, a plain but revealing name. Tar, pitch, turpentine, and other forest products were among the materials that made eastern North Carolina important to the Atlantic world. Pine forests produced naval stores needed for ships, barrels, rigging, and trade. A landing on the Roanoke could gather those goods from the surrounding countryside and send them toward markets by water. That is how many towns began in this region. They did not start with grand plans. They started because a riverbank was useful. Martin County was formed in 1774 from parts of Halifax and Tyrrell counties. The county name was originally tied to Josiah Martin, North Carolina's last royal governor, but later local memory often connected it with Alexander Martin, a Revolutionary-era leader and governor of the state. Williamston was laid out in 1779 and became the county seat. That timing matters. The town grew during the age when eastern North Carolina needed public centers, river landings, and market towns to turn scattered settlement into organized county life. As a county seat, Williamston became more than Tar Landing. It became the place where law, records, taxes, elections, disputes, and public business came together. Farmers and landowners traveled in from fields and rural roads. Merchants handled goods. Lawyers, clerks, sheriffs, witnesses, and families brought the county into town on court days. A courthouse town gave a rural county a center of gravity. It made public life visible. That courthouse identity is still part of Williamston's character. The old Martin County Courthouse, built in the late 19th century, gives the town a civic landmark tied to that long county seat tradition. Other historic structures, including the Asa Biggs House and the Dr. W. Bagley office, add smaller but important pieces to the town's built memory. These places help the traveler see Williamston not only as a road stop, but as a community where government, professional life, home life, and river commerce once stood close together. The Roanoke River kept giving Williamston its deeper meaning. Through the 19th century and into the 20th, the town served as a transportation center for naval stores, farm products, timber, meat, and other goods moving through the region. River traffic did not make Williamston a seaport, but it connected the town to the coast. Goods could move down the Roanoke toward the Albemarle waters and beyond. In a flat, wet, forested region where roads could be poor and travel slow, the river was not secondary. It was the working line that made trade possible, and it gave a small river town a connection to places far beyond its own fields and streets. That river also brought uncertainty. The Roanoke was famous for floods, and floodplain towns learned that water could carry both prosperity and damage. Bottomland farms gained rich soil from the river system, but high water could also cut roads, endanger homes, and remind residents that the river had its own authority. That tension gives Williamston a different tone from Edenton. Edenton looks toward a protected sound and a preserved colonial waterfront. Williamston faces a river corridor that feels more interior, more practical, and more tied to farms, forest, and flood. Railroads and highways later changed the pattern of movement, but they did not erase the river. Like many older towns, Williamston had to adapt as transportation moved from landing to rail line to paved road. U.S. Route 17 belongs to that later story. The highway gave travelers and commerce a faster way to move through eastern North Carolina, but it followed a place already shaped by older travel. A bridge, a road sign, and a modern business corridor may catch the eye first, yet the reason the town matters still lies in the relationship between county roads and the Roanoke. Civil War history also touched Martin County through the river. Fort Branch, near Hamilton northwest of Williamston, was built on high ground at Rainbow Banks to help defend the upper Roanoke River Valley and important transportation routes from Union gunboats. The fort was not in downtown Williamston, but it belongs to the same river geography. It shows why the Roanoke mattered militarily. Whoever controlled the river could threaten supply lines, interior towns, and movement through the valley. In this part of North Carolina, even inland places felt the pressure of waterborne war. Williamston's religious and community history adds another layer. Skewerkey Baptist Church, founded in the late 18th century and later represented by a 19th century building, connects the town area to one of the older Baptist congregations in Martin County. Church life in rural eastern North Carolina helped organize families, burial grounds, worship, local identity, and memory. It gives the chapter something more human than trade lists and courthouse dates. People did not only ship goods and record deeds here, they baptized children, buried relatives, gathered for worship, bought supplies, repaired fences, watched the river, and made a home from the same land the road now crosses. For Route 17, Williamston serves as a transition chapter. The road has left the Albemarle colonial world of Edenton and has not yet reached the deeper port history of New Bern or the military roads near Jacksonville. Williamston stands between those worlds, rooted in the Roanoke River and Martin County's inland coastal plain. It shows that Section 3 will not be only about big ports, busy bridges, or beach approaches. It will also be about the river towns that made coastal Carolina work from the inside. A traveler entering Williamston should look for that older arrangement. The highway, the river bridge, the courthouse memory, the old houses, the church history, and the surrounding fields all belong to one story of movement. Tar and turpentine came to the landing. Court business came to town. Farms and forests sent their products outward. War looked at the river and saw strategy. Later highways carried new traffic across the same landscape. Leaving Williamston, Route 17 continues south toward New Bern, where the Trent and Neuse rivers will give the journey one of North Carolina's great colonial port cities. Williamston prepares the reader for that next stage by showing how river trade begins before the port becomes grand. It is a quieter chapter, but not a thin one. Its strength is in the Roanoke, in tar landing, in county government, in floodplain life, and in the old truth that eastern North Carolina was built by people who understood where water could carry them. The road follows that lesson south. Chapter 12. New Bern, North Carolina. Route 17 reaches New Bern at the meeting of the Neuse and Trent rivers, where colonial government, river trade, restored palace grounds, Civil War memory, and downtown streets give the coastal highway one of its great Carolina stops, where two rivers carried a colonial capital. U.S. Route 17 reaches New Bern after leaving Williamston and the Roanoke River country behind. The road has been following eastern North Carolina deeper into a world of rivers, low forests, farms, old trading places, and towns that grew because water made them useful. New Bern stands apart because its rivers did more than help a town survive. They helped make it one of the most important places in early North Carolina. At the meeting of the Neuse and Trent rivers, the highway comes into a city where water, government, trade, war, invention, and preservation all share the same streets. The setting is the first explanation. New Bern sits where the Trent River enters the Neuse, a broad and powerful waterway leading toward Pamlico Sound. Before strong roads crossed this region, rivers were the practical routes. They carried boats, goods, letters, people, and authority through a country of wetlands, forests, farms, and sounds. A town at this meeting place could look inland and outward at the same time. It could receive farm products from the backcountry, handle river traffic, connect with coastal waters, and serve as a doorway into the larger Carolina world. Long before European settlement, this was native ground. The Tuscarora and other indigenous people knew the rivers, fishing places, fields, forests, and travel routes that shaped this part of the coastal plain. English and European settlement did not begin on empty land. It entered a place already understood and inhabited. That truth matters in New Bern because the beauty of its waterfront and old streets can make the town look too settled, too orderly, as if history began with brick and formal gardens. It did not. The rivers carried older stories first. The European town was founded in 1710 by Swiss and German settlers led by Christoph von Grafenried. They named the settlement for Bern, Switzerland, and the bear from that old European city still appears as a symbol around modern New Bern. The name gives the town a distinct identity among North Carolina places. New Bern was not only another English river town, it carried a Swiss and Palatine beginning into the Carolina Lowcountry, where settlers had to adapt quickly to climate, conflict, distance, and the hard realities of colonial life. Early New Bern faced danger and uncertainty. The Tuscarora War, which began soon after the settlement was founded, shook the region and showed how unstable colonial expansion could be. The rivers that made settlement possible also connected zones of tension, movement, and defense. For European settlers, New Bern became a place to build, trade, and govern. For native people, the same period brought loss, pressure, and conflict. A full road chapter has to keep both sides in view. The city is beautiful today, but its beginning was not simple. New Bern grew stronger because of its position. The rivers helped make it a trading center, and trade brought merchants, craftsmen, warehouses, wharves, boats, and public business. Tar, pitch, turpentine, lumber, agricultural goods, imported items, and household supplies moved through the region. The town became a place where the coastal plain could meet the wider Atlantic economy. A waterfront was not decoration in that world. It was work. It meant credit, cargo, labor, weather, and risk. The greatest symbol of colonial New Bern is Tryon Palace. Built between 1767 and 1770, it served as the first permanent capital of the colony of North Carolina and as the home of Royal Governor William Tryon. The original palace later burned, but its reconstruction and gardens now give visitors a strong sense of the town's 18th century importance. The building matters because it shows that New Bern was not merely a port, it was a seat of power. Laws, ceremonies, official gatherings, and political arguments all came through this place beside the rivers. Tryon Palace also helps explain the scale of New Bern's ambition. In a colony of scattered settlements and difficult travel, such a formal government building made a statement. It brought Georgian order into a watery Carolina landscape. It said that authority had a home here. Yet the palace also reminds the reader that colonial government rested on inequality, landholding, taxation, and enslaved labor. Its beauty is real, but it belongs to a complicated world. The Revolution changed New Bern's meaning again. The town became tied to North Carolina's movement toward independence, and in 1774, it was the site of the first provincial Congress, held in defiance of royal authority. That moment fits the city perfectly. A place built as a colonial capital became a place where colonial resistance found a public voice. The same streets and river approaches that had served royal government now helped carry a different political future. After independence, New Bern continued as a center of state government for a time, until Raleigh became the planned capital. Losing the capital did not end New Bern's importance. It remained a river port, a county seat, a commercial town, and a cultural center. Its churches, houses, schools, public buildings, and downtown streets kept the memory of importance, even as political power moved inland. That is one reason New Bern feels so rich today. It is a city whose greatest official role passed elsewhere, but whose historic fabric remained. The Civil War brought another hard chapter. In March 1862, Union forces captured New Bern during Burnside's campaign, and the city remained under Union control for much of the war. The occupation changed daily life and brought soldiers, hospitals, refugees, destruction, and new possibilities for formerly enslaved people seeking freedom behind Union lines. The New Bern Academy, originally rebuilt in 1809 as a school, later served as a Union hospital. Buildings that had been made for education, trade, worship, and home life were pulled into wartime needs. That wartime history gives New Bern more depth than a simple colonial portrait. It was not only a palace town or a river town. It was also a Civil War town. a place where occupation, emancipation, military rule, and Reconstruction changed the meaning of streets already old by then. Route 17 travelers should feel that layering. New Bern's history is not arranged in one neat period. It stacks colonial power, revolutionary challenge, 19th century commerce, war, and modern preservation on top of one another. Downtown New Bern gives the city its human scale. Streets such as Myrtle and Pollock carry shops, restaurants, older buildings, church towers, and storefronts that keep the city walkable and alive. The birthplace of Pepsi adds a very different kind of memory. In 1898, pharmacist Caleb Bradham created the drink that became Pepsi Cola in his downtown drugstore. That story is lighter than Tryon Palace or Civil War occupation, but it matters because it shows New Bern continuing to create identity after its colonial age had passed. A small-town drugstore became part of national popular culture. For U.S. Route 17, New Bern is one of the strongest chapters in eastern North Carolina. The city gathers the section's themes into one place: rivers, ports, colonial government, downtown life, war, trade, and the long movement from inland Carolina toward the coast. Williamston gave the road the Roanoke River. New Bern gives it the Neuse and Trent, and with them a larger sense of Carolina history. Leaving New Bern, Route 17 will continue toward Jacksonville and the military and coastal plain world ahead. But New Bern deserves a long pause before the highway moves on. It is a city where the road meets two rivers and finds a capital's memory still standing near the water. The traveler who slows down here can see why the place mattered. Boats once came in, laws were argued, palaces rose, soldiers occupied streets, a pharmacist mixed a new drink, and the rivers kept holding the city in place. New Bern is not just another stop on the coastal highway. It is one of the places where North Carolina can still be read from the waterfront inward. Chapter 13, Jacksonville, North Carolina. Route 17 reaches Jacksonville beside the New River, where an old county seat, river landings, Civil War memory, Marine Corps expansion, and a changed 20th century city give the coastal highway one of its most distinctive Carolina stops, where the New River Road meets the Marine City. U.S. Route 17 reaches Jacksonville after leaving New Bern and crossing deeper into the low country of eastern North Carolina. The road has already followed the Albemarle Waters, the Roanoke River country, and the two-river capital of New Bern. Now it comes to the New River, a waterway that gives Jacksonville its first reason for being and still explains much of the city's shape. The chapter feels different at once. Jacksonville is not only an old river town, it is also a modern military city, a county seat, a commercial center, and a place transformed by the arrival of Camp Lejeune. The New River is the key to the older story. In Onslow County, it bends through fields, forests, wetlands, and tidal reaches before widening toward the coast. Unlike some larger rivers that pull a whole region toward distant ports, the New River feels local and intimate. It rises and reaches the sea within the same county, making it one of the defining features of Onslow life. Before highways carried most traffic, the river helped organize settlement, trade, fishing, timber movement, and communication. A traveler entering Jacksonville by road should still imagine the older approach by water. Long before English settlement, this region belonged to indigenous communities who understood the river, creeks, hunting grounds, fish, shellfish, and seasonal routes of the coastal plain. The later town and county grew inside a landscape already known and used. That matters in Jacksonville because modern traffic and military growth can make the place feel young, but the land itself is not young. The river country had memory before the courthouse, before the highway, and before the base. Onslow County was formed in the 18th century and named for Arthur Onslow, Speaker of the British House of Commons. The settlement that became Jacksonville was first known by names tied to local families and ferry or landing points, including Watlin's Ferry. That kind of beginning fits the region. A ferry, a river crossing, a landing, and a courthouse could give a small place importance before it ever looked like a city. People needed somewhere to cross the river, settle public business, bring goods, hear news, and connect scattered farms to a common center. By the 19th century, the town had taken the name Jacksonville, honoring Andrew Jackson. Its role as the Onslow County seat gave it permanence. Courthouse towns in eastern North Carolina were practical places. They gathered deeds, wills, taxes, court cases, elections, stores, churches, and local argument into one recognizable center. Jacksonville's early importance did not depend on size. It depended on function. The county needed a place to meet itself, and the town beside the New River served that purpose. The old courthouse pattern still matters, even though modern Jacksonville has grown far beyond it. Court Street, New Bridge Street, the riverfront, and the older downtown area remind the traveler that this was not always a city of wide roads and military traffic. It had the smaller rhythm of a county town. Farmers, merchants, lawyers, clerks, boatmen, and families came in from the countryside. The river helped connect them, and the courthouse gave their movement a civic center. The Civil War added a harder chapter to the New River. In 1862, Union naval forces moved into the region during the Battle of New River, an action tied to control of waterways, supplies, and coastal movement. The converted gunboat Ellis pushed up the river, and the fighting showed again how much eastern North Carolina depended on its water routes. Jacksonville was not one of the great battlefield names of the war, but the New River made it part of the conflict's coastal geography. Rivers carried danger as well as trade. For decades after the war, Jacksonville remained a relatively small county seat. It lived from local commerce, agriculture, timber, fishing, river traffic, and the steady business of Onslow County. The surrounding countryside produced crops and forest products, while the river and nearby coast gave the county a maritime identity. This older Jacksonville was not yet the city many travelers know today. It was a river town with courthouse habits, rural surroundings, and a pace shaped by local needs. Then the 20th century changed everything. In 1941, the Marine Corps established what became Camp Lejeune in Onslow County. The same geography that had shaped the old settlement now drew national attention. Water, open land, coastal access, and room for training made the area valuable for amphibious warfare preparation at a time when the United States was moving toward World War II. Jacksonville grew rapidly because the base brought Marines, sailors, civilian workers, families, housing, stores, schools, services, and roads on a scale the old town had never seen. That change is the central drama of the chapter. Many Route 17 towns grew gradually through courthouse life, river trade, railroads, or tourism. Jacksonville was reshaped almost overnight by military expansion. The population swelled. New businesses opened, streets filled with uniforms, military families, contractors, young service members, and local residents adjusting to a new world. The town did not simply add a military base nearby. It became part of a larger military community. Camp Lejeune and Marine Corps Air Station, New River still define much of Jacksonville's identity. The city is closely tied to marine life, deployment, return, training, memory, and service families. That gives Jacksonville a different emotional tone from earlier chapters. New Bern looks back to colonial government and palace grounds. Jacksonville looks toward the lives of people passing through training, duty, relocation, and homecoming. Its history is not only old, it is constantly renewed by movement. Lejeune Memorial Gardens gives that modern identity a visible place. The Beirut Memorial, the Onslow Vietnam Veterans Memorial, the Montford Point Marine Memorial, and the 9/11 Memorial Beam gather memory into a public landscape. These memorials remind the traveler that Jacksonville's military story is not abstract. It belongs to names, families, loss, courage, and remembrance. And a road book that matters because the highway is carrying the reader through a city where national service is part of daily life. Jacksonville also keeps turning back toward the New River, the riverfront, Jacksonville Landing, Wilson Bay, and the water access points within the city show that the older geography has not disappeared. People still fish, launch boats, walk near the water, and look across the river that gave the place its first shape. The river is less commercially dominant than it once was, but it remains the city's natural center. Even in a city changed by Camp Lejeune, the New River still explains why Jacksonville is here. For U.S. Route 17, Jacksonville is a necessary stop because it expands the meaning of coastal Carolina. The road is not only about colonial towns, old ports, courthouse greens, and preserved waterfronts. It is also about places remade by the 20th century. Jacksonville shows how a small river county seat could become a marine city while still carrying older layers beneath the surface. The highway passes through both worlds at once. Leaving Jacksonville, Route 17 continues toward Wilmington, where the story will return to a major port city in the lower Cape Fear. But Jacksonville stands between New Bern and Wilmington as the New River chapter, the Onslow County chapter, and the Military Transformation chapter. It teaches the traveler that a road through history must include change as well as preservation. Some towns are remembered because they stayed visibly old. Jacksonville is remembered because old river geography met modern military purpose and became something larger. That is why the city belongs in this journey. The New River gave Jacksonville its beginning. The courthouse gave it civic weight. Camp Lejeune gave it sudden growth and national meaning. Route 17 carries all of those stories through the city, then sends the traveler onward toward the next Carolina port. Chapter 14. Wilmington, North Carolina. Route 17 reaches Wilmington beside the Cape Fear River, where port traffic, colonial streets, railroad memory, Civil War blockade running, and riverfront life give the coastal highway one of its great Carolina city chapters, where the Cape Fear carries the port city. U.S. Route 17 reaches Wilmington after the military road and New River story of Jacksonville, and the change is immediate. The road is still in coastal North Carolina, still moving through pine country, lowland creeks, and the approach to the Atlantic, but Wilmington gives the journey a larger river city. Here, the Cape Fear River becomes the center of the chapter. It is not a background feature or a pretty edge of town. It is the reason Wilmington grew, prospered, suffered, rebuilt, and remained one of North Carolina's most important coastal places. Wilmington stands on the east bank of the Cape Fear River, inland from the ocean, but tied to it by a navigable channel. That position made the city different from smaller river towns farther north. Williamston belonged to the Roanoke, New Bern belonged to the Neuse and Trent, and Jacksonville belonged to the New River and the Marine Corps world that later reshaped it. Wilmington belongs to the Cape Fear, a broad working river that carried trade from the interior to the sea and brought ocean commerce back into North Carolina. Before English settlement, the lower Cape Fear region was part of a native world shaped by waterways, forests, fishing grounds, and travel routes. European settlement came slowly and unevenly to this coast because the river mouths, barrier islands, shoals, storms, and conflicts made the region difficult. Yet the same geography that made the Cape Fear challenging also made it valuable. Whoever could control the river could control movement between inland plantations, pine forests, farms, and the Atlantic. The town that became Wilmington developed in the 18th century after earlier settlements in the lower Cape Fear region struggled to hold their place. It was known by several names before the name Wilmington took hold, honoring Spencer Compton, Earl of Wilmington. Its river position gave it power. Goods could come down from the backcountry and plantation districts, then move outward toward Atlantic markets. Manufactured items, tools, cloth, household goods, and news came back upriver. The river made Wilmington a receiving place and a sending place at the same time. Naval stores helped define early Wilmington. Tar, pitch, turpentine, and rosin came from the pine forest that stretched across the coastal plain. These products were essential to wooden sailing ships, and North Carolina became closely tied to that trade. Wilmington's wharves, warehouses, merchants, laborers, and river pilots all belonged to that world. The port city was not born from scenery. It was born from work, trees cut inland, barrels loaded, cargo weighed, vessels guided, and credit extended across water. The Cape Fear also tied Wilmington to rice, lumber, cotton, peanuts, and other goods that moved through the port in different eras. River commerce brought wealth, but it also depended on unequal labor and on a social order that left deep scars. Enslaved people worked in the region's plantations, waterfront spaces, trades, and households. A serious chapter about Wilmington cannot admire the riverfront without remembering the labor and suffering that helped build the city's prosperity. The old streets are beautiful, but the history beneath them is not simple. Wilmington became a place of streets, churches, public buildings, and riverfront commerce. Its historic district still shows the scale of an older port city. Brick buildings, shaded blocks, church steeples, ironwork, narrow streets, and houses from different periods create a city that can be read on foot. The road traveler who leaves the highway mindset for a while can feel how Wilmington grew from the river back into the town. The water came first, but streets, stores, banks, churches, and neighborhoods turned the port into a city. The railroad gave Wilmington another kind of power. The Wilmington and Weldon Railroad became one of the most important transportation lines in North Carolina, tying the city to markets, passengers, mail, and military movement far beyond the Cape Fear. Rail made the port more effective because it connected river shipping to inland movement, and a road book that matters. Route 17 is one transportation layer, but Wilmington had been shaped by water and rail long before the modern highway carried travelers along the coast. During the Civil War, Wilmington became one of the Confederacy's most important ports. Its location on the Cape Fear River, protected by Fort Fisher near the river's mouth, made it a center of blockade running. Fast ships tried to slip through the Union blockade with supplies that the Confederacy badly needed. The river, the inlets, the shoals, and the fort all became part of one dangerous system. Wilmington remained valuable because it was hard to close. That changed when Fort Fisher fell in January 1865. Once Union forces captured the fort, Wilmington's usefulness as a blockade-running port collapsed. Union troops entered the city soon after. The fall of Wilmington was not only a local event, it helped close one of the last major supply routes available to the Confederacy. For Route 17, this gives Wilmington a Civil War weight different from Jacksonville or New Bern. Here, the story is not only occupation or a local battlefield. It is the closing of a port that had reached across the Atlantic. After the war, Wilmington continued to be a river city, but its memory became more complicated. The city grew through shipping, railroads, industry, neighborhoods, and civic institutions. It also carried one of North Carolina's hardest histories. In 1898, Wilmington was the site of a violent white supremacist coup and massacre that overthrew local government and terrorized the black community. That event is part of the city's story and cannot be erased from an honest account. It reminds the traveler that historic streets can hold beauty and trauma at the same time. Wilmington's 20th century story added new layers. The port remained important, and the modern state port of Wilmington continued the city's role as a working gateway. Ships, cranes, warehouses, rail access, trucks, and deepened channels belong to the same old pattern in a newer form. The cargo changed. The equipment changed. The river did not. The Cape Fear still carries the city's economic purpose. Downtown Wilmington also found a new public life along the riverfront. The Riverwalk restored buildings, restaurants, hotels, theaters, and waterfront views invite visitors to slow down and see the city from the water's edge. That modern charm works because the older structure is still there. Wilmington is not pretending to be a river city. It has always been one. The boardwalk, the port, the bridges, the steeples, and the warehouses all point back to the Cape Fear. For U.S. Route 17, Wilmington is one of the great turning points of the North Carolina section. The road has passed through river towns, old colonial memory, county seats, military landscapes, and coastal plain corridors. In Wilmington, those themes gather into a larger port city. The highway meets a place where colonial trade, naval stores, railroads, Civil War blockade running, difficult civic memory, and modern waterfront life all occupy the same ground. Leaving Wilmington, Route 17 continues toward Shallotte and the lower coastal roads near the South Carolina line. The beaches and the Grand Strand world are getting closer, but Wilmington deserves a full pause before the journey moves on. It is not simply a city on the way to the coast. It is a city made by the coast's inland river, a port where North Carolina's interior met the Atlantic, and a place where the road reminds the traveler that water has carried history longer than pavement ever has. The Cape Fear gives Wilmington its voice. The river brought trade, ships, soldiers, laborers, merchants, hardship, recovery, and reinvention across generations of change. Route 17 passes through that voice and then continues south, carrying the memory of a port city that still looks toward the water for its meaning. Chapter 15. Shallotte, North Carolina. Route 17 reaches Shallotte beside the Shallotte River, where Brunswick County fields, tidal water, old river traffic, beach roads, and coastal Carolina growth meet before the highway turns toward South Carolina, where the river road turns toward the Brunswick coast. U.S. Route 17 reaches Shallotte after Wilmington has given the journey one of its great port city chapters. The Cape Fear River, the old riverfront, the railroad story, the Civil War blockade, and the movement of ships all remain behind the traveler. South of Wilmington, the highway enters another kind of coastal North Carolina. The scale becomes lower and more open. Pine woods, sandy soil, tidal creeks, farm fields, beach roads, shopping strips, and small communities begin to share the same corridor. Shallotte stands at the center of that changing landscape. Shallotte is not a large city, and that is part of its value in this book. It does not try to compete with Wilmington's port history or New Bern's colonial capital story. Its importance comes from position. It sits in Brunswick County near the Shallotte River and close to the beaches that line the lower North Carolina coast. Route 17 does not pass here by accident. The road follows an older pattern of movement through a county where rivers, ferries, farms, crossroads, and coastal approaches all mattered before modern traffic arrived. The name Shallotte carries its own layered story. Local tradition connects the name to an earlier form, Charlotte, possibly linked to Queen Charlotte, wife of King George III. Over time, pronunciation and spelling moved toward Shallotte, the name now attached to both the town and the river. That small change is a reminder that place names are not always fixed at the beginning. They shift as people speak them, write them, and pass them through generations. Long before the town was incorporated, this part of Brunswick County belonged to a coastal plain world shaped by native presence, rivers, forests, marshes, and paths that tied inland ground to water. The wider Brunswick region was home to indigenous people before English and other European settlers pushed into the lower Cape Fear and surrounding waterways. Later settlement followed the same geography. People came where land could be farmed, timber could be cut, fish could be taken, and water could move goods more easily than rough roads. Brunswick County itself was formed in 1764 from New Hanover and Bladen counties. The county name looks back to Brunswick Town on the Cape Fear River and to the British royal connection behind that name. For Shallotte, that county story matters because the town grew within a broad coastal county where settlement did not center on one city alone. Communities rose near rivers, sounds, inlets, churches, landing places, and country roads. Shallotte became one of those important local centers. Settlement in the Shallotte area dates back to the 18th century, and the Shallotte River gave the place its early usefulness. The river was not a grand port like the Cape Fear at Wilmington, but it was a working waterway. Small boats, flatboats, rafts, and sailing vessels helped move goods through the local economy. In a sandy, rural county where overland travel could be slow and difficult, the river offered a practical route. Farmers, fishermen, timbermen, merchants, and families all depended on water in ways that modern travelers can easily overlook. That river traffic gave Shallotte a different personality from an inland courthouse town. Its early life belonged to the meeting of field and water. Agricultural goods, forest products, supplies, and household needs moved through local landing places. The river connected scattered farms and settlements to a wider coastal world. Even when the waterway was modest, it mattered because it reduced isolation. In a place like Shallotte, a small river could become a community's first highway. The town's formal story continued in the 19th century. A post office was established in Shallotte in 1837, and the town was incorporated in 1899. Those dates help show how slowly rural places sometimes become official. The community existed as a settlement, trading point, church area, and river place long before it became a municipality on paper. Incorporation gave the town a legal identity, but the habits that made it important were older than the charter. Church life helped anchor that early community. The historical marker in Shalott notes the importance of an early church site and points toward the role religious gathering places played in rural Brunswick County. A church was not only a place for worship, it was a place of names, marriages, burials, visiting, news, and identity. In a county of farms, rivers, and scattered roads, churches helped people understand where they belonged. Roads eventually changed Shallott's relationship with the river. By the early 20th century, improved roads began to replace some of the older river traffic. The Shalott River had carried commercial vessels into the 1920s, but automobiles and highways altered the pattern of movement. Goods that once depended on water could now move by truck. Families who once thought in terms of landings and ferries began to think in terms of paved roads, bridges, and beach highways. Route 17 belongs to that transformation. The road also made Shalott a gateway. Travelers heading south from Wilmington and toward the South Carolina line passed through a town that stands near Ocean Isle Beach, Sunset Beach, Holden Beach, and other parts of the Brunswick Islands region. That beach connection changed the local economy and the town's public face. Shalott became a service center for residents, farmers, visitors, beach property owners, and travelers moving along the lower coast. Stores, restaurants, motels, offices, and later larger commercial areas grew because the road brought people through. Yet Shalott should not be read only as a modern shopping stop. That would miss the older ground beneath it. The river is still there. The nearby Lowcountry is still shaped by tide, marsh, sandy soil, pine, live oak, and the pull of the coast. Roads lead outward toward fishing communities, beach bridges, old family land, and places where the water still gives the area its character. The town's modern growth sits on top of a much older coastal pattern. Shalott Point adds another useful image. South of the town center, where the river bends toward marsh and open water, live oaks and river views give the traveler a stronger sense of the older Brunswick coast. This is the kind of place that helps explain why Shalott belongs in the Route 17 story. The highway may show traffic lights and businesses, but the surrounding landscape still speaks in creeks, docks, river bends, and beach approaches. For U.S. Route 17, Shalott becomes the closing North Carolina chapter before the route moves towards South Carolina. That gives the town a special job. It gathers the themes of Section 3 into one final stop. Williamston brought the road to the Roanoke River. New Bern gave it the meeting of the Neuse and Trent. Jacksonville gave it the New River and the Marine Corps City. Wilmington gave it the Cape Fear Port. Shalott gives the section its lower coastal threshold, where rivers, beach roads, Brunswick County history, and modern coastal growth all come together. Leaving Shalott, the traveler feels the next change coming. The Grand Strand in South Carolina wait ahead, and the highway will soon enter a world of resort towns, marsh roads, rice country memory, and low country approaches. But Shalott deserves its pause before that crossing. It reminds the reader that not every important road town is large or famous. Some matter because they stand where a river, a county road, a beach approach, and a regional highway meet. That is why Shalott belongs in this journey. It is a Brunswick County river town, a beach gateway, a service center, and an older coastal crossroads at once. The road through it carries more than traffic southward. It carries the memory of riverboats, sandy roads, church gatherings, farm goods, fishing families, beach travelers, and the steady reshaping of coastal Carolina. Route 17 moves on from here, but Shalott leaves the North Carolina section with the feeling of a road nearing the next shore, still following water, still passing through towns that remember how they began. Section 4. The Grand Strand and Lowcountry. After Shalott, U.S. Route 17 crosses out of North Carolina and enters a different coastal world. The road moves into South Carolina, where beach towns, resort strips, old fishing communities, rice country memory, tidal rivers, marsh roads, and low country history begin to gather along the highway. North Myrtle Beach, Georgetown, Mount Pleasant, and Charleston. Each show a different face of this section. Some places are known today for sand, hotels, golf courses, boardwalks, and summer crowds. Others carry older stories of plantations, ports, ferries, churches, rice fields, Gullah Geechee culture, Revolutionary and Civil War memory, and rivers that shaped settlement long before tourism arrived. In this section, Route 17 becomes both a beach road and a history road. It follows the Grand Strand, then bends toward the deeper Lowcountry, reminding the traveler that South Carolina's coast is not only a place of ocean views, it is a landscape where marsh, memory, labor, trade, and old roads still stand close to the modern highway. Chapter 16. North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Route 17 enters North Myrtle Beach with the Grand Strand opening wide, where old beach communities, fishing piers, shag music, family motels, and South Carolina resort roads begin the next coastal chapter, where the Grand Strand Road finds the beach music shore. U.S. Route 17 crosses into South Carolina after leaving Shallotte and the lower Brunswick coast, and the road quickly begins to feel different. North Carolina's river towns and tidal crossings give way to a brighter beach corridor, where palms, motels, seafood signs, golf courses, beach houses, shopping centers, and long Atlantic light gather close to the highway. North Myrtle Beach is the first South Carolina chapter of the journey, and it gives Section 4 its opening note. The road has reached the Grand Strand, but it has not left history behind. North Myrtle Beach is a modern city made from older beach communities. In 1968, Cherry Grove Beach, Ocean Drive Beach, Crescent Beach, and Windy Hill came together to form one municipality. That fact is important because the city should not be read as a single place that appeared all at once. It is a collection of beach neighborhoods, each with its own older rhythm, each shaped by fishing, cottages, dunes, small hotels, dance halls, family trips, and the slow expansion of coastal tourism. Route 17 passes through the combined city, but beneath the name North Myrtle Beach are several shore communities that grew up before consolidation. The land itself belonged first to older coastal worlds. Long before beach resorts and highway traffic, this part of the South Carolina coast was tied to indigenous presence, tidal creeks, maritime forests, ocean fishing, shellfish, and inland waterways. The Waccamaw and other native communities knew the rivers, swamps, and coastal plain around what later became Horry County. The Atlantic edge was never empty. It was a working and living landscape before visitors came looking for sand and summer rooms. European settlement and later plantation agriculture shaped the wider region, though the barrier beaches remained more difficult places to live permanently. Inland rivers, timber, rice country farther south, naval stores, small farms, and coastal routes gave northeastern South Carolina a mixed economy before tourism became the public face of the area. The beach itself was once more isolated than it appears today. Reaching it required local knowledge, sandy roads, ferries, and patience. That makes the modern ease of Route 17 more meaningful. The highway turned places that had once felt remote into regular stops on a long coastal road. Cherry Grove gives North Myrtle Beach one of its strongest historic images. Located near the northern end of the city, close to the marshes and inlets, Cherry Grove grew as a fishing and beach community. Its pier, canals, beach houses, and access to both ocean and marsh made it different from a purely commercial resort strip. Families came for fishing, surf, and a more relaxed beach life. Storms, especially Hurricane Hazel in 1954, changed the coast and forced rebuilding, but Cherry Grove remained part of the local identity. It reminds the traveler that the Grand Strand is not only hotels and entertainment. It is also docks, tides, piers, and people who measured time by weather and water. Ocean Drive gives the city a different kind of memory. Main Street and the Ocean Drive section became central to beach music and the Carolina Shag. The Shag grew from the movement, rhythm, and social life of beach communities, drawing from African American musical and dance traditions and later becoming a signature dance of the Carolinas. In Ocean Drive, clubs, jukeboxes, live bands, and summer crowds helped turn music into local culture. That history matters because it gives North Myrtle Beach something deeper than vacation scenery. it gives the place sound. The Carolina Shag is now strongly tied to North Myrtle Beach, especially through Main Street, dance clubs, festivals, and the Society of Stranders gatherings. Fat Harold's Beach Club and nearby dance spots are part of that living tradition. A traveler on Route May 17th noticed traffic, restaurants, and beach shops first, but the city also carries a cultural history of music played after dark, partners turning across polished floors, and generations returning to dance the same steps. Few road chapters have that kind of rhythm built into their identity. Crescent Beach and Windy Hill add still more pieces to the city's story. These communities grew with cottages, motels, beach roads, and family tourism as the Grand Strand became easier to reach. They helped shape the transition from small coastal retreats into a larger resort corridor. The pattern was repeated across the region. A few beach houses, then more roads, more visitors, more businesses, more seasonal jobs, and finally a year-round economy tied to travel. Route 17 became one of the lines that helped hold that growth together. The highway's role in North Myrtle Beach is especially important. This is a road chapter where US 17 is not hidden in the background. It is part of the city's daily life. Businesses line the corridor because travelers use it. Hotels, restaurants, golf shops, beach stores, music venues, and family attractions gather along and near it because the road brings people from town to town. The highway works almost like a long front porch for the Grand Strand. It shows the public face of the beach economy, while smaller streets lead east toward the ocean and west toward marshes, neighborhoods, and inland Carolina. Barefoot Landing shows how the newer resort economy added another layer to the old beach communities. Built around lakes, shops, restaurants, entertainment spaces, and boardwalk-style walking areas, it reflects the late 20th century shift from simple oceanfront vacations toward a broader visitor district. That kind of development changed the look of Route 17. The highway no longer carried only families looking for cottages, fishing piers, and sand. It also carried shoppers, golfers, theater crowds, restaurant workers, musicians, retirees, and visitors who wanted the beach experience to include everything gathered close to the road. Golf also became part of the North Myrtle Beach identity. Courses and resorts spread across the inland side of the highway, turning former quiet land into a different kind of coastal landscape. For many travelers, the Grand Strand became a place where beach mornings, golf afternoons, seafood dinners, and music at night all belonged to the same trip. Route 17 connected those pieces. It made the city feel like a string of destinations tied together by one coastal road. Tourism changed the city, but tourism did not erase local memory. Beach towns have their own kind of history, even when that history is not marked by courthouse columns or old forts. A pier rebuilt after storms, a family motel sign, a Main Street dance floor, a fish camp, a beach cottage, or a canal behind Cherry Grove can carry memory just as surely as a courthouse wall. North Myrtle Beach asks the reader to take resort history seriously. People built lives here around visitors, but also around work, storms, music, food, fishing, churches, schools, and the challenge of making a coastal town last. The city also opens the road toward the deeper Lowcountry chapters ahead. Myrtle Beach will bring the larger resort city story. Georgetown will bring rice country memory, the Winyah Bay port, and older Lowcountry settlement. Mount Pleasant and Charleston will carry the road into marshes, bridges, plantations, churches, and one of the South's most historic port cities. North Myrtle Beach stands at the beginning of that South Carolina movement. It is lighter in tone than the chapters ahead, but it is not empty. It is the first beach note before the road bends toward older tidal history. For U.S. Route 17, North Myrtle Beach is the place where the traveler feels the Grand Strand arrive. The road leaves the Brunswick County threshold and enters a corridor of ocean access, palmettos, beach music, family vacations, fishing piers, and South Carolina signs. It proves that a highway through history can include amusement lights and dance halls, as well as rivers and courthouses. History is not only where government met or armies marched. It is also where people returned every summer, rebuilt after storms, danced to familiar songs, opened small businesses, and turned a string of beach communities into a city. Leaving North Myrtle Beach, Route 17 continues toward Myrtle Beach, where the Grand Strand becomes larger, busier, and more nationally known. But North Myrtle Beach gives the section its first true South Carolina shoreline. It introduces the road to the beach communities that merged, the music that endured, the pier and marsh life that kept the coast local, and the highway corridor that made the modern beach economy possible. The road moves south from here with sand in the air, music and memory, and the Lowcountry waiting beyond the next stretch of the Grand Strand. Chapter 17. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Route 17 reaches Myrtle Beach beside the Atlantic, where railroad dreams, beach pavilions, family motels, wartime airfields, boardwalk lights, and Grand Strand tourism turned a remote stretch of shore into South Carolina's best-known resort city, where the Grand Strand became a resort road. U.S. Route 17 reaches Myrtle Beach after North Myrtle Beach has opened the Grand Strand with beach music, old communities, fishing piers, and the first strong feeling of South Carolina resort life. The road now enters the place that gave the Grand Strand its most famous name. Myrtle Beach is bright, busy, commercial, and instantly recognizable. But its history is not only neon signs, hotels, golf courses, restaurants, and summer traffic. Beneath the modern resort city is a story of remote shoreland, timber companies, a railroad to the ocean, early pavilions, wartime change, family vacations, storms, and the long effort to turn a difficult coastline into a destination. The Atlantic is the first fact of Myrtle Beach, but for much of early history, it did not make the area easy to settle. The coast was beautiful, yet it was also isolated. Marshes, swashes, forests, poor roads, storms, and distance from inland towns made the shore less convenient than it appears today. People in Horry County lived more closely tied to rivers, farms, timber, and inland roads than to large beach resorts. The Waccamaw River and the inland town of Conway mattered long before the oceanfront became crowded with vacationers. Before resort development, indigenous people lived in and traveled through the wider coastal region, using rivers, wetlands, forests, and shorelines. Later European settlement came slowly. The beach area remained thinly populated for generations. Families connected to the Withers name were among the few associated with the lonely shore around what later became Myrtle Beach. The landscape was not yet a resort. It was a hard-to-reach edge of land, useful in some ways, but not yet organized for visitors. That began to change near the turn of the 20th century. The Burroughs and Collins Company, a Conway timber and turpentine firm with beachfront holdings, saw value in connecting the inland world to the shore. In 1900, the Conway and Seashore Railroad reached the beach. At first, the railroad belonged to the practical world of timber, land, and business, but it quickly became something more. Workers and families could ride toward the ocean. A place that had been remote now had a regular line of arrival. That railroad is one of the most important moments in the Myrtle Beach chapter. Roads had not yet made beach travel easy. Automobiles were not yet the force they would become. The train gave the shore a beginning as a public destination. People could come from Conway and beyond to stand at the water, picnic, bathe, breathe salt air, and return with a new idea of what this coast could become. The beach began to shift from a lonely edge into a place of expectation. The early community was known as Newtown, in contrast to Old Town, which meant Conway. That nickname reveals the relationship between inland Horry County and the shore. The beach was new because it was being created as a destination, not because the land itself had no past. Around the same period, the name Myrtle Beach took hold, honoring the wax myrtle that grew in the area. The name softened the place and gave it a marketable identity. It sounded natural, coastal, and inviting. The Seaside Inn, built in 1901, gave early visitors a place to stay. That matters because a beach stop becomes a resort only when people can remain overnight, return year after year, and begin forming habits. The first hotel was not the giant oceanfront skyline of later decades, but it gave Myrtle Beach a foundation. Lodging, meals, porches, bathing clothes, beach walks, and summer routines began to turn the shore into a social place. The Myrtle Beach Pavilion became the city's most remembered gathering place. The first pavilion appeared in the early 20th century as a simple, open-air structure connected to the early hotel and beach life. Later versions became larger and more elaborate, eventually anchoring the downtown amusement district. For generations, the pavilion meant music, rides, popcorn, arcade sounds, boardwalk evenings, and the feeling of arriving at the center of the beach. It gave Myrtle Beach more than rooms and sand. It gave it a public heart. The Ocean Forest Hotel added another scale of ambition. Built in 1929, it rose as one of the Grand Strand's great resort landmarks, an elegant hotel north of the downtown beach with a tower that could be seen from a distance. It showed that Myrtle Beach wanted to be more than a local getaway. It wanted to compete as a serious resort. The hotel later disappeared, but its memory still helps explain the city's dream of making a remote shore into a place of style, visibility, and modern comfort. Automobiles changed Myrtle Beach even more. As highways improved, beach travel no longer depended only on rail. Families could drive from inland South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, and beyond. Route 17 became part of that growth because it tied the resort strip together. It carried visitors between beach towns, motels, restaurants, campgrounds, theaters, piers, golf courses, and shopping areas. The road became one of the main lines through which Myrtle Beach expanded from a destination into a corridor. World War II brought another change. Myrtle Beach Municipal Airport, built in the 1930s, was taken over by the military during the war and became part of the region's military landscape. The airbase later influenced the city's growth, economy, land use, and identity for decades. This chapter can easily be overwhelmed by beach tourism, but the military story matters. Myrtle Beach was not only a vacation place. It was also shaped by national events, training needs, and the use of coastal land for defense. After the war, Myrtle Beach grew rapidly. Better roads, rising automobile ownership, and family tourism changed the city. Motor courts, motels, diners, miniature golf courses, seafood restaurants, beachwear shops, amusement rides, and billboards became part of the landscape. This was not colonial charm like Edenton or port memory like Wilmington. Myrtle Beach became a different kind of historical place, one built from 20th century leisure. That history belongs to families saving for a week at the shore, children seeing the ocean for the first time, and small businesses building a season around summer crowds. The city incorporated as a town in 1938 and later became a city in 1957. Those dates show how recently Myrtle Beach took its modern municipal shape compared with many earlier Route 17 stops. Yet its cultural power grew quickly. The name Myrtle Beach became shorthand for a whole coastal experience. It stood for affordability, entertainment, oceanfront rooms, live shows, sunburned shoulders, fried seafood, beach music, and the long drive down a highway toward a promised vacation. Myrtle Beach also became the symbolic center of the Grand Strand, the long arc of South Carolina beaches stretching north and south along the coast. The term Grand Strand fits because the area is not only one city, it is a chain of beach communities tied together by sand, roads, signs, attractions, piers, and seasonal movement. Route 17 is one of the threads that holds that chain together. The highway allows the traveler to feel how one resort town blends into another while still keeping its own name and rhythm. Modern Myrtle Beach is easy to criticize if seen only as traffic and commercial noise, but a road through history asks for more patience. The city represents a major American story, the rise of the automobile beach vacation. Railroads, land companies, highways, family tourism, and paid holidays transformed a lonely coastline into a destination recognized across the country. Its history is spread across motels, pavilions, piers, street signs, theaters, golf courses, and the oceanfront itself. Leaving Myrtle Beach, Route 17 continues toward Georgetown, where the road will enter an older Lowcountry world of rivers, rice fields, ports, churches, and deeper colonial memory. That next chapter will feel very different. Myrtle Beach is the loud resort chapter, the center of the Grand Strand, the place where the road shows how recreation can become history. The highway carries the traveler through modern crowds, but beneath them is a century-long story of people trying to reach the water. That is why Myrtle Beach belongs in this journey. It began as a remote shore reached by a railroad. It grew through hotels, pavilions, military change, motels, family vacations, and highway travel. Route 17 passes through one of the places where 20th century America learned to turn the coast into memory, business, and ritual. The waves were always there. The city was built when people found better ways to reach them. Chapter 18. Georgetown, South Carolina. Route 17 reaches Georgetown beside Winyah Bay, where five rivers, rice fields, indigo trade, working docks, Front Street, and Lowcountry memory give the coastal highway one of its oldest South Carolina stops, where five rivers meet the Lowcountry port. U.S. Route 17 leaves Myrtle Beach with the Grand Strand still close behind it, but the road begins to change almost as soon as the resort strip gives way to quieter coastal country. The signs, hotels, beach shops, and amusement lights fade into pine woods, tidal creeks, marsh edges, and open stretches where South Carolina feels older than its tourist face. Georgetown waits ahead beside Winyah Bay, and it changes the tone of the journey. This is no longer only the road of beach vacations. It is the road entering the Low Country. Georgetown sits where water gathers. The Black, Great Peedy, Little Peedy, Waccamaw, and Sandpit rivers all belong to the wider river system that reaches Winyah Bay. That meeting of waters explains why Georgetown mattered. Before highways, before railroads, and before modern bridges, water decided where goods could move and where towns could grow. A place at the edge of a deep bay, fed by rivers from the interior, could become a port, a market, and a point of control. Route 17 brings the traveler there by pavement, but the older approach was by river and tide. Long before the town was laid out, this region belonged to native people who knew the rivers, forests, fisheries, and marshes of the lower coast. The Waccamaw, Peedy, and other indigenous communities understood the landscape as a living network of water and land. European settlement did not begin on empty ground. It entered a place already named, traveled, fished, hunted, and remembered. That older story remains important because Georgetown's later wealth came from a landscape that others had known long before colonial maps gave it new names. The town of Georgetown was founded in 1729 and became an official port of entry in 1732. That early status gave it a role beyond its size. Charleston was larger and more powerful, but Georgetown had access to a rich river district and to the crops and forest products moving out of the surrounding country. Its name honored George, Prince of Wales, later King George II, but its value came from geography. A protected bay, navigable rivers, and a working waterfront turned the town into one of the important ports of colonial South Carolina. Indigo helped build the first great fortunes here. In the mid-18th century, indigo dye was one of Georgetown County's most important exports. Planters, merchants, and shippers used the port to connect the lower Peedy and Waccamaw country to Atlantic markets. The Winyah Indigo Society grew from that world of wealth, education, and planter influence. Indigo reminds the traveler that Georgetown was not a remote fishing village. It was part of an imperial economy, tied by water to Charleston, the Caribbean, Europe, and the labor systems that made plantation wealth possible. Rice later became the crop most closely tied to Georgetown's identity. The tidal rivers, swamps, and freshwater flows around Winyah Bay created ideal conditions for rice culture. By the 19th century, the Georgetown district became one of the great rice-producing regions of the United States. That history is visible today, not only in museums and old houses, but in the shape of the land itself. Former rice fields, canals, trunks, dikes, and plantation landscapes still mark the rivers and marshes. The road traveler may see only water and grass, but the low country still carries the lines of old labor. That labor must be named honestly. Georgetown's rice wealth depended on enslaved Africans and their descendants, many of whom brought knowledge of rice cultivation, water control, field work, and survival from West and Central Africa. The Gullah Geechee culture that developed along the coastal Carolinas and Georgia is deeply tied to this world of plantations, waterways, language, foodways, faith, family, and resistance. Georgetown's beauty cannot be separated from that harder history. The river views and old streets are graceful, but they were shaped by people whose work was forced and whose lives deserve more than a footnote. Front Street gives Georgetown its most visible historic center. The old commercial district faces the Sanpit River, with brick storefronts, museums, restaurants, docks, boats, and shaded walks. It is easy to see why travelers enjoy it, but the street is more than a pleasant waterfront. It was the working edge of a port town. Merchants watched cargo. Boatmen tied up at the river. Planters and factors handled accounts. Sailors, laborers, craftsmen, and families moved through the same waterfront space where visitors now stroll. The Rice Museum helps explain the larger story. Located in the Old Town Clock area, it points visitors toward the crop that made Georgetown famous and toward the people and engineering that made rice culture possible. The South Carolina Maritime Museum adds another layer by reminding the traveler that Georgetown was also a harbor town, a ship channel, a fishing place, and a maritime community. Together, these museums help the road reader understand that the town's history came from water moving in many forms: river water, tidewater, harbor water, and ocean routes. Historic houses add another voice. The Kaminsky House, looking toward the river, shows the domestic side of Georgetown's prosperity. Other old homes, churches, and public buildings show a town that had wealth, taste, and social hierarchy. Yet these buildings should not turn the chapter into a postcard. They are evidence of a system that joined elegance to plantation power, trade to forced labor, and civic pride to deep inequality. Georgetown asks the traveler to hold beauty and truth together. The Civil War brought pressure to the port and the surrounding rice country. South Carolina's coast was strategically important, and the waterways around Georgetown remained part of a larger wartime geography of blockade, defense, supply, and river movement. The rice economy suffered during and after the war, and emancipation changed the labor system that had sustained it. The collapse of slavery did not immediately create fairness, but it ended the plantation order that had made the old rice kingdom possible. After the war, Georgetown continued to adapt. Timber, shipping, fishing, and later industrial activity helped keep the waterfront alive even as rice declined. The town did not become a frozen relic. It remained a working place, with docks, mills, boats, stores, and neighborhoods, shaped by both old wealth and ordinary labor. That continuing life matters for Route 17 because the highway is not only passing a museum town, it is passing a community that survived the rise and fall of several economies. Modern Georgetown still feels different from the Grand Strand. It is close enough to tourism to receive visitors, but it does not feel built only for them. Its streets are older. Its water is more inward-looking. Its memory runs toward plantations, rice fields, bay pilots, churches, shrimp boats, and Lowcountry families, rather than only toward summer crowds. That difference gives Chapter 18 its purpose. North Myrtle Beach and Myrtle Beach showed how the coast became a resort corridor. Georgetown shows what waited south of that corridor, an older port world shaped by rivers and marsh. For U.S. Route 17, Georgetown is a true threshold. The highway has now entered the Lowcountry in earnest. Ahead are Mount Pleasant and Charleston, where marsh roads, old churches, harbor approaches, and colonial streets will deepen the story. But Georgetown deserves its own pause before the road moves on. It is the place where the Grand Strand gives way to river history, where 5 waterways gather, and where South Carolina's coastal past becomes heavier, richer, and more complicated. Route 17 continues south from Georgetown, carrying the memory of Winyah Bay. The road leaves behind Front Street, the Sanpit River, old rice country, maritime museums, live oaks, and working docks. It moves toward Charleston, but Georgetown remains one of the places that teaches the traveler how to read the Lowcountry. Water made the town. Labor built its wealth. Memory keeps it from becoming simple. That is why Georgetown belongs at the heart of this journey. Chapter 19, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Route 17 reaches Mount Pleasant between tidal creeks, old village streets, shrimp boats, plantation memory, sweetgrass basket traditions, and Charleston Harbor, where the coastal highway pauses before crossing into Charleston, where the harbor road meets the old village. U.S. Route 17 reaches Mount Pleasant after the Winyah Bay and port memory of Georgetown. The road has been moving through the Grand Strand and the lower South Carolina coast, but here, the journey begins to feel unmistakably tied to Charleston Harbor. The Atlantic is still nearby. The marsh remains close, and tidal water keeps appearing beside the road. Yet Mount Pleasant is not simply a suburb before Charleston. It is an older East Cooper community with its own villages, creeks, shipbuilding memory, plantation sites, fishing life, and roads that once depended on ferries before bridges changed everything. The first story belongs to the land and water before the town. This part of the coast was home to native people, including the Sioux, who knew the creeks, rivers, harbor edges, forests, shellfish grounds, and barrier island routes long before English settlement. The Lowcountry was never empty land waiting for roads. It was a water-shaped homeland where movement followed creeks, marsh channels, footpaths, and seasonal knowledge. Route 17 crosses that older landscape even when modern traffic makes it look ordinary. English settlement began in the late 17th century, and the Mount Pleasant area grew from several small communities rather than from one simple town center. Greenwich Village, Lucasville, Hilliardsville, and the original village of Mount Pleasant all became part of the town's early identity. That pattern matters. Mount Pleasant was not born as one large city. It formed across a harborside landscape where farms, ferry points, creeks, houses, churches, and small commercial places gradually connected. The old village gives Mount Pleasant its most readable historic center. James Hibben laid out the village in 1803, and the name Mount Pleasant came from an 18th century plantation in the area. The Hibben house still helps anchor that memory. Old village streets carry the feeling of a coastal settlement that faced Charleston across the harbor, but kept its own character. Houses, churches, trees, lanes, and water views show a community built at human scale, close to both the harbor and Shem Creek. Mount Pleasant was incorporated in 1837, but its identity had been forming long before that date. In the 18th and 19th centuries, it developed through agriculture, local commerce, maritime work, small-scale shipbuilding, and ferry travel. Charleston stood across the water, close enough to shape daily life, but separated enough to make crossing important. Before bridges, people and goods depended on ferries and boats. The harbor was not scenery. It was the space that had to be crossed, watched, and worked. That ferry world gave the town a particular rhythm. A road traveler today may move through Mount Pleasant quickly on wide pavement, but earlier residents measured movement by tide, weather, landing places, and the boat schedule. Goods going to Charleston, visitors coming across the harbor, letters, tools, food, fish, and building materials all moved through that watery connection. Mount Pleasant grew because it was near Charleston, but it also grew because it stood on its own side of the harbor with its own landings and needs. Shem Creek gives the chapter one of its strongest images. The creek became a working place for fishing and shrimping, and it still gives Mount Pleasant a living waterfront identity. Shrimp boats, docks, nets, restaurants, marsh grass, and waterbirds make the creek feel different from a preserved museum street. It is historic because people worked there, and because some of that work remains visible. Shem Creek reminds the traveler that Lowcountry history is not only found in mansions and monuments. It is also found in boats leaving before dawn, in crews handling gear, and in the smell of salt water beside a wooden dock. The surrounding plantation history adds a more difficult layer. Boone Hall, founded in the late 17th century, is one of the best-known historic sites in Mount Pleasant. Its live oak avenue is famous, but the deeper story reaches into agriculture, wealth, family power, and enslaved labor. The preserved slave cabins on the grounds help keep that history from becoming only a beautiful approach road. Mount Pleasant's past, like much of the Lowcountry, must be read through both landscape beauty and human cost. The Charles Pinckney National Historic Site adds another important stop. It preserves part of Snee Farm, connected to Charles Pinckney, a signer of the United States Constitution and former South Carolina governor. The site helps visitors understand plantation life, political leadership, rice and indigo country, and the lives of enslaved people who made that world possible. For Route 17, the site matters because it stands close to the highway's corridor, reminding travelers that national history can sit beside a modern coastal road. Sweetgrass basket making gives Mount Pleasant a living cultural tradition rather than only a preserved one. Along the Sweetgrass Basket Makers Highway, artisans continue a craft strongly tied to Gullah Geechee heritage and African knowledge carried through generations. The baskets are not souvenirs alone. They are evidence of survival, skill, family teaching, and cultural memory. Route 17 passes close to that tradition, and the road becomes a kind of gallery where living history still has hands at work. The 20th century changed Mount Pleasant dramatically. The Grace Memorial Bridge, opened in 1929, made automobile travel between Charleston and Mount Pleasant easier and began reshaping the East Cooper side of the harbor. Later bridges and the modern Arthur Ravenel Jr. Bridge strengthened that connection even more. What had once been a ferry-dependent community became part of a larger metropolitan pattern. Growth spread along roads, creeks, and former rural land, and Route 17 became a major line through a rapidly changing town. Patriots Point adds a modern military and maritime chapter. The USS Yorktown, aircraft, memorials, and museum landscape face Charleston Harbor and turn Mount Pleasant into a place where 20th century naval history is open to visitors. The site does not replace the older village, creek, plantation, and basket stories. It adds another layer. Mount Pleasant becomes a place where harbor defense, naval service, tourism, and memory meet beside the same waters that once carried ferries and fishing boats. For U.S. Route 17, Mount Pleasant is a threshold chapter. Georgetown brought the highway through an old port shaped by rice, indigo, rivers, and Winyah Bay. Mount Pleasant brings the road to Charleston's doorstep, but it deserves to stand on its own before the next chapter crosses fully into the city. The road here is crowded with modern life, but the older meanings have not disappeared. Old village streets, Shim Creek docks, Boone Hall's Oak Avenue, Snee Farm, Sweetgrass Baskets, Patriots Point, and Harbor Views all show how much history gathers before the bridge. Leaving Mount Pleasant, Route 17 prepares to enter Charleston, one of the great historic cities of the American coast. But the journey should not rush past this side of the harbor. Mount Pleasant teaches that the Lowcountry is not only Charleston itself. It is also the communities across the water, the creek banks, the ferry roads, the artisans, the boat crews, the plantation sites, and the bridges that changed old patterns of movement. The highway carries the traveler through all of that before the Charleston chapter begins. That is why Mount Pleasant belongs in the heart of Section 4. It is a harborside town, a fishing and shrimping place, a historic village, a plantation landscape, a basket-making corridor, and a bridge community all at once. Route 17 does not simply pass through it on the way to somewhere more famous. It passes through a place that explains how the Grand Strand gives way to the Lowcountry, and how the road reaches Charleston by first listening to the stories on the far side of the harbor. By the time the road leaves, the traveler has already entered the deeper language of the South Carolina Lowcountry. Chapter 20. Charleston, South Carolina. Route 17 reaches Charleston across the harbor, where colonial streets, port trade, church steeples, rice wealth, Civil War memory, Gullah Geechee culture, and old waterfront life give the coastal highway one of its deepest Lowcountry chapters. Where the harbor road holds the Lowcountry. U.S. Route 17 reaches Charleston after Mount Pleasant has brought the highway through tidal creeks, old village streets, Shim Creek, Patriots Point, and the harbor edge. The crossing into Charleston feels different from the other arrivals in this book. The road is no longer only approaching a town or a river landing. It is entering one of the oldest, most layered, and most important cities in the American South. Charleston is a harbor city, a colonial city, a port city, a city of church steeples and narrow streets, and a place where beauty and difficult memory stand close together. The harbor explains Charleston before the street map does. The Ashley and Cooper rivers meet here and open toward the Atlantic, forming a protected harbor that gave the settlement its reason for being. Ships could enter, anchor, load, unload, and connect the Carolina colony to the wider Atlantic world. Long before English colonists arrived, this region belonged to native communities who understood the waterways, islands, marshes, forests, fish, and seasonal routes of the lower coast. The later city grew inside a landscape already shaped by people, water, and trade. English settlers established Charlestown in 1670 at Albemarle Point on the Ashley River. A decade later, the settlement moved to the peninsula between the Ashley and Cooper rivers, where the harbor position was stronger. That move gave Charleston the shape that still defines it. Water bordered the town on two sides. Wharves faced the harbor. Streets ran toward churches, markets, government buildings, warehouses, and private homes. The city was not placed randomly. It was built where water, defense, commerce, and ambition could meet. Charleston became the leading city of colonial South Carolina. It was named for King Charles II, and its early life reflected the colony's English and Caribbean ties. Merchants, planters, sailors, artisans, enslaved workers, soldiers, and officials all passed through its streets. The city was fortified in its early years because the coast was vulnerable to Spanish attack, pirates, storms, disease, and war. Charleston's old walled city memory is easy to forget today, but it reminds the traveler that the city began as both a port and a guarded settlement. Rice and indigo helped make Charleston wealthy. The tidal rivers and low wetlands of the South Carolina coast supported rice culture, while indigo became another valuable colonial crop. Those crops tied the Lowcountry to global trade, but they also tied Charleston to slavery on an enormous scale. Enslaved Africans and their descendants cleared fields, built dikes, planted and harvested rice, labored on wharves, worked in households, carried goods, cooked food, made crafts, and shaped the culture of the city and region. Charleston's beauty cannot be separated from that labor. That truth is especially important near the waterfront. Gadsden's Wharf became one of the major points where enslaved Africans entered North America. Today, the International African American Museum stands near that site, asking visitors to understand Charleston not only through mansions and steeples, but through the lives of people forced through the harbor and the descendants who shaped Lowcountry culture. This part of the story gives Charleston moral weight. A road through history has to see the harbor clearly, not only as a place of trade, but as a place of human suffering, survival, faith, and cultural endurance. The Gullah Geechee presence belongs naturally in this chapter. Along the South Carolina coast and the Sea Islands, African traditions blended with Lowcountry life in language, foodways, music, craft, spirituality, and community memory. Charleston and the surrounding coastal region cannot be understood without that influence. Sweetgrass baskets, rice dishes, spiritual traditions, storytelling, and coastal knowledge all show how deeply African-descended communities shaped the Lowcountry. Route 17 carries the traveler through that cultural landscape, even when the road itself looks modern. Charleston's historic streets give the city its visual power. The Battery, White Point Garden, Rainbow Row, old churches, iron gates, single houses, brick walls, shaded lanes, and harbor views create one of the most recognizable urban landscapes in the country. The city can feel graceful and polished, but its meaning is not only decorative. Houses faced the breezes for practical reasons. Wharves tied streets to commerce. Churches marked community and status. Markets handled food, goods, and labor. Every attractive corner has a working history beneath it. Rainbow Row offers one memorable example. The colorful houses along East Bay Street began as 18th-century merchant buildings near the waterfront. Their later restoration made them famous, but their original purpose belonged to trade. They stood close to the harbor because commerce needed buildings near the water. That is what Charleston often does. It turns practical history into a beautiful scene, and the traveler must remember both parts. The Battery gives Charleston another kind of memory. From its edge, the harbor opens wide, and the mind naturally turns toward defense, shipping, war, and display. Fort Sumter stands out in the harbor as the place where the Civil War began in April 1861. The first shots there made Charleston a national symbol of division and conflict. Yet the harbor had already been carrying history for nearly 2 centuries before that moment. Fort Sumter is powerful because it adds another layer to a place already full of them. The city also endured disaster and rebuilding. Fires, hurricanes, war, and the Great Earthquake of 1886 tested Charleston repeatedly. Each disaster changed buildings, streets, families, and memory. The survival of the historic district is therefore not accidental. It is the result of rebuilding, preservation, and the stubborn fact that Charleston's old form still mattered. The city did not remain historic because time was gentle to it. It remained historic because people kept repairing what weather, fire, war, and neglect damaged. Charleston also changed with modern transportation. Bridges tied the peninsula more tightly to Mount Pleasant, West Ashley, and the islands. Automobiles brought new traffic into streets, first shaped by horses, wagons, and pedestrians. U.S. Route 17 became part of that newer pattern, carrying travelers across the harbor edge and through a city whose oldest routes had been made by water. That contrast gives the chapter its roadbook power. The highway is modern, but the city it enters is older than the road can ever be. For U.S. Route 17, Charleston is more than another stop. It is the culmination of Section 4. North Myrtle Beach opened the Grand Strand with beach communities and shag music. Myrtle Beach showed resort growth and automobile tourism. Georgetown brought Winyah Bay, rice fields, indigo trade, and old port memory. Mount Pleasant carried the highway through East Cooper, Shim Creek, and the harbor threshold. Charleston gathers those themes into one city: water, trade, labor, beauty, defense, culture, and memory. The highway crossing into Charleston reminds the traveler that roads often arrive after the deepest reasons for a place already exist. Charleston was made by harbor geography long before modern traffic. It was shaped by rivers, ships, wharves, rice fields, slavery, churches, markets, wars, storms, preservation, and cultural survival. Route 17 simply brings the present-day traveler into that older conversation. Leaving Charleston will eventually carry the road toward Walterboro and the inland edge of South Carolina's Lowcountry. But before the highway moves on, Charleston deserves a long pause. It is not a city that can be reduced to one image. It is a harbor, a skyline of steeples, a waterfront of trade and grief, a district of old houses, a city of African-American memory, a place of Civil War beginning, and a low-country capital of endurance. That is why Charleston stands at the center of this journey. Route 17 reaches it after miles of beaches, rivers, marshes, and small towns, and the city seems to gather them all. The road has been teaching the traveler to read water, streets, landings, bridges, and memory. Charleston asks for all of those habits at once. The harbor holds the city holds the low country. The highway passes through, but the history stays. Section 5. Marsh Roads and Georgia Coast. After Charleston, U.S. Route 17 leaves the famous harbor city and begins moving into a quieter coastal world. The road turns inland and southward through South Carolina's low country before reaching the Georgia coast, where live oaks, tidal rivers, marsh grass, old rice country memory, military roads, courthouse towns, and colonial coastal settlements shape the journey. Walterboro, Hardeeville, Midway, Richmond Hill, and Darien each carry a different part of this section. Some places stand away from the ocean, but still belong to the coastal plain. Others sit closer to salt marsh, river mouths, plantation roads, old churches, ferries, and the Georgia Tidewater world. In this section, Route 17 becomes less like a beach highway and more like a marsh road. It follows older inland coastal routes, passing through places where history often waits beside live oak shade, river crossings, old courthouse streets, and quiet stretches of road leading toward the Georgia coast. Chapter 21. Walterboro, South Carolina. Route 17 reaches Walterboro beyond Charleston, where pine ridges, rice country memory, Old wagon roads, courthouse life, Blackwater Swamp, and Lowcountry craft traditions carry the coastal highway inland before Georgia, where the Lowcountry Road finds the Pine Ridge. After Charleston, U.S. Route 17 leaves one of America's great harbor cities and enters a different kind of low country. The road no longer feels tied only to church steeples, harbor water, old wharves, and the crowded memory of the peninsula. It begins moving through a quieter interior edge of the coastal plain, where pine woods, live oaks, Blackwater creeks, old rice country roads, and courthouse town life carry the journey southward. Walterboro stands in that landscape with a character unlike Charleston, Georgetown, or Myrtle Beach. It is not a beach town and not a port. It is a low-country county seat born from plantation country, summer refuge, inland roads, and the need for a healthier place above the swamp. That beginning gives Walterboro its first meaning. In the late 18th century, planters from the surrounding low country sought a place away from the heat, mosquitoes, and fever of the rice plantations and river swamps. The high pine land around what was first called Hickory Valley offered relief. It stood above the wetter country, close enough to plantation districts and coastal roads to remain connected, but far enough inland to feel safer during the worst season. The town that grew there eventually took the name Walterboro, honoring members of the Walter family associated with the early settlement. This origin matters because it shows how closely health, geography, and class shaped low country settlement. Walterboro was not founded as a port at the edge of a harbor. It began as a retreat from the very marsh and river country that had created wealth. Rice plantations in Colleton County and the surrounding low country depended on tidal water, dikes, canals, and enslaved labor. Yet the same environment that made rice possible also carried disease and hardship. Walterboro's Pine Ridge became a seasonal answer to that contradiction. It was part of the plantation world, but it also stood apart from the wet fields that sustained that world. Colleton County's history gives the chapter deeper weight. The county was shaped by rice, indigo, cotton, timber, cattle, farms, churches, ferries, and river routes. The Ashpoo, Combahee, and Edisto rivers formed part of the Great Ace Basin landscape, one of the most important estuarine regions on the South Carolina coast. Thousands of acres of bottomland and tidal river country were altered for rice cultivation. That landscape produced wealth for planters, but the work was carried by enslaved African people and their descendants, whose knowledge, labor, family life, and resistance shaped the low country as surely as the rivers did. Walterboro became the Colleton County seat in the early 19th century, and that role gave the town permanence. A county seat in the rural South was more than a courthouse building. It was the place where a scattered county came together. Deeds were recorded, cases were heard, taxes were paid, elections were managed, and public decisions became visible. Farmers, planters, merchants, lawyers, clerks, witnesses, sheriffs, church members, and families all came into town for business that belonged to the county rather than the plantation or farm. That courthouse rhythm helped Walterboro become a true town instead of only a summer retreat. Streets developed, stores opened, churches rose, houses, offices, and public buildings gave the place a civic center. The old name Hickory Valley still suggests the natural setting, but Walterboro became stronger because it served Colleton County in practical ways. It held records, hosted markets, supported professionals, and gave inland low country life a place to gather. The town also belonged to travel. The old Charleston to Savannah Road passed through this broader corridor, tying Walterboro to one of the oldest overland routes along the southern coast. Long before modern highways, this road carried wagons, riders, stage traffic, mail, livestock, soldiers, and news between two important Atlantic cities. Route 17 later inherited part of that older habit of movement. The modern traveler sees a numbered highway, but the landscape remembers earlier roads worn by people moving between Charleston, Beaufort, Savannah, and the interior settlements of the Low Country. Railroads and later automobiles changed Walterboro again. With improved transportation, the town became a service point for farms, timber interests, rural families, and travelers. It also became more than a county seat. It became a stopping place on the inland route through South Carolina, a town where the road itself helped sustain local business. Hotels, restaurants, repair shops, stores, and later highway services all grew because people moving through the Lowcountry needed somewhere to pause. The Civil War and Reconstruction touched Colleton County deeply. The plantation system that had shaped the region was transformed by emancipation, military movement, economic collapse, and the long struggle over freedom, land, labor, and political power. Walterborough's courthouse and streets stood inside that changing world. The town did not have to be the site of one famous battle to carry wartime memory. Its importance lies in the way county seats held the paperwork, arguments, debts, testimony, and rebuilding that followed war. In places like Walterboro, history often moved through court records, land disputes, churches, schools, and public meetings rather than through a single battlefield. Walterboro's built environment gives the town a more visible historic face. The Walterboro Historic District includes homes, churches, and commercial buildings that show the town's 19th and early 20th century development. Porches, tree shade, brick storefronts, and older houses help give the place a human scale. It is the kind of town where history is read not in one monument alone, but in the way streets sit beneath live oaks and buildings face the slow movement of local life. The South Carolina Artisan Center adds a distinctive cultural note. Located in Walterboro, it gathers and displays work by artists and craftspeople from across the state. That role fits the town well. Walterboro stands between the famous coast and the rural inland Lowcountry, and the center gives visitors a way to see South Carolina through handmade objects, folk traditions, wood, clay, fiber, basketry, painting, and practical skill. It keeps the chapter from being only about plantation memory and courthouse life. It also becomes a chapter about craft, continuity, and the hands of people who keep regional identity alive. The Walterboro Wildlife Sanctuary gives the town one of its strongest modern landmarks. Sometimes known by its older Great Swamp Sanctuary identity, it protects blackwater bottomland habitat close to downtown. Boardwalks, trails, braided streams, wet woods, birds, cypress, and quiet water remind travelers that Walterboro still belongs to the Lowcountry environment. The sanctuary is important because it brings the swamp close to the town rather than leaving it in the distance. It lets the reader understand why this landscape shaped settlement, travel, health, labor, and imagination. That sanctuary also helps explain why Walterboro feels right after Charleston. The harbor city was dense, polished, and layered with national memory. Walterboro is lower, quieter, and more inland. Yet it still belongs to the same coastal world. Its Blackwater, Rice Country connections, pine ridges, courthouse roll, and old road corridors show how the Low Country continues away from the harbor. The coast is not only the beach or the waterfront, it is also the inland ground where people escaped fever, recorded land, worshipped, traded, farmed, cut timber, made crafts, and watched the swamp at the edge of town. For U.S. Route 17, Walterboro begins Section 5 with the right tone. The road is leaving South Carolina's most famous coastal city and aiming toward the Georgia coast. But it does not move in a straight line from landmark to landmark. It passes through an older interior low country where live oak shade, courthouse streets, swamp water, and plantation memory still shape the route. Walterboro teaches that the Marsh Road does not always run directly beside marsh. Sometimes it rises onto pine land because people needed a place above the wet country. Leaving Walterboro, the traveler continues toward Hardeeville and the lower road to Georgia. The highway will soon approach the Savannah River country, live oak corridors, and the first Georgia chapters. But Walterboro deserves its pause before that crossing. It is the Pine Ridge town of the Low Country Road, the county seat shaped by plantations and public business, the craft town, the swamp, sanctuary town, and the place where Route 17 turns from Charleston's harbor memory toward the long road south. The highway moves on, but Walterboro leaves behind the feeling of a quieter South Carolina, one where history waits under trees, beside Blackwater, and along old roads that once carried the coast inland. Chapter 22, Hardeeville, South Carolina. Route 17 reaches Hardeeville on the inland edge of the Lowcountry, where old Savannah River settlements, pine timber, railroad tracks, lumber camps, highway lodging, and fast modern growth meet before the road turns toward Georgia, where the timber road nears the Savannah. U.S. Route 17 reaches Hardeeville after Walterboro has carried the highway through Pine Ridges, Courthouse Memory, Old Charleston to Savannah Road Country, and the inland side of the Lowcountry. The road is still in South Carolina, but Georgia begins to feel close. The landscape drops toward the Savannah River world, with flat woods, wetlands, old settlement traces, railroad memory, and the steady pull of the state line. Hardeeville is not a grand port like Charleston or Georgetown, and it is not a famous resort like Myrtle Beach. Its importance comes from its position. It stands where timber, rails, highways, and river country have repeatedly crossed one another. Hardeeville belongs to the southern edge of Jasper County, in the low country between Beaufort County, the Savannah River, and the road systems leading toward Georgia. Modern travelers may know it from US 17, Interstate 95, hotels, gas stations, distribution sites, and new development. But the older story begins deeper in the land. This was once a region of native presence, river use, hunting grounds, pine forest, swamp, and tidal influence. The Savannah River and its surrounding lowland shaped movement long before municipal boundaries or highway exits gave the place a modern name. One of the earliest European settlement efforts nearby was Petersburg, founded in the 1730s by Swiss and German settlers led by Jean-Pierre Perry along the Savannah River. The settlement hoped to become a thriving colonial town, but the promise faded as Savannah grew stronger across the river and people moved toward better opportunities. Perrysburg did not survive as a major community, but its memory matters because it shows how early this corner of South Carolina was tied to river settlement and colonial ambition. Hardeeville stands near a landscape where people had been trying to use the Savannah corridor long before the railroad and highway age. The town that became Hardeeville grew from a different kind of movement. In the 19th century, railroads began to give inland places new value. The area was known as Hardee's Station, named for White William Hardee, who helped shape the settlement's early identity. A station could do what a river landing had once done. It could gather goods, people, mail, news, and business into one useful place. In the Lowcountry, where wet ground and distance could make travel difficult, a railroad stop gave scattered farms and timberlands a stronger connection to the wider world. That railroad identity helps explain why Hardeeville does not read like an old courthouse town. It was not built first around a public square. It was built around transportation and use. Tracks, freight, timber, and later roads gave the community its reason to grow. The town's shape came from practical movement rather than formal planning. That makes it an important Route 17 chapter because the highway often reveals places that were made by function before they were made by beauty. Hardeeville was incorporated in 1911, and soon afterward, Jasper County itself was formed in 1912 from parts of Beaufort and Hampton counties. The county was named for Sergeant William Jasper, the Revolutionary War hero remembered for his actions at Fort Moultrie. Hardeeville became part of a new county landscape in the early 20th century, but its growth still depended on older lowcountry realities: forest, water, rail, road, and the long route between Charleston and Savannah. Timber gave Hardeeville its strongest early industry. The Argent Lumber Company opened operations in the area in 1916 and became deeply tied to the town's identity. Pine and cypress from the surrounding lowlands and swamps needed to be cut, moved, milled, dried, and shipped. Argent built a logging operation that used narrow-gauge rail lines to reach timber stands that ordinary roads could not easily serve. Small steam locomotives pulled logs out of wet country toward the mill and the main railroad. The work was hard, loud, and physically demanding, but it made Hardeeville a working lumber town. The preserved Argent Lumber Company No. 7 locomotive gives that story a visible symbol. It reminds the traveler that Hardeeville's past was not only a sign beside the road. It was a place of mills, saws, rails, smoke, log cars, timber crews, and workers whose lives followed the rhythm of the lumber business. The locomotive is important because it gives shape to an industry that might otherwise be invisible once the mills are gone and the woods have grown back. The lumber years also tied Hardeeville to a wider South Carolina and Georgia economy. Timber from the Lowcountry did not stay local. It moved outward by rail and road, becoming boards, building materials, crates, and other products needed far beyond Jasper County. Hardeeville, therefore, became one of those small towns whose importance came from taking something from the surrounding landscape and moving it into regional commerce. The forest, the railroad, and the highway all belonged to that process. When the timber industry declined in the mid-20th century, Hardeeville had to change again. That pattern is common along old highways. A town built around one kind of movement survives by adapting to another. U.S. Route 17 became part of Hardeeville's identity as a travel road, especially because the town stood on the route between Charleston, Savannah, Beaufort, and the Georgia line. Later, Interstate 95 added a faster layer of movement, bringing travelers who needed fuel, food, lodging, and a place to stop before crossing into Georgia or turning toward Hilton Head and Bluffton. That traveler identity gave Hardeeville the nickname Lowcountry Host. The phrase fits a place that often served people on the way to somewhere else. Yet a good road book should not treat such places as empty spaces between famous destinations. Hardeeville matters because it shows how highways create their own kind of town life. Motels, diners, gas stations, repair shops, truck stops, churches, schools, and neighborhoods all grow around the steady presence of passing traffic. People live and work in the places others only pass through. Modern Hardeeville is also one of the fastest growing communities in the region. New neighborhoods, commercial development, logistics, and the expansion of the Hilton Head, Bluffton, and Savannah metropolitan orbit have changed the city quickly. That growth can make Hardeeville feel newer than it is. But beneath the new construction remains the older sequence: Savannah River settlement nearby, Hardee's Station, railroad movement, Argent lumber, US 17 travel, interstate traffic, and now rapid low-country growth. For Route 17, Hardeeville is a threshold chapter. Walterboro gave the road an inland low-country pause after Charleston. Hardeeville brings the highway close to the Savannah River and the Georgia coast ahead. The road is not yet in Georgia, but the journey is preparing to cross into a new coastal chapter. South Carolina's beaches, bays, rice memory, and harbor cities have led to this quieter but important place near the border. Leaving Hardeeville, U.S. Route 17 moves toward Midway, Georgia, and the next section of coastal history. The road will soon enter a landscape of salt marsh colonial parishes, Revolutionary memory, live oaks, river crossings, and Georgia Tidewater towns. Hardeeville stands at the edge of that change, carrying the memory of timber trains and travel stops before the highway crosses into another state. That is why Hardeeville belongs in the journey. It is not famous in the same way Charleston is famous, and it does not need to be. It is a station town, a timber town, a highway town, and a fast-growing low-country city near the Savannah River world. Route 17 passes through it with Georgia waiting ahead, but Hardeeville gives the traveler one last South Carolina lesson. Some towns are made by the road itself, by the work it carries, by the people who serve those who pass, and by the old land that remains beneath every mile. Chapter 23: Midway, Georgia. Route 17 reaches Midway on Georgia's coast, where colonial settlers, a revolutionary church, Old Sunbury Road, Dorchester Academy, Fort Morris, and Liberty County memory give the highway one of its most historic Georgia stops, where the coastal road finds Liberty memory. U.S. Route 17 reaches Midway after leaving Hardeeville and crossing toward Georgia's coastal plain. The road has already carried the traveler through South Carolina's Grand Strand, low-country ports, marsh roads, and inland pine country. At Midway, the journey changes again. This is not Savannah, and that matters. Midway is smaller, quieter, and less famous, but it holds one of the deepest historic concentrations on the Georgia coast. Along and near the highway are a colonial church, an old cemetery, a museum of early Georgia life, a Civil War and civil rights school story, revolutionary memory, and the road traces of an older coastal world. The setting explains the town before the buildings do. Midway sits in Liberty County, close to tidal rivers, marshes, pine land, old plantation districts, and the roads that once connected coastal settlements between Savannah and Darien. The Atlantic is not directly in sight, but the coast is everywhere in the geography. Creeks, swamps, high ground, rice fields, ferry routes, and old paths shaped how people moved. US 17 gives the modern traveler a straight line through the area, but the older landscape was never that simple. Movement depended on weather, water, road conditions, and where the dry ground could be found. Long before English settlement, this coast belonged to native people who understood the tidal rivers, shellfish beds, pine forests, and marsh edges as part of daily life. European settlement entered a world already used and known. The later Midway community grew inside a landscape of water and woods, where colonial officials wanted settlement not only for farming, but also for defense and control along Georgia's southern coast. Midway's colonial story began in the 1750s when Congregationalist settlers, many with roots in Dorchester, South Carolina, moved into what became St. John's Parish. They established a community that carried a strong New England religious and civic character into coastal Georgia. This was unusual in a region often remembered for Anglican parishes, plantations, and Savannah's broader colonial world. The settlers brought church organization, education, political involvement, and a strong sense of community identity. That identity would later give Liberty County its name and reputation. The Midway Congregational Church became the center of that community. The original church was established in the colonial period, and the present white wooden church was completed in 1792 after the earlier building was destroyed during the Revolutionary War. It stands beside US 17 with a power that does not depend on size. Its plain form, high windows, and surrounding cemetery make it one of the most important historic sites on the whole Georgia stretch of the route. A traveler passing quickly might see only an old church. The better reader sees a place where religion, politics, education, plantation society, slavery, and revolution all met. The church was more than a place of worship. It was a meeting place for a wide countryside. Colonial and early American communities needed institutions that could gather scattered families into something larger. At Midway, the church did that work. It tied plantations, farms, roads, and families together. Its members included people who became important in Georgia's revolutionary and early state history, and its cemetery holds names that connect the small community to the wider story of American independence. The cemetery across from the church deepens the chapter. Graves dating back to the 18th century, the walled cemetery, and memorials to revolutionary figures make the ground feel like an outdoor archive. Generals James Scriven and Daniel Stewart, both connected to the American Revolution, are honored there. Their presence helps explain why the word liberty belongs so strongly to this county. The name is not accidental. It grows from the area's revolutionary reputation and from the people who shaped Georgia's struggle during that period. That same story also has a harder side. The Midway community included enslaved African Americans whose labor supported the plantation economy and whose presence shaped religious and social life. The church's galleries and the broader parish world remind the traveler that worship and inequality existed in the same space. The history is therefore not simple praise. It is a record of faith, public spirit, patriotism, forced labor, and social hierarchy all bound together in one small district. The Midway Museum gives visitors another way to enter that world. Located near the church on Highway 17, the museum is a raised cottage-style building designed to interpret colonial life in the Midway area. Its furnishings, documents, and exhibits help explain why this small place mattered. The museum is especially useful because Midway's story is easy to miss from the road. The town does not announce itself with a skyline or large commercial district. Its importance sits in preserved sites, old names, and the memory of people who carried ideas from one colony to another. Old Sunbury Road adds another layer. Before modern highways, coastal Georgia depended on older roadways that connected settlements, landings, churches, forts, and plantation districts. Sunbury, once a promising colonial port on the Medway River, stood nearby and connected Midway to the Atlantic trade world. Though Sunbury declined, The old road memory remains important. It shows that this was not an isolated rural stop. Midway belonged to a network of coastal movement reaching towards Savannah, Darien, river ports, and military defenses. Fort Morris, near Midway on the Medway River, carries that defensive story. The earthwork fort protected the approach to Sunbury and played roles in several conflicts, including the American Revolution, the War of 1812, and the Civil War era. Its famous revolutionary reply, remembered in local tradition as a refusal to surrender, fits the Liberty County character. The fort reminds the traveler that Georgia's coast was vulnerable. Rivers and inlets brought trade, but they also brought danger. Defense mattered because water opened the region to attack as well as opportunity. Midway's history did not end with the Revolution. Dorchester Academy, founded after the Civil War to educate African American students, gives the town one of its most nationally significant later chapters. In the 20th century, the Dorchester Center became connected to the Southern Christian Leadership Conference's Citizenship Education Program. Leaders and teachers used the site for civil rights training, voter education, and strategy. That means Midway holds both revolutionary liberty memory and modern civil rights memory. Few small towns on Route 17 carry that kind of long arc so clearly. This is what makes Midway powerful. It is not only a colonial stop, and it is not only a pretty church beside a highway. It is a place where several American stories overlap: settlement, faith, slavery, revolution, education, freedom struggles, coastal defense, and the preservation of memory. The road passes through quietly, but the ground is full. For U.S. Route 17, Midway is the first Georgia chapter and the right replacement for a larger Savannah stop. Savannah may be famous, but Midway gives the route a different gift. It lets the book enter Georgia through a smaller historic district where the old coastal road still feels close to the surface. The highway does not need a big city here. It needs a place that shows how Georgia's coast was settled, defended, remembered, and changed. Leaving Midway, Route 17 continues toward Richmond Hill, where the road will meet another coastal Georgia story of rice fields, Henry Ford, railroads, and the Ogeechee River country. But Midway deserves its full pause first. It is a town where the highway passes a church that survived war, a cemetery filled with early memory, a museum built to interpret colonial life, a road tied to Sunbury, a fort watching the river, and an academy that helped carry civil rights work into the 20th century. The road moves on, but Midway teaches the traveler that Georgia's coast begins not only with marsh and live oak, but with memory that still stands beside US 17. Chapter 24, Richmond Hill, Georgia. Route 17 reaches Richmond Hill along Georgia's coastal plain, where the Ogeechee River, Way's Station, Henry Ford's winter retreat, old rice plantation land, pine woods, and fast modern growth turn the highway toward Darien and the deeper Georgia coast, where the Ogeechee Road meets Ford Country. U.S. Route 17 reaches Richmond Hill after Midway has introduced the Georgia coast through churchyards, Revolutionary memory, Old Sunbury Road, Fort Morris, and Liberty County history. The road now moves into Bryan County, where the landscape begins to feel wider and more river-shaped. Pine woods, marsh edges, tidal creeks, old plantation ground, military roads, and the nearby Ogeechee River give Richmond Hill a history that is different from the towns before it. This is not only a coastal road stop. It is a place where an older settlement called Way's Station became tied to one of the most famous industrial names in America. The Ogeechee River is the first deep fact of the chapter. It runs through Georgia toward the Atlantic, carrying the memory of native presence, plantation agriculture, ferry routes, rice fields, timber, fishing, and settlement long before Richmond Hill had its modern name. The river does not sit in the middle of the city's present-day commercial face, but it explains why people were drawn to this part of the coast. In the Lowcountry of Georgia, water shaped everything. Roads mattered, but rivers came first. Before European settlement, this coastal plain belonged to native communities who knew the rivers, islands, hammocks, forests, and marshes as a connected world. The later road corridor crossed land already full of paths, hunting grounds, fishing places, and water routes. That older presence is important because Richmond Hill can seem modern at first glance. A traveler sees traffic, subdivisions, schools, stores, and the fast growth of a Savannah area community. But beneath that newer surface is a landscape with a much longer memory. European settlement and plantation agriculture brought another layer. The area around the Ogeechee became part of the rice and plantation world that spread through Georgia's Tidewater region. Low ground, tidal influence, and water control made rice possible in some places, while pine timber and farming shaped others. The wealth of that era depended on enslaved labor. That truth belongs in the Richmond Hill chapter because the beauty of the river and former plantation land cannot be separated from the people forced to work that landscape. Before it became Richmond Hill, the community was known as Way's Station. That name tells the traveler something useful. It sounds like a railroad place, a stop, a practical point on a line of movement. Way's Station grew in a world of local roads, rail connections, timber, farms, and small settlement life. It did not begin as a famous destination. It was a modest coastal Georgia community south of Savannah, close enough to the city to feel its pull, yet separate enough to have its own rural rhythm. The story changed in the 1920s when Henry Ford and his wife Clara began coming to the area. Ford saw the Ogeechee country as a winter retreat and as a place where he could build, experiment, and remake a small community according to his own ideas. He purchased large amounts of land, including former plantation property along the river. His estate became known as Richmond Hill, and over time the name of the community changed from Way Station to Richmond Hill in honor of the Ford presence. Henry Ford's arrival transformed the place. He was not simply a wealthy visitor who built a house and disappeared behind a gate. Ford invested heavily in the community. He built and supported schools, churches, medical facilities, worker housing, farms, sawmills, and other local improvements. His projects brought jobs and new buildings to a village that had been far smaller before his arrival. Richmond Hill became one of the rare Georgia towns where the 20th century story of automobile industry, philanthropy, agriculture, and social experiment can be read in the same landscape. The Richmond Hill History Museum helps hold that memory. The building itself was constructed in 1940 by Henry and Clara Ford as a kindergarten for local children. That detail is important because it shows the practical side of Ford's influence. The museum is not only about a famous man, it is about how his money, plans, and presence changed education, employment, architecture, and daily life in a small coastal Georgia town. The old kindergarten building now teaches visitors about Way Station, the Ford era, and the community that grew from both. Ford's southern estate also tied Richmond Hill to the Ogeechee River. His winter home stood on former Richmond plantation land, and the river gave the estate beauty, privacy, and a strong sense of place. The name Richmond Hill came from that estate landscape. A traveler on Route May 17th not see the private riverfront world directly, but the road passes close to the memory of it. The town's identity was reshaped by a house, a river, a plantation past, and a northern industrialist who decided to make this Georgia Lowcountry his winter home. The Ford era also left behind a complicated legacy. His investments improved schools and services, and many residents benefited from employment and infrastructure. At the same time, the story belongs to a period shaped by unequal power, race, class, and paternalism. Ford could transform a town because he had the money and control to do so. Richmond Hill's history is strongest when it holds both sides. Gratitude for the changes that helped the community and honesty about the unequal world in which those changes took place. Fort McAllister belongs near this story as well, even though it sits outside the downtown core. The earthwork fort on the Ogeechee River guarded the approach to Savannah during the Civil War and became famous for its strong resistance to Union naval attack before falling to Sherman's army in December 1864. Its ruins, river views, and State Historic Park connect Richmond Hill to the military history of the Georgia coast. They also remind the traveler that the Ogeechee was not only scenic water, it was a strategic route, a defensive line, and a place where war reached the riverbank. Route 17 gives this chapter its road meaning. The highway passes through Richmond Hill as part of the old coastal route between Savannah, the Georgia marshes, and the communities farther south. Before interstate travel pulled traffic away from older roads, US 17 carried travelers through towns like this one. Gas stations, roadside stores, motels, diners, and local businesses depended on movement along the coastal highway. Richmond Hill was not only a ford town, it was also a road town. Modern Richmond Hill has grown quickly because of its position near Savannah, Fort Stewart, Interstate 95, and the Georgia coast. What was once Way's Station and then Ford's southern town has become a fast-growing community of neighborhoods, schools, commuters, businesses, and new families. That growth could make the past harder to see, but it also makes the history more important. A town that changes quickly needs its older story even more. For U.S. Route 17, Richmond Hill is a transition chapter. Midway brought the traveler into Georgia through Revolutionary and church history. Richmond Hill brings the road into the world of the Ogeechee, Henry Ford, former plantation land, timber, rail memory, and modern suburban growth. Ahead, the highway will continue toward Darien, where the Altamaha River, Old Port memory, shrimp boats, and coastal Georgia history will deepen the journey again. Leaving Richmond Hill, the traveler carries a different kind of Georgia story. It is not only a story of colonial churches or old forts, it is a story of a small station village renamed by the force of one man's winter estate, a river landscape that attracted settlement and industry, and a road that kept carrying people south through the changing coastal plain. Route 17 moves on, but Richmond Hill remains one of the places where Georgia's old marsh road meets the modern world. Chapter 25. Darien, Georgia. Route 17 reaches Darien beside the Altamaha River and Georgia Marsh, where Fort King George, Scottish Highlanders, old waterfront trade, shrimp boats, sawmills, and Gullah Geechee memory give the coastal highway one of Georgia's oldest coastal chapters, where the Altamaha Road meets the old Georgia coast. U.S. Route 17 reaches Darien after Richmond Hill has carried the road through the Ogeechee River country, Henry Ford memory, pine woods, and the growing edge of coastal Georgia. South of Savannah's shadow, the highway begins to feel older and lower again. Marsh grass widens beside the road. Tidal water returns to the story. Live oaks and pines gather close to the pavement. Darien waits near the Altamaha River, and the chapter changes the journey from Georgia's inland coastal plain into one of the state's oldest tidewater towns. Darien's setting explains why it matters. The town stands near the mouth of the Altamaha River, one of Georgia's great waterways, where river, marsh, sound, and barrier island country meet. The Altamaha drains a vast interior and reaches the coast through a landscape of tidal creeks, forested islands, and broad wetlands. Long before the modern highway arrived, that water made this place important. It carried canoes, boats, timber, rice, people, soldiers, supplies, and stories between the interior and the Atlantic edge. Before European settlement, this part of the coast belonged to native people, including the Gwale and other coastal communities who knew the rivers, marshes, shellfish grounds, islands, and forest paths of the region. The coast was not empty, country waiting for a fort or town. It was a homeland shaped by water knowledge and seasonal movement. That older presence matters in Darien because the town's colonial story often begins with British forts and Scottish settlers, but the deeper story begins with people who already understood the Altamaha and the marsh. Fort King George gives Darien one of the earliest English chapters on the Georgia coast. Built in 1721 near the mouth of the Altamaha, it served as the southernmost British outpost in North America. Its purpose was not romantic. It was a military statement, a warning, and a defense point in a contested borderland between British and Spanish ambitions. Soldiers lived in difficult conditions, facing heat, insects, illness, isolation, and the constant uncertainty of frontier service. The reconstructed fort today helps visitors see that early colonial Georgia began not only with town squares and gardens, but also with rough defenses beside tidal water. The fort was abandoned before the founding of Darien, but the site remained important. In 1736, General James Oglethorpe brought Scottish Highlanders to settle the area, and they established New Inverness, the settlement that became Darien. These Highlanders were brought partly to strengthen Georgia's southern defense. They built Fort Darien and helped guard the colony's exposed coast. Their Scottish identity still gives Darien a distinct historical note, different from Midway's church-centered revolutionary memory or Richmond Hill's Henry Ford story. The name Darien came later, recalling the Darien scheme in Panama, a failed Scottish colonial venture that had left a deep mark on Scottish memory. On the Georgia coast, the name took on new life. Darien became a town tied to defense, river movement, and trade. It was one of Georgia's earliest planned communities and remains among the state's oldest cities. That age gives the place weight. Route 17 does not simply reach another small coastal town here. It reaches a settlement rooted close to the beginnings of colonial Georgia. The river gave Darien its economy. The Altamaha and its branches brought timber from the interior toward the coast, and the town became closely tied to lumber, milling, and shipping. Long before trucks and highways made movement easy, logs could be floated downriver or moved by water to sawmills and docks. Darien's waterfront became a working place where timber, riverboats, warehouses, and shipping all shaped daily life. The river was a road before the road, and the town existed because that older road reached the sea. Rice culture also belonged to the wider landscape around Darien. The tidal rivers and lowlands of coastal Georgia supported plantation agriculture, and the wealth connected to that world depended on enslaved labor. Any honest chapter about Darien has to hold that truth beside the beauty of the marsh. Enslaved Africans and their descendants worked in fields, cut timber, handled boats, built wealth for others, and shaped the culture of the coast. The Gullah Geechee heritage of the region grew from that history of endurance, skill, family, language, foodways, faith, and survival along the tidal South. Darien's old waterfront still gives the traveler a strong sense of place. Shrimp boats, docks, river views, seafood houses, marsh grass, and low buildings keep the town close to the water that made it. Unlike some places where the working waterfront has almost vanished, Darien still feels tied to boats and the daily labor of the coast. McIntosh County is known for its shrimping fleet, and that living maritime identity matters. It keeps the chapter from becoming only colonial history. Darien is old, but it is not only old. It still works beside the water. The town also carries a difficult Civil War memory. In 1863, Union troops burned much of Darien during a raid connected to the Coastal War in Georgia. The destruction left a wound in local history and showed how vulnerable river towns could be when armies and naval forces moved through the coastal South. Darien rebuilt, but the event remains part of its identity. The same waterfront that had brought trade and connection also exposed the town to war. After the war, timber and maritime work helped Darien continue. Sawmills, docks, boats, and river commerce kept the town active, while nearby islands and settlements added other layers to McIntosh County's story. Sapelo Island, with its lighthouse, Geechee community history, and coastal landscapes, belongs to the wider Darien world, even when it stands beyond the highway's immediate shoulder. The road traveler should understand Darien as the visible mainland door to a broader coastal region of rivers, marshes, islands, and deep cultural memory. Modern Darien is quieter than the larger cities around it, and that quiet is part of its power. It does not announce itself like Savannah or Charleston. It does not compete with the resort noise of Myrtle Beach. Its strength is in the relationship between town and river. A traveler can see shrimp boats along the waterfront, live oaks bending above old streets, the fort site looking back toward British Georgia, and marshland stretching beyond the edge of town. The history feels close because the scale is small enough to understand. For U.S. Route 17, Darien is one of the key Georgia coast chapters. Midway gave the road revolutionary church memory, Dorchester Academy, and Liberty County history. Richmond Hill gave it the Ogeechee River and Henry Ford's reshaping of Way Station. Darien gives it the Altamaha, Fort King George, Scottish Highlander settlement, timber, shrimping, and the deeper marsh road feeling of coastal Georgia. The highway is no longer only moving toward the coast. It is inside the coast's older language of tidal water, forts, boats, and live oak shade. Leaving Darien, Route 17 continues toward Brunswick, where the road will reach another harbor city and the gateway to the Golden Isles. But Darien deserves its own pause before that next chapter begins. It reminds the traveler that Georgia's coast is not defined only by beaches. It is defined by rivers, marshes, old forts, working docks, cultural memory, and towns that learn to live between land and tide. That is why Darien belongs in the heart of this journey. The Altamaha brought the town into being. Fort King George marked the borderland. Scottish settlers gave the place one of its first colonial identities. Timber and shrimping kept the waterfront working. Gullah Geechee memory gives the region depth beyond monuments. Route 17 passes through all of that, then carries the traveler south toward Brunswick with the feeling that the Georgia coast has fully arrived. It is a small town with a large coastal memory, and the highway gives that memory a clear place in the book. Section 6. Florida bound. After Darien, U.S. Route 17 continues south through the last Georgia coastal towns and then crosses into Florida, where the road begins to change again. Brunswick, Kingsland, Green Cove Springs, DeLand, and Punta Gorda carry the final section from Georgia's marsh country into the long interior reach of Florida. The highway moves from the Golden Isles and Camden County Pine Roads toward the Florida line, then follows a different kind of old coastal route shaped by the St. Johns River. Warm springs, railroad towns, courthouse streets, citrus country, inland lakes, cattle land, and the final pull toward Charlotte Harbor. In this section, Route 17 is no longer only a road of tidal marshes and Atlantic ports. It becomes a Florida road, passing through river towns, university streets, old winter resorts, inland settlement, and Gulf Coast memory before reaching Punta Gorda. The journey that began in Virginia's Valley Roads now moves toward its southern ending, where the coastal highway proves that the old road can carry travelers from mountain-shadowed beginnings all the way to Florida's Gulf Shore. Chapter 26. Brunswick, Georgia. Route 17 reaches Brunswick beside the marshes and harbor of Georgia's Golden Isles, where colonial plans, old town squares, port trade, liberty ships, shrimp boats, and island roads carry the coastal highway toward Florida, where the Marsh Road meets the Golden Isles port. U.S. Route 17 reaches Brunswick after Darien has given the journey the Altamaha River, Fort King George, Scottish Highlander memory, shrimp boats, and the deeper Marsh Road feeling of coastal Georgia. The highway now moves into another kind of Georgia coast. Brunswick is larger, busier, and more connected to modern trade, yet it still belongs to the same old world of tidal rivers, marsh grass, live oaks, and harbor water. It is the port city of the Golden Isles, a place where the road meets docks, squares, bridges, island approaches, and the long Atlantic edge of Georgia. The setting explains Brunswick before the street names do. The city stands on a peninsula shaped by the Brunswick River, East River, Turtle River, and the protected waters that lead towards St. Simon's Sound in the Atlantic. In a coast of islands, marshes, creeks, and shifting channels, a good harbor was never a small advantage. It meant trade, defense, boats, pilots, warehouses, fishing, and the possibility of becoming more than an isolated settlement. Route 17 brings the traveler into that water-shaped geography by road, but Brunswick was first understood from the water. Long before European settlement, this part of the coast belonged to native people, including Guale and other coastal communities who knew the islands, shell rings, rivers, fishing grounds, and marsh paths of southeastern Georgia. The barrier islands and mainland edge formed a connected world, not separate fragments. People moved by water, gathered food from tidal places, hunted in forests, and understood the coast through seasons and currents. Brunswick's later colonial plan came into a landscape already full of meaning. European settlement in the area grew out of Georgia's early colonial struggle to hold the southern coast. James Oglethorpe and the colony's leaders understood that the region near St. Simon's and the mainland had military and commercial value. Fort Frederica on St. Simon's guarded the frontier against Spanish Florida, while mainland settlement gradually took shape nearby. The place first associated with Brunswick was often known as Carr's Fields, connected to Captain Mark Carr, one of Oglethorpe's men. That early name gives the city a practical beginning before the later planned town arrived. The town of Brunswick was laid out in 1771 and named for the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, the ancestral home of the Hanoverian kings of Britain. Like Savannah, Brunswick was planned with a grid of streets and public squares. That plan still gives Old Town Brunswick much of its identity. The squares, named streets, old lots, and shaded blocks remind the traveler that this was not merely a river landing that grew by accident. It was imagined as a port town with order, ambition, and royal connections built into its map. The Revolution interrupted that ambition. Coastal Georgia was vulnerable during the war, and many people in Glenn County fled or struggled with divided loyalties, military danger, and economic disruption. After the war, the Georgia General Assembly created a board to survey and sell town lots, with proceeds helping support Glenn Academy. That detail matters because it links Brunswick's town plan to education, public life, and the effort to rebuild after uncertainty. Old Town Brunswick remains one of the best ways to read that history. Newcastle Street, Gloucester Street, courthouse blocks, older houses, churches, commercial buildings, and the surrounding historic district show a city that grew from colonial plans into a 19th and 20th century port community. The names still carry British echoes: Gloucester, Newcastle, London, and Prince. Those names remind the traveler that colonial ambition still sits inside the modern map. The port gave Brunswick its working life. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the harbor became important for cotton, naval stores, lumber, timber, and other wood products. Naval stores came from pine forests, and lumber moved from inland Georgia toward ships waiting near the coast. The city's waterfront was not only a place of views, it was a place of docks, cargo, warehouses, sailors, laborers, rail connections, and river pilots who understood the channels. That work tied Brunswick to the wider Atlantic economy. Goods from the interior reached the coast and left through the port. Imported items, equipment, manufactured goods, and news came back into the region. Railroads made that movement stronger by connecting Brunswick to inland markets and by giving the port a better reach beyond the immediate coast. Like Wilmington and Georgetown, Brunswick shows how a coastal city could become powerful because water and land routes met in one place. The surrounding Golden Isles deepened Brunswick's identity. St. Simon's Island, Sea Island, Jekyll Island, and Little St. Simon's are not separate from the city's story. They shaped its tourism, labor, shipping, fishing, and public imagination. The road traveler sees Brunswick on the mainland, while bridges and causeways point toward island histories of missions, forts, plantations, resort wealth, and recreation. Brunswick became the mainland doorway to those islands, and Route 17 carries that gateway feeling. Sidney Lanier's poem, The Marshes of Glen, gave the region one of its lasting cultural images. The marshes around Brunswick are not empty spaces between roads and islands. They are the landscape's voice, wide, green, tidal, and constantly changing with light and water. A road book about US 17 needs that marsh feeling here. Brunswick is a port city, but it is also a city held by marsh. The highway moves through a place where grass, channels, bridges, and horizon make the coast feel broad and alive. World War II gave Brunswick one of its most dramatic modern chapters. The J.A. Jones Shipyard built Liberty ships for the war effort, and thousands of workers came to the city to take part in that urgent work. Between 1943 and 1945, Brunswick Shipyard built dozens of cargo vessels that helped carry supplies across dangerous waters. The work changed the city's tempo. Men and women, black and white, worked in a wartime industry that turned the waterfront into a place of welding, riveting, steel plates, launches, noise, and national purpose. Brunswick also became important through Glencoe Naval Air Station, where blimps patrolled coastal waters against submarine threats. That story belongs naturally beside the shipyard because it shows how the same harbor and coast that carried trade also became part of national defense. Brunswick was not only watching the war from the shore, it was building ships, supporting patrols, and sending labor into the struggle. After the war, Brunswick continued as a port city, but its work changed with the times. The modern port of Brunswick became known especially for automobiles, heavy machinery, and other cargo moving through deep water terminals. That modern activity is part of the same old pattern. The goods have changed, the cranes and terminals have changed, and the scale has changed. But the basic reason remains the same. Brunswick matters because harbor water and transportation routes meet here. Downtown Brunswick keeps a human scale against that larger port story. Old City Hall, the courthouse area, Mary Ross Waterfront Park, shrimp boats, seafood houses, and the Old Town Historic District keep the city readable on foot. A traveler can stand near the waterfront and understand several Brunswicks at once. The colonial plan, the working port, the shrimping town, the Liberty Ship City, and the gateway to the Golden Isles. The road through Brunswick is therefore more than a way toward Florida. It is a pause in one of Georgia's most important coastal cities. Midway gave the journey church and Liberty County memory. Richmond Hill gave it the Ogeechee and Henry Ford. Darien gave it the Altamaha, Scottish settlement, and old river trade. Brunswick gives it a harbor, a planned town, island roads, wartime shipbuilding, and the broad marshes that made this part of Georgia famous. Leaving Brunswick, Route 17 continues toward Kingsland and the Florida line. The road will soon move through another border landscape, where Georgia begins to give way to North Florida. But Brunswick deserves a full stop before that crossing. It is the place where the Georgia coast feels fully gathered. Port, marsh, islands, ships, squares, bridges, and old streets all held together by water. That is why Brunswick belongs here. It is not only the gateway to the Golden Isles. It is one of the places where U.S. Route 17 proves its larger purpose. The highway does not simply follow the coast. It reads the coast. In Brunswick, it reads a harbor city whose old plan still survives, whose marshes still define the view, whose port still works, and whose roads still point the traveler south toward the last Georgia miles before Florida. Chapter 27, Kingsland, Georgia. Route 17 reaches Kingsland near the Florida line, where railroad tracks, pine timber, turpentine camps, Camden County roads, Okefenokee Memory, and St. Mary's River Country prepare the coastal highway for its final state, where the railroad road nears Florida. U.S. Route 17 reaches Kingsland after Brunswick has carried the road through marshes, port memory, old town streets, Liberty Ship history, and the gateway to the Golden Isles. South of Brunswick, the highway enters a different kind of Georgia coast. The land feels flatter, quieter, and more borderland in character. Pine woods gather along the road. Creeks and wet ground interrupt the forest. The Atlantic coast is still nearby, but the highway begins to feel pulled toward the Florida line and the St. Mary's River Country. Kingsland stands in that southern Georgia landscape as a railroad town, a timber town, and a road town at the edge of another state. The setting matters because Kingsland is not a harbor city like Brunswick or Darien. It is not a colonial church settlement like Midway, and it is not a ford-shaped river town like Richmond Hill. Kingsland grew from inland coastal plain geography, from the railroad, from timber and naval stores, and from its position on the route between coastal Georgia and Florida. It belongs to Camden County, a county shaped by rivers, swamps, pine forests, military roads, small towns, and the long pull of the Florida border. Long before Kingsland had its modern name, this region was part of a larger native landscape tied to the St. Mary's River, coastal islands, pine uplands, hammocks, and wetland routes. Indigenous people knew how the rivers, forests, game, fish, and seasonal paths fit together. Later European settlement and plantation development entered that older world, changing ownership, labor, and movement. Camden County carried colonial, revolutionary, and frontier memory before the railroad town of Kingsland appeared on the map. The St. Mary's River gives the area much of its deeper meaning. It forms part of the border between Georgia and Florida and links inland swamp country to the Atlantic coast. Rivers such as the St. Mary's did more than divide territory. They carried people, trade, military concern, and local identity. A town near that river world, even if not sitting directly on a major harbor, was connected to a wider borderland story. Kingsland belongs to that story because the road south from here soon approaches the final crossing into Florida. The town's specific beginning came with the railroad. According to the city's own history, when the railroad came through, William King's house was the only one in sight, and the railroad company called the area Kingsland. With the coming of the railroad, people began building around the stop. William Henry King later mapped out the town on his property, stores and businesses opened, and he became the first mayor when Kingsland was incorporated in 1908. That railroad beginning gives Kingsland a different rhythm from the older river ports. A railroad stop could gather life quickly. Tracks gave a place, a name, a schedule, a reason for freight, mail, passengers, stores, warehouses, and repair work to collect near one point. The railroad turned scattered land into a town center. It made Kingsland useful before it became large. In a coastal county where rivers and old roads had long-shaped movement, the railroad added a new line of connection. The Kingsland Commercial Historic District helps preserve that railroad and early town memory. Its older buildings near South Lee Street show how a small transportation stop became a business center. Stores, banks, offices, newspaper work, lodging, and everyday services grew close to the tracks because that was where people arrived. A traveler on Route 17 should read downtown Kingsland as the visible face of that change. It is a town whose old center grew from the meeting of rail and road. Timber and turpentine also shaped Kingsland and Camden County. In the 1890s, Camden County's economy was strengthened by timber and turpentine products, and those forest industries later evolved into larger pulp and paper operations. Pine trees were scenery here. They were work. Men cut timber, boxed pines for resin, hauled wood, worked stills, loaded freight, and supported families through an economy tied directly to the forest. The road through Kingsland therefore carries more than border traffic. It passes through a landscape where pine woods were once part of a working industrial system. That forest history gives Kingsland a coastal plain identity. The town does not need a waterfront to belong in this book. Coastal history is not only made at docks, it is also made in the pine woods that supplied naval stores, lumber, railroad ties, paper mills, and building materials. The same South Atlantic world that needed ships and ports also needed resin, timber, and labor from inland forests. Kingsland stands where that inland coastal economy touched the railroad and later the highway. The Okefenokee Swamp adds another powerful layer to the region. Kingsland is not inside the swamp, but it stands close enough to share the wider St. Mary's River and southeast Georgia swamp country identity. The Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge, established in 1937, protects one of the great wetland landscapes of the American South and the headwaters of the Suwannee and St. Mary's Rivers. Its dark water, cypress, wildlife, and long human history give Camden County and nearby communities a deeper natural frame. When Route 17 passes through Kingsland, the traveler is not far from one of Georgia's most distinctive landscapes. Okefenokee history also reminds the reader that preservation often came after heavy use. Timber companies once worked parts of the swamp and surrounding region intensely. Later conservation protected much of the swamp's ecological character. That shift from extraction to protection echoes the larger story of coastal Georgia, where forests, marshes, rivers, and islands were long used for profit before they were fully valued as fragile landscapes. Kingsland sits near that transition in memory. Modern Kingsland also has a strong highway identity. US 17 runs through the city as one of the old coastal roads, while Interstate 95 brings fast modern traffic nearby. That combination has shaped hotels, restaurants, gas stations, commuter life, and travel services. Like Hardeeville, Kingsland is partly a town of arrival and departure. People stop here on the way to Florida, to St. Mary's, to Cumberland Island connections, to naval facilities, to Jacksonville, or back north into Georgia. Yet the town is more than a service exit. It has its own history beneath the movement. The nearby presence of St. Mary's and the wider Camden County coast also affects Kingsland's meaning. St. Mary's carries older river port and coastal history, while Cumberland Island holds barrier island memory, maritime forests, ruins, and protected landscapes. Kingsland stands inland from those famous coastal places, but Route 17 ties them into the same travel region. The highway lets the reader see how Georgia's coast includes river towns, rail towns, swamp country, military roads, and gateway communities, as well as islands and ports. For U.S. Route 17, Kingsland is a threshold chapter. Darien brought the highway into the older Altamaha coast. Brunswick gave it a port and Golden Isles gateway. Kingsland now prepares the road to leave Georgia. The Florida line is close, and the next chapter will carry the route into a new state and a different landscape. Before that happens, Kingsland gives Georgia one last inland coastal stop: railroad tracks, pine woods, turpentine memory, swamp nearness, border roads, and the steady sense of travelers heading south. Leaving Kingsland, Route 17 moves toward the St. Mary's River in Florida. The road has crossed Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and much of Georgia by now, gathering inland towns, ports, marshes, beaches, courthouses, shipyards, and river roads along the way. Kingsland's role is to stand at the edge, not as an ending, but as a handoff. It sends the coastal highway toward Florida with the memory of Georgia pine, rail, swamp, and borderland still close beside the pavement. That is why Kingsland belongs in this journey. It shows that the final Georgia chapter before Florida is not only about crossing a line on the map, it is about the kind of place that grows near a line, practical, connected, shaped by movement, and marked by the industries that once gave the pine country its value. Route 17 passes through Kingsland with Florida ahead, but the road still carries Georgia with it, and the smell of pine, the old railroad memory, and the quiet nearness of the St. Mary's River country. Chapter 28. Green Cove Springs, Florida. Route 17 reaches Green Cove Springs along the St. Johns River, where warm mineral water, riverboats, winter hotels, courthouse memory, railroad heritage, naval service, and small-town Florida history mark the highway's first full Florida chapter, where the river road finds the warm spring. U.S. Route 17 reaches Green Cove Springs after Kingsland has carried the road through the last Georgia chapter, close to the Florida line. Railroad tracks, pine timber, turpentine memory, and the St. Mary's River country. The crossing into Florida changes the book again. The highway is still old, still coastal in feeling, still moving through pines, lowland roads, and river country. But Green Cove Springs gives the route a new Florida voice. Here the story is not about beaches or resort strips. It is about the St. Johns River, a warm mineral spring, courthouse life, winter visitors, railroads, naval service, and a small town that grew because water came up from the ground and the river carried people to it. The St. Johns River explains the setting. It is one of Florida's great waterways, flowing north through the state toward Jacksonville and the Atlantic. At Green Cove Springs, the river bends past the town's edge, broad and slow, giving the community a waterfront identity that reaches back long before paved highways. In early Florida, rivers were roads. They carried indigenous people, traders, soldiers, settlers, steamboats, tourists, timber, mail, and supplies through country where overland travel could be difficult. U.S. 17 brings the modern traveler into town by pavement, but the older arrival was by water. The spring gives the place its name and its deeper character. Green Cove Spring, once often called the Boil, rises near the St. Johns River and has long been known for its warm mineral water. The first inhabitants of the region were drawn to the spring thousands of years ago, and later residents and visitors believed the water had healing qualities. The city's own history describes the spring and the river as major reasons the community developed into a 19th century destination. That matters because Green Cove Springs did not become important only through a courthouse or railroad. It grew around water that people could see, touch, bathe in, talk about, and travel toward. The town's name fits the scene. The river curves here, sheltered by trees and greenery, while the spring water flows toward the St. Johns. A traveler entering the city should imagine a place where river light, live oaks, hotel porches, bathers, steamboat passengers, and county business once shared the same small town. The spring was not decoration. It was the attraction that helped define the town's public image. In the 19th century, Green Cove Springs became a winter resort. Visitors came from colder northern states, drawn by the mild climate, river travel, warm spring water, and the belief that the mineral spring could improve health. Hotels and boarding houses served travelers who arrived by steamboat and later by rail. For a time, the town was known as a fashionable destination along the St. Johns. People came not for ocean surf, but for the river, the spring, the air, and the slow comfort of a Florida winter. That tourism story gives Green Cove Springs a different place among Route 17 chapters. North Myrtle Beach and Myrtle Beach showed how the Atlantic Beach became a vacation corridor. Green Cove Springs shows an older Florida tourism, one tied to inland water, mineral springs, steamboats, shaded streets, and seasonal visitors. Before interstate exits and theme parks shaped modern Florida travel, towns like this offered another kind of promise. A person could come south by boat or rail, sit near the river, visit the spring, and believe the climate itself was part of the cure. Clay County's courthouse history adds another layer. Green Cove Springs became the county seat in the 1870s, and that role gave the town permanence beyond tourism. County seats matter because they gather a wider region into one civic center. Deeds, court cases, elections, taxes, marriages, disputes, wills, and public records brought people into town from farms, river places, timberlands, and smaller settlements. Green Cove Springs became not only a place to visit, but a place where Clay County conducted its public life. The old courthouse jail and historical buildings around the city help preserve that civic memory. The old Clay County Jail, built in 1894 and used into the 20th century, remains one of the strongest historic buildings in town. Structures like that remind the traveler that a county seat held the hard, practical work of law, as well as the charm of riverfront streets. Public history here is not only about the spring pool and resort hotels, it is also about records, courtrooms, prisoners, sheriffs, and the daily business of a growing Florida county. Railroad history also shaped Green Cove Springs. The arrival of rail service changed how people and goods moved through Clay County and strengthened the town's connection to Jacksonville, Palatka, and the larger Florida transportation network. Railroads could carry winter visitors when river travel was less convenient, and they helped move agricultural goods, timber, mail, and residents through the region. The Clay County Historical and Railroad Museum keeps that memory visible, reminding travelers that Green Cove Springs stood at the meeting of river, rail, and road. The 20th century brought military change. During World War II, Green Cove Springs became home to naval activity, and after the war, the area housed a large mothball fleet of ships. This adds an unexpected chapter to a town often remembered for spring water and old hotels. The St. Johns River, already central to travel and tourism, also became useful to national defense. Ships, sailors, maintenance work, storage, and military presence gave the town another kind of identity. The Military Museum of North Florida and local memorials help carry that story forward. Spring Park remains the symbolic heart of Green Cove Springs. The spring-fed pool, riverfront setting, shade trees, walkways, and public gathering space make the town's history visible in one place. Water still comes up from below and moves toward the river. Families still gather there. Visitors still understand the town through that combination of spring and St. John's. A good Route 17 chapter needs that image because it shows continuity. The same natural feature that attracted early people, 19th century tourists, and local residents still anchors the modern community. Green Cove Springs is also important because it begins the final Florida movement of the book. The road has crossed Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. It has followed valley roads, Tidewater rivers, North Carolina sounds, South Carolina beaches and rice country, Georgia marshes, and now the St. Johns River. The highway is no longer simply approaching Florida. It is inside Florida, and the landscape will begin changing again toward inland lakes, old rail towns, cattle country, citrus memory, and the eventual pull toward the Gulf. For U.S. Route 17, Green Cove Springs is the right first full Florida chapter because it does not feel generic. It has a specific reason for being. The spring gave it a name. The river gave it movement. The courthouse gave it public duty. The railroads connected it to the wider state. The Navy gave it wartime and post-war meaning. Spring Park still gives it a visible center. Together, those pieces make the city more than a stop south of Jacksonville. They make it a Florida river town with deep roots beside the road. Leaving Green Cove Springs, Route 17 continues toward DeLand and the interior Florida chapters ahead. The Atlantic coast is not the main guide now. The St. Johns River and the older inland road begin to matter more. That shift is important. The final part of the journey will show that Florida is not only beaches and palms. It is also springs, rivers, courthouses, railroads, military memory, farms, old towns, and roads that move through the center of a changing state. Green Cove Springs gives that final state a strong opening. It stands beside warm mineral water and a slow river, carrying the memory of indigenous use, steamboat travelers, winter visitors, county government, railroad heritage, naval service, and small-town life. Route 17 passes through, but the spring keeps rising, the river keeps moving, and the old Florida road continues south. Chapter 29, DeLand, Florida. Route 17 reaches DeLand in the pine country west of the St. Johns River, where Persimmon Hollow, Henry DeLand, Stetson University, citrus streams, railroad growth, skydiving, and historic downtown streets carry the old highway toward Florida's Gulf Shore, where the inland Florida Road finds the Athens of Florida. U.S. Route 17 reaches DeLand after Green Cove Springs has carried the highway into Florida beside the St. Johns River. The road has crossed from Georgia's marshes into a different kind of coastal state. Not beach Florida yet, and not Gulf Florida yet, but inland Florida, where pine woods, hammocks, springs, citrus groves, railroad towns, courthouse squares, and college streets tell another part of the route's story. DeLand stands in that middle ground with a character that feels both Florida and Southern, both old and energetic. It is a county seat, a college town, a historic downtown, and one of the places where inland Florida learned to imagine itself as more than frontier settlement. Before DeLand had its present name, the area was known as Persimmon Hollow. The name came from the wild persimmons that grew in the region, and it gives the chapter a beginning that feels rooted in the land rather than in a city plan. This was a country of pine, oak, lakes, sandy ridges, wetlands, and access to the wider St. Johns River world. Native people knew the larger region long before American settlers arrived, using rivers, lakes, hammocks, hunting grounds, and seasonal routes that made sense of a landscape modern travelers often reduced to highways and county lines. The first permanent American settlement in the area is often connected with Reuben Marsh, who came during the Seminole War period and later returned to settle and raise stock. That early world was hard, scattered, and self-reliant. Families carved homes from hammock land, raised food, tended animals, and lived with distance. DeLand's later polish should not hide that beginning. The city's story starts not with university towers or restored storefronts, but with people making a life in a Florida interior still difficult to reach and difficult to improve. Henry Addison DeLand changed that future. A successful businessman from Fairport, New York, he visited the area in 1876 and saw possibility in the high pine land, young citrus groves, and climate. He bought land, encouraged settlement, helped lay out the town, donated land and money for public purposes, and imagined a community built around culture, education, agriculture, and orderly growth. In December 1876, the settlement took his name. DeLand did not merely attach his name to the place, he gave it a vision. That vision is why the town's nickname, the Athens of Florida, matters. Henry DeLand wanted more than a farming colony or roadside stop. He wanted a town with learning, churches, schools, civic pride, broad streets, and beauty. Woodland Boulevard became the central spine of that idea. Its name still suggests the planted, shaded, carefully ordered town Henry DeLand hoped to create. A traveler on Route 17 sees modern traffic, but the older dream remains visible in the way downtown DeLand still gathers buildings, sidewalks, shops, trees, and public life into one walkable center. Education became the heart of that dream. In 1883, Henry DeLand helped found DeLand Academy, which grew into Stetson University. The school later took the Stetson name after John B. Stetson, the famous hat maker and philanthropist, became one of its great supporters. Stetson University gave DeLand a cultural identity that set it apart from many Florida towns. It brought students, professors, music, debate, athletics, libraries, ceremonies, and campus architecture into a city that might otherwise have been known mainly for citrus and county business. The Stetson campus gives DeLand one of its most recognizable landscapes. DeLand Hall, Elizabeth Hall, the Palm Court, chapel spaces, brick walks, trees, and academic buildings make the university feel like a town within the town. The campus strengthens the chapter because it gives Route 17 another kind of history. Earlier stops carried forts, ports, rivers, and courthouses. DeLand carries education. It shows how a highway through old America must include places where communities tried to build mines as well as markets. John B. Stetson deepened that story beyond the university. He built his winter home in DeLand in the 1880s, and the Stetson Mansion remains one of Florida's great Gilded Age landmarks. Its architecture, electric features, visitors, gardens, and winter season life tell the story of Northern wealth moving into Florida during an age when the state was being sold as healthful, warm, promising, and modern. The mansion belongs beside the citrus groves and the university because all three came from the same period of confidence. That confidence was tested by cold. The freezes of the 1890s devastated Florida citrus, and DeLand's founder suffered greatly because he had encouraged settlers and tied his fortune to the town's success. The freeze story gives DeLand emotional weight. It reminds the reader that Florida dreams were not guaranteed. Citrus could fail. Land values could collapse. A founder could lose money and return north, while the town he helped create continued without him. DeLand survived because the city had more than one purpose. It had education, county government, rail connections, churches, shops, and people who stayed. Railroads helped make that survival possible. Like many inland Florida towns, DeLand needed better connections to grow beyond the early settlement stage. Rail service linked the town more firmly to Jacksonville, Sanford, Tampa, and the wider state. Goods, students, visitors, mail, newspapers, citrus, and building materials could move with greater reliability. The highway later added another layer to that transportation story. U.S. 17 did not create DeLand, but it brought the old road traveler into a place already shaped by river access, rail movement, and planned town growth. DeLand became the county seat of Volusia County in 1887, giving it another lasting role. A county seat carries records, courts, elections, public business, and local identity. This matters because DeLand is not only a college town, it is also the civic center for a large county stretching toward Daytona Beach, the St. Johns River, rural settlements, and inland communities. Courthouse life, legal offices, county buildings, and public meetings gave the town a steady rhythm beyond the school year. Downtown DeLand may be the city's most immediate gift to the traveler. Woodland Boulevard and the surrounding historic district carry storefronts, theaters, restaurants, galleries, brick fronts, murals, and public spaces that feel alive rather than sealed away. The Athens Theater, first opened in the 1920s and later restored, gives the downtown a cultural landmark worthy of the city's nickname. DeLand's historic center works because it still functions as a public room. People eat, shop, attend shows, walk, gather, and pass the old buildings without treating them only as relics. The city also has a later aviation story. The DeLand Airport, developed in the 20th century, served military purposes during World War II as Naval Air Station DeLand, and later became closely tied to civilian aviation and skydiving. That modern identity may seem far from Persimmon Hollow, but it fits the chapter. DeLand has repeatedly turned movement into meaning, whether by steamboat approaches to the St. John's, rail service, highway travel, military aviation, or parachutes falling through the Florida sky. For U.S. Route 17, DeLand is the inland Florida chapter where the road becomes less coastal in appearance but no less historical. Green Cove Springs gave the route the St. Johns River, mineral water, and old winter resort memory. DeLand gives it pine ridges, citrus ambition, education, courthouse life, downtown revival, and the cultural confidence of a town that once called itself the Athens of Florida. Leaving DeLand, Route 17 continues toward Punta Gorda and the final Gulf Shore chapter of the book. The road will carry the traveler deeper into central and southwest Florida, where another landscape waits. But DeLand deserves its full pause before that last turn. It is a town born from Persimmon Hollow, shaped by Henry DeLand's ambition, strengthened by Stetson University, tested by freezes, and carried forward by roads, rails, courthouses, theaters, and people who kept the city alive. Route 17 moves on, but DeLand leaves the journey with one of Florida's clearest lessons. An old road can pass through a place where education, memory, and ambition still stand close to the pavement. Chapter 30, Punta Gorda, Florida. Route 17 reaches Punta Gorda at Charlotte Harbor, where the Peace River, railroad ambition, winter visitors, fishing boats, cattle trade, historic streets, and Gulf Coast light bring the coastal highway to its southern ending, where the old road reaches Charlotte Harbor. U.S. Route 17 reaches Punta Gorda after the long Florida road has carried the traveler south from Green Cove Springs, DeLand, and the interior country of rivers, railroads, citrus groves, cattle land, and old winter towns. By the time the highway nears Charlotte Harbor, the journey feels different from the Atlantic marshes and port cities that shaped so much of the road farther north. The air opens toward the Gulf. The land flattens. Palms, pine, water, bridges, and harbor light begin to gather around the road. After hundreds of miles from Winchester, the old coastal highway finally comes to its southern end. Punta Gorda stands where the Peace River meets Charlotte Harbor, and that meeting explains why the place matters. The harbor is broad, protected, and tied to the Gulf of Mexico, while the river reaches inland through cattle country, phosphate routes, farms, and small settlements. Long before the city had its modern name, water gave the point its value. Boats could come in from the harbor. Goods could move toward the interior. Fish, cattle, lumber, produce, passengers, and news all found a natural place of exchange where river and harbor touched. Before American settlement, this region belonged to indigenous people, including the Calusa world of southwest Florida. The Calusa knew the bays, estuaries, islands, shellfish grounds, canoe routes, and seasonal patterns of the coast. Their long presence reminds the traveler that Punta Gorda did not begin with a railroad map or a town plat. The harbor was known and used long before surveyors divided land into streets and blocks. The water carried older history first. The name Punta Gorda means fat point or broad point in Spanish, and it describes the shape of the land reaching into Charlotte Harbor. The name appeared on maps before the modern city was organized. That older place name is important because it belongs to geography rather than promotion. It tells the reader that this town was always tied to the point of land and the water around it. The road ends here because the land itself made an ending feel natural. The modern city began with Isaac Trabue, a Kentucky lawyer and entrepreneur who saw opportunity on the south side of Charlotte Harbor. In the 1880s, Trabue directed surveyor Kelly Harvey to lay out a town called Trabue. The plan arranged streets and blocks along the southern shore of the Peace River at its mouth on the harbor. One of the most important decisions was to set aside waterfront blocks as public parks. That choice still shapes Punta Gorda today because the city's waterfront remains unusually public, with parks and the harbor walk keeping the water open to residents and visitors. The railroad made Trabue's dream possible. Trabue offered land to encourage the Florida Southern Railroad to bring its line to the town and build a hotel. When the railroad arrived in the 1880s, the settlement became more than a remote harbor point. It became a destination, a transfer place, and a practical end of rail travel in southwest Florida. Trains brought winter visitors, settlers, supplies, and investors. Steamships and boats connected the rail terminus with harbor and Gulf movement. The railroad did for Punta Gorda what water and road had done for so many earlier towns in this book. It turned a useful place into a growing community. When the city incorporated on December 7, 1887, it took the name Punta Gorda rather than Trabue. That change mattered. The new city chose the older geographic name over the founder's preferred name, tying itself to the harbor point instead of one man. The railroad and the Hotel Punta Gorda helped the small city thrive with winter seasonal visitors, agricultural trade, and commercial fishing. The hotel became a symbol of arrival, a place where travelers could step from the world of rail and river into the climate, water, and promise of Southwest Florida. Punta Gorda's early economy was practical and coastal. Cattle came from the interior and moved toward market. Fish and seafood came from the harbor and surrounding waters. Agriculture and trade connected the town to the Peace River country. Commercial fishing became especially important, and by the late 19th century, Punta Gorda was known for fishing activity on a scale far larger than its population might suggest. Docks, ice, boats, nets, markets, and rail connections gave the town a working waterfront identity. That working waterfront is one of the strongest images for this final chapter. Punta Gorda is not only a scenic harbor town, it is a place where water meant labor. Fishing boats left and returned. Cattle and produce moved through the region. Railroad cars carried goods away. Winter visitors arrived looking for warmth, but local families built lives from the harder work that made the town function. The harbor was beautiful, but it was also an economy. The city's historic district gives that story a human scale. Older houses, brick streets, shaded sidewalks, civic buildings, churches, parks, and restored structures show a community that grew from the late 19th and early 20th centuries into a recognizable Southwest Florida town. The A.C. Freeman House, also known as the Gilchrist House, is one of the important historic landmarks. It is an example of Victorian architecture and reflects the period when Punta Gorda's prosperity produced homes and public life beyond the docks and tracks. The Punta Gorda train depot adds another visible piece of the railroad story. Built in the early 20th century, it reminds the traveler that the city's growth depended on arrival. People did not simply find Punta Gorda by chance. They came because rails, river, harbor, and roads made the place reachable. In a road book, the depot is especially meaningful because it shows how different transportation eras connect. The railroad helped build the town. U.S. Route 17 later carried highway travelers to the same southern edge. The harbor front remains Punta Gorda's defining public space. The city's chain of waterfront parks and harbor walk keeps alive the old decision to make the water belong to the public eye. A traveler can walk beside Charlotte Harbor and understand why this place became the end of the route. The harbor opens wide, yet the town remains close enough to feel intimate. It is not an ocean beach ending. It is a river and harbor ending. Quieter and more fitting for a road that has followed water in so many forms. Punta Gorda also carries the memory of storms and rebuilding. Southwest Florida has always lived with hurricane risk, and the city has known damage and recovery across generations. Hurricane Charlie in 2004 struck the area hard and became part of the modern story of resilience. That memory belongs in the final chapter because this whole book has followed communities that survived war, fire, flood, economic change, and storms. Punta Gorda's beauty is not fragile decoration. It is the product of rebuilding as much as growth. For U.S. Route 17, Punta Gorda is more than a destination. It is the official southern terminus, the place where the highway meets US 41, and the long road from Virginia ends. The route that began in Winchester among valley roads, courthouse towns, and mountain-shadowed history has crossed Tidewater, North Carolina rivers, South Carolina beaches, Lowcountry ports, Georgia marshes, and Florida interior towns before reaching this harbor. The ending feels earned because the road has not been racing toward a single postcard. It has been collecting places, mile after mile. That is why Punta Gorda makes the right final chapter. It gives the book water, railroads, winter visitors, cattle trade, fishing boats, public parks, historic houses, storm memory, and Gulf Coast light. It does not end the journey with noise. It ends it beside Charlotte Harbor, where the Peace River opens and the old road finally stops. The traveler can imagine looking back from Punta Gorda toward all the towns behind the windshield. Winchester, Fredericksburg, Edenton, Wilmington, Charleston, Darien, Green Cove Springs, DeLand, and many more. Each place gave U.S. Route 17 another meaning. Punta Gorda gathers those meanings into one last scene. The road has been a coastal highway, a river road, a courthouse road, a beach road, a marsh road, a railroad road, and finally, a harbor road. At Charlotte Harbor, the route reaches its southern point, and the journey through old America comes to rest in Florida's Gulf Light. Afterward, U.S. Route 17 ends in Punta Gorda, but the road does not feel finished in the simple sense. A highway like this does not close like a gate. It settles into memory. After all the miles, the towns, the rivers, the bridges, the marshes, the courthouse squares, the beach roads, the harbor streets, and the inland Florida stretches, the traveler reaches Charlotte Harbor with the sense that the route has carried more than distance. It has carried a long reading of old coastal America. This journey began far from the Gulf, in Winchester, Virginia, where the road opened in the Shenandoah Valley among old crossroads, frontier memory, brick streets, and the first signs of movement. From there, US 17 slowly became what it was meant to become. It crossed the Piedmont, found the Rappahannock, entered Tidewater, moved through shipyard cities and swamp roads, crossed into North Carolina water country, followed rivers toward ports and beach approaches, entered the Grand Strand, deepened into the Lowcountry, slipped into Georgia marsh roads, and finally turned through Florida toward the St. Johns River, old railroad towns, citrus country, and Charlotte Harbor. What makes U.S. Route 17 powerful is not only that it connects famous places, it connects different kinds of places. Some chapters stand in cities known across the country, such as Charleston, Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, and Brunswick. Others belong to smaller towns that a hurried traveler might pass without understanding, such as Tappahannock, Williamston, Shallotte, Walterboro, Hardeeville, Midway, Richmond Hill, and Darien. The larger places give the route weight. The smaller places give it truth. Together, they show that history is not held only in capitals, battlefields, or famous ports. It is also held in county seats, ferry roads, old churches, railroad depots, river bends, fishing docks, and the quiet streets where local life kept going. The road also changes the meaning of the coast. At times, the coast is open water, harbor light, shrimp boats, marsh grass, and bridge crossings. At other times, it is hidden inland, carried by rivers, sand ridges, pine woods, courthouse towns, and roads that once led to landings or ferries. US 17 teaches that coastal history does not always stand directly on the beach. Sometimes it waits miles inland, where people built towns above the swamp, where timber moved toward the river, where churches gathered scattered families, where railroads brought winter visitors, and where highways later tied all of it together. Again and again, water shaped the road's story. The Rappahannock, York, James, Nansemond, Pasquotank, Albemarle Sound, Roanoke, Neuse, Trent, New River, Cape Fear, Shallotte River, Winyah Bay, Charleston Harbor, Savannah River Country, Ogeechee, Altamaha, St. John's, Peace River, and Charlotte Harbor all helped explain why towns grew where they did. The pavement often came later. Before the highway, there were rivers, sounds, ferries, docks, canals, tides, and people who learned how to move through difficult country by respecting water. There is also a harder history beneath much of this route. The same rivers and ports that carried trade also carried slavery, war, loss, and unequal labor. Rice fields, indigo trade, plantation roads, courthouse records, military sites, and working waterfronts all hold complicated memory. A road through history must be willing to see beauty and burden together. The live oaks, old houses, churchyards, harbors, and preserved districts are beautiful, but they are not simple. They stand beside stories of indigenous presence, forced labor, war, displacement, resistance, rebuilding, and cultural survival. To travel the road honestly is to look at all of it. Yet the journey is not only heavy, it is also full of life. It carries apple festivals in Winchester, courthouse streets in Warrenton, riverfront walks in Fredericksburg, shipbuilding labor in Newport News, peanuts in Suffolk, canal crossings in Chesapeake, the harbor of hospitality in Elizabeth City, colonial streets in Edenton, the birthplace of Pepsi in New Bern, marine memory in Jacksonville, beach music in North Myrtle Beach, the pavilion memory of Myrtle Beach, sweetgrass baskets in Mount Pleasant, craft traditions in Walterboro, shrimp boats in Darien, the Golden Isles doorway in Brunswick, the old spring at Green Cove Springs, Stetson's campus in DeLand, and the harbor light of Punta Gorda. That variety is the real strength of U.S. Route 17. It is not one story repeated 30 times. It is a sequence of changing landscapes and changing memories, held together by one old road. The route begins inland, becomes coastal, becomes marsh road, becomes harbor road, becomes river road, becomes Florida road, and finally becomes a road ending at the Gulf. Each chapter adds something the previous chapter did not have. Each stop makes the traveler better prepared to understand the next one. By the time the road reaches Punta Gorda, the traveler has learned how to read differently. A city sign is no longer just a sign. A courthouse is no longer only a building. A bridge is not only a crossing. A river is not only scenery. A main street is not only shops. A marsh is not empty land. A railroad depot is not only an old structure. Each one becomes a clue. Each one says that people came through here before, worked here, struggled here, built here, worshipped here, traded here, remembered here, and left something behind. That is why this road still matters. Faster highways may move traffic around towns, but U.S. Route 17 still carries the feeling of moving through them. It reminds us that America can still be understood mile by mile, not only by destination. The old road asks the traveler to slow down, look across the water, read the courthouse square, notice the churchyard, follow the railroad track, watch the harbor, and listen for the older life beneath the modern road. The journey ends at Punta Gorda, where US 17 reaches its southern stopping point near Charlotte Harbor. But the memory of the road reaches back across every mile. Winchester is still there at the beginning. Charleston still holds the harbor. Darien still faces the marsh. Green Cove Springs still bubbles beside the St. John's. DeLand still keeps its university streets. Punta Gorda still opens to the Gulf light. The road has carried them all into one long story. U.S. Route 17 is not only a highway number on a map, it is a thread through old coastal America, stitched through towns, rivers, ports, swamps, beaches, and inland places that still remember the traffic of earlier lives. From Virginia's valley roads to Florida's Gulf Shore, it proves that the older road still has something to say.